Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Look at the silence around you right now. Notice how clean it feels. Notice how the people who swore they had you figured out suddenly don't talk as loud. Funny how that works. They used to run their mouths like they were the narrators of your life. You'll never rise. You're not built for big things. Just give up already. Right. And look who's watching from the shadows now, completely stunned that you didn't just rise, you changed the entire atmosphere around you. The universe didn't just keep you alive, it gave you something new, something dangerous, something the world has never seen before, and your enemies feel it first. They always do. When they said you were weak, they didn't expect you to walk through the fire and come out with a colder stare and a sharper mind. When they pushed you, expecting you to break, they didn't think you'd evolve. They didn't think the universe would start rewarding you in ways that make their stomach twist. Oh, the legend needs to bow. No, the legend just walked in, and every person who doubted you suddenly can't breathe the same way anymore. Before we go further, hit the like button and subscribe. That's how you strengthen this message, Chosen One. You ever notice how enemies act when the universe flips the script? They get quiet, they pretend they don't care, they start telling people they're unbothered, they walk around with that fake calm, hoping nobody notices their hands shaking. Because deep down, they know something shifted around you, something they didn't expect. The universe started rewarding you in a way they can't explain, and it scares them. Let's build this scene properly. Imagine the aftermath of a storm, trees still dripping, roads still wet. Everything looks calm, but you can feel what just happened. That's your life right now. You're standing in this strange quiet where even your own breath sounds louder. This is the moment right before the world realizes you're not the same person they thought they buried. Your power didn't come from applause or validation. It came from what you survived, and the universe took notes. Let's talk about those notes for a second. They're not pretty, they're not gentle, they're not inspirational, poster-friendly. The universe watched you get disrespected in rooms where you weren't there to defend yourself. It watched people laugh at your pain. It watched people pretend they cared while secretly hoping you'd fail so they could feel superior for 5 minutes. The universe saw every dirtbag smile, every betrayal, every fake apology, every backhanded compliment, and instead of pulling the plug on your story, the universe stored all those moments like evidence. And now, oh, Chosen One, that evidence is turning into fuel. Think about the nights you fell asleep with swollen eyes, whispering to yourself that things would get better even when everything around you told you they wouldn't. Think about the mornings you forced yourself up with no energy, no support, and no cheerleaders. Think about the times you were the only one holding yourself together while the world acted like nothing was wrong. You weren't just surviving, you were building the power that the world has never seen before. Let me bring in a memory you might have forgotten. Remember that moment when someone you trusted looked you dead in the face and basically told you that you'd never become anything special. Maybe they said it with fake kindness. Maybe they said it in a joke. Maybe they didn't say it directly but showed it with every action. And in that moment, something inside you broke. But that's the part they never understood. What broke was not your spirit. What broke was the old version of you, the version that tolerated disrespect, the version that begged for support, the version that believed people when they underestimated you. The universe honored that breaking point. It was the moment you finally stepped into the timeline where you were meant to win. Enemies hate this part. They hate realizing they weren't fighting the final form of you. They were fighting your tutorial version, the warm-up, the beta test. And now that the universe is rewarding you, they can't stop replaying their own mistakes. Look how they panic when someone mentions your name. Look how fast they change the subject. Look at the way they pretend they don't care anymore, but still check on you in secret, like you owe them closure. Chosen One, they thought they were hurting you. They were training you. Let's rewind the story even more. That one betrayal you thought would finish you. It didn't. The universe flipped it into clarity. That rejection that made you question your worth, it sharpened your standards. That fake friend who smiled in your face while talking behind your back, they taught you how to recognize masks before people even put them on. Every wound gave you a new sense, a new instinct, a new form of protection. You didn't become cold, you became precise. And now the universe is rewarding you with something they never expected. They thought you'd just heal. No, the universe upgraded you, quietly, silently, without announcing it. And that's why it hits harder. Power is scariest when it grows in silence. That's why your enemies are nervous. They don't know what's coming, but they feel it. The universe always warns them before it rewards you. Chosen One, pause for a moment, because after this message, nothing in your life will look the same. Your spirit will feel it. Your atmosphere will shift. Your awareness will sharpen, and a power the world has never seen before will start rising inside you. You didn't click this message by accident. Something in the universe has already started moving toward you, and it chose this moment to reveal the truth. You didn't fight all those battles for nothing. You didn't cry all those nights for nothing. You didn't survive loneliness, sabotage, rejection, betrayal, heartbreak, and setback after setback just to return to a normal life. The universe doesn't waste warriors like you on small missions. The universe rewards people who refuse to break, who refuse to bow, who refuse to let darkness have the last word. Today, this message reveals why the universe is releasing this new power into your life, what it will do for you, and how you will feel it awaken inside you. And by the end of this, you'll understand why people who once laughed at you are now terrified of what comes next. This is your turning point, Chosen One. And trust me, the universe is only getting started. So, Chosen One, take a second and breathe, because this is where the message shifts gears. If you've made it this far, then you already feel that strange pressure in your chest, that pull the universe gives right before a new power wakes up inside you. And if this episode is hitting you a little too accurately, that's your sign to stay locked in until the end. Before we go deeper, drop a comment with the number 777 so the universe knows you're ready to claim the power it's been holding back for you. And if you want to boost the team behind this message, hit that super thanks. Your support keeps this mission alive. It doesn't matter if it's a penny or a fortune. Every bit helps carry truth to the people who need it most. Now, Chosen One, lean in. What comes next isn't random. It's the exact path the universe has been lining up for you from the moment you refused to break. And if you're honest, you already feel the shift happening. So let's move into it step by step. And trust me, if you truly are one of the chosen ones, you won't even want to click away. Let's get into it. Number 1. The weight that exposed everyone who wasn't built for you. They laughed at your delay, and now they're choking on their own timeline. Chosen One, let's talk about that long, painful journey you walked through, the one everyone pretended not to see, the one that made your enemies so confident that you'd never rise. They whispered, if they were meant for greatness, it would have happened by now. Cute, right? Look who's sweating now. Look who's obsessively checking your life like they're waiting for a plot twist they can't control. The same people who mocked your patience are now terrified of your progress. That's what happens when the universe protects someone who wasn't meant to be rushed. Let's be real. You didn't just go through delay, you went through years where nothing made sense. You watched people with half your heart, half your skill, half your integrity move faster than you. You wondered, why is my path taking so long? What am I doing wrong? Did the universe forget me? But deep down, a tiny voice kept telling you to hold on. And that voice wasn't weakness, it was preparation. It was the universe shaping you into someone whose rise would hit harder because it wasn't rushed. See, the universe doesn't let powerful people show up before they're ready. Chaos would break loose. Weak minds would crumble. The wrong people would attach themselves to you and ruin the entire design. Early success destroys people who aren't built for it. And your enemies? They were hoping you'd get impatient and burn out. They were hoping the delay would break you. They were praying for your exhaustion. They wanted you to quit so they could feel smarter than you for once in their lives. But you didn't quit. You adapted. You suffered quietly. You rebuilt silently. You walked through years that would have crushed most people. And this is the part they'll never admit out loud. Every time you survived a setback, another crack formed in their ego. They couldn't understand how you were still standing. They couldn't understand how someone so behind still carried themselves with more depth than any of them combined. Let's break this down properly, chosen one. Your delay wasn't a pause. It was camouflage. The universe hid you the same way a museum hides a masterpiece before its grand reveal. You weren't stuck. You were being held back from people who would have used you, drained you, copied you, or destroyed you before you even knew what you were carrying. Some of those people you used to admire would have ruined you if the universe let them have access to your fully awakened self. That's why you were isolated. That's why doors stayed shut. That's why connections fell apart before they began. Protection often feels like punishment until you understand the pattern. Look at your past for a second. Think about that one friendship that fell apart suddenly. You thought it was random. No, that person wasn't meant to witness your evolution. Think about the job you didn't get. You thought you failed. No, that room wasn't strong enough for your presence. Think about the love you wanted so badly that slipped out of your hands. You thought it was your fault. No. That person would have drained your spirit and slowed your destiny. The universe wasn't delaying you, it was removing anything that couldn't handle you. But your enemies, they don't have the emotional IQ to understand this. They thought your silence meant weakness. They thought your patience meant defeat. They threw jokes, threw shade, threw doubt, threw false stories, threw every weapon they could get their hands on, thinking you were too tired to dodge. Why isn't anything happening for them? Maybe they peaked already. Maybe they're not as great as they think. Cute theories. Too bad none of them aged well. Here's the truth that stings them the most. Your delay made you dangerous. It made you sharp. It made you strategic. It made you observant. While the world was partying, you were learning. While others rushed ahead without thinking, you were studying their mistakes. While your enemies were celebrating your losses, the universe was upgrading you behind the scenes. You didn't waste your dark seasons. You absorbed them. You became someone whose strength isn't loud, but lethal. Let's hit you with a metaphor now, because you've earned it. A sword isn't forged in sunlight. It's forged in heat, pressure, and darkness. The longer it stays in the fire, the deadlier it becomes. Your journey wasn't delayed. It was tempered. Every setback added a new layer of resilience. Every betrayal added a new layer of wisdom. Every lonely night added a new layer of self-control. You didn't get weaker. You became a weapon. And nothing terrifies your enemies more than the moment a weapon realizes what it is. Chosen one, let's answer something that's been sitting heavy in your mind. Why didn't anyone help me? Why didn't anyone show up when I needed them the most? Because the universe didn't want anyone taking credit for your rise. If someone helped you at the wrong time, they'd claim ownership over your power later. They'd say, they're only where they are because of me. The universe said no. Your glow-up had to be pure, untouched, unclaimed, authored by your effort alone. And here's another truth your enemies choke on. The universe delayed you so you could outgrow every person who underestimated you. If you had risen earlier, you would have still been attached to people who didn't deserve you. You would have still been loyal to the wrong ones. You would have dragged dead weight into your future. And the universe refused to let your destiny rot because of old attachments. Let's get even more personal. Remember those nights you felt invisible, like no matter how hard you tried, no one saw your worth. The universe was letting you experience invisibility so you could learn how to shine without begging for attention, so you could grow without applause, so when your moment finally comes, no one can take it away from you with silence or ignorance. Your glow isn't dependent on the world seeing you. Your glow exists because you endured the world ignoring you. Now let's talk about your enemies again, because they deserve another slap. They thought your delay meant they were ahead permanently. They treated your patience like it was a joke. They bragged about their temporary wins like they were untouchable. But the universe loves balance, and when your power hits, when your rise becomes undeniable, when your influence spreads faster than their lies ever did, they'll realize something painful. They built their identity around being better than you. Now that you're rising, they have nothing left. Chosen one, your journey took long because you were never meant to rise normally. You weren't meant to rise quietly. You weren't meant to rise at the same time as everyone else. The universe wanted your rise to be a shockwave, not a step forward. Your delay was the drum roll before the entrance, the build-up before the reveal, the silence before the explosion. And here's the final truth. You were hidden not because you lacked value, but because your value was too rare to expose early. You carried potential that needed time to mature. You carried vision that needed protection. You carried power that required isolation to understand. When you enter the world fully, you won't blend in. You'll disrupt it. That's why the universe took its time with you. Your delay was your shaping, your darkness was your training, your loneliness was your elevation, and now that the universe is rewarding you, everyone who doubted you will finally understand the price of underestimating a chosen one. And this is just the beginning. Number 2. The reveal they never prepared for. They wanted you hidden until they realized hiding you was protecting them, not you. Chosen one, your hiding season just ended, and your enemies feel it before you do. The air around you changed. The energy around you thickened. The universe didn't keep you invisible forever. It kept you invisible until it became dangerous to keep you unseen any longer. And now, the reveal begins. Not the soft kind, not the let me impress the world kind. The type of reveal that makes the wrong people panic because they finally see what the universe was shaping in you all along. Let's get something straight. The power rising inside you right now, it's not normal, it's not charm, it's not confidence, it's not good vibes. This is something the universe only gives to people who survived things others never could, and the world is not ready for it. Your enemies definitely aren't ready for it. They were prepared for the old you, the quiet one, the unsure one, the one trying to figure everything out. They're not prepared for the version of you that finally understands what you are. Power hits different when it was born in darkness and fed by silence. You're stepping into a level of strength that can't be copied. People will try, trust me. They'll imitate your tone, your style, your energy, your presence, your confidence, even your mistakes. They'll mimic the outer shell because they don't understand what's happening inside you. They'll think, if I act like them, maybe I'll get the same results. Cute. But the universe didn't give them what it gave you. They're copying the shadow. You're carrying the source. Let's answer the question sitting in the back of your mind. If this power is real, why didn't I feel it before? Because you weren't ready to use it without destroying yourself. Power without discipline becomes chaos. Power without clarity becomes confusion. Power without identity becomes manipulation. The universe waited until you outgrew the insecurities that would have ruined you. It waited until you became someone who wouldn't weaponize your strength against yourself. It waited until you developed the emotional maturity to carry something this rare without wasting it on people who didn't deserve access to you. Imagine this, a thunderstorm forming behind a mountain. For years, it builds quietly. The sky looks normal. The land looks normal. The people look up and see nothing. But behind the mountain, the pressure grows. The clouds gather. The electricity rises. When the storm finally breaks past the ridge, no one can stop it. No one can run from it. That's you right now. Your spiritual atmosphere has been building pressure for years, and now the world is finally seeing the cloud they should have feared long ago. Another example, imagine a chess piece hidden under a cloth. The enemy assumes it's weak because they can't see it. They plan around it. They mock it. They step over it. And then, at the exact moment the universe chooses, the cloth lifts, revealing the one piece capable of turning the entire board upside down. That's the power the universe is releasing in you. Let's talk about imitation, because it's coming. You're about to witness people copy everything about you, not because they admire you, but because they're afraid you're leaving them behind. They'll steal your phrases. They'll mimic your energy. They'll dress like you, move like you, talk like you, laugh like you, because they think your power comes from the outside. They think it's aesthetic. They think it's style. She can copy your moves, but she will never copy your momentum. He can copy your tone, but he will never copy your fire. Anyone can copy the look, but they can't copy the origin. Your power isn't from this world. It's not an accessory. It's not performance. It's not charisma. It's something the universe placed inside you because you earned it. You suffered for it. You proved you could carry it. You proved you wouldn't misuse it just to feel superior. You proved you wouldn't sell it for attention or validation. And the universe saw every test. Imagine this, a locked vault deep underground. Inside it is a rare element so volatile that the wrong hands would trigger an explosion. Only the chosen person with the right chemistry can unlock it without destroying themselves. That's your inner power. It wasn't released earlier because the world wasn't safe from it and you weren't ready to hold it. But now you've grown into it. You've become someone who can carry a rare strength without letting it blind you. Now, here's another question you might be ashamed to ask. Why do I feel like the universe gave me something heavy, not something light? Because real power is heavy, real intuition is heavy, real clarity is heavy, real awareness is heavy. This power isn't glitter, it's gravity. It doesn't float, it pulls. It pulls truth toward you, it pulls lies out of people. It pulls masks off faces. It pulls the right paths closer and pushes the wrong ones away. That heaviness you feel isn't pressure. its authority. Your silence now holds more power than your voice ever did. Your presence shifts rooms effortlessly because the universe has upgraded your energy. Your thinking is sharper, not because you became smarter overnight, but because the universe finally revealed what it hid inside you. Your instincts feel louder because they are. Your awareness feels deeper because it is. Your boundaries feel unbreakable because they must be. Chosen one, listen carefully. The universe waited until the world underestimated you so deeply that your rise would become a psychological earthquake. People who doubted you will feel confused. People who mocked you will feel ashamed. People who betrayed you will feel haunted. They'll say things like, "Where did this come from?" Or, "They weren't like this before." No, you were like this. You were just hidden. Now your hidden season is over. Now the world sees what it wasn't ready to face. And here's the part that stings your enemies the most. The universe didn't give you this power to show off. It gave it to you because your next chapter requires it. You're stepping into situations where normal energy won't work. You're entering circles where surface-level confidence collapses instantly. You're walking into spaces where truth hits harder than appearance, and you are becoming the person with the rare truth others can't deny. Let me paint it clearly. Imagine you walk into a room, and without saying a word, people straighten up. They don't know why. They don't know what changed, but something in your energy demands respect they once refused to give. That's the level of power entering your life. People will avoid eye contact because they feel exposed around you. People will speak carefully because they feel your intuition cutting through them like a blade. People will pull away because they realize they can't manipulate you anymore. People will return because they finally understand what they lost. Some will admire you, many will fear you, but none will ignore you again. And chosen one, here's the final truth of this section, the one you need to hold tight. The universe is not giving you a new power. It's releasing the power you always had, the one it kept locked away until you became strong enough to carry it without collapsing. You didn't change. You rose into yourself. You didn't become powerful. You finally met the version of you that was waiting behind the pain. And the world isn't ready for that. This is the end of hiding, chosen one, and the beginning of domination. Number 3. The unseen loyalty that made you unbreakable. They mocked your silence, not knowing your silence was the contract the universe watched the closest. Chosen one. Let's cut straight into the truth your enemies hoped you would never understand. The universe rewards loyalty in silence, not the loud, performative loyalty everyone shows when life is easy. Real loyalty. The loyalty you showed when nothing made sense, when everything felt unfair, when people walked away from you at your lowest, when your heart was shaking but you still held on to your purpose like it was the last thread keeping you alive. That's the loyalty the universe pays attention to. That's the loyalty that activated the power rising inside you now. Faithfulness in silence is the sharpest weapon a chosen one ever builds. Because chosen one, when life lost its meaning, you didn't abandon your path. When everyone doubted you, you didn't switch up. When you were exhausted, you didn't collapse into bitterness. When you were betrayed, you didn't let your soul turn to stone. You stayed loyal to what you knew deep down was yours, even when the world tried to convince you otherwise. Let's address the question sitting at the bottom of your chest. Why did the universe let it go on so long? Why didn't it reward me earlier? Because the universe wasn't testing your strength. It was testing your consistency. Anybody can be loyal when they're comfortable. Anybody can be focused when they're praised. Anybody can follow their path when everything is working out. But you kept going with no applause, no support, no validation, no safety net, no evidence that it would work. That's the type of loyalty that scares your enemies. They can copy your look, your tone, your behavior, but they will never copy your endurance. They will never copy your ability to stay committed without attention. They wanted to know your secret, but your secret was the nights you cried and still didn't quit. Let's go deeper. Imagine this. You're walking through a forest at night. No map, no moonlight, no signs, just your breath and your heartbeat. Every step feels wrong. Every branch sounds like danger. Most people turn back. Most people give up. But you didn't. You kept walking until the trees thinned out and light returned. That's what your life has been, walking through darkness without abandoning yourself. Here's another metaphor. Imagine a seed underground. It's buried, it's suffocating, it's alone. Nothing about that environment feels like growth. But the seed stays loyal to its nature anyway, and that loyalty becomes the force that breaks the soil. That's you, chosen one. Your loyalty in silence cracked open a future other people will never understand. Let's put it even simpler. The universe trusts what it sees in the dark, not what people show in the light. And chosen one, the universe watched you closely. It saw you wake up with no energy, yet still move. It saw you holding hope with bloody hands. It saw you choose honesty over shortcuts, even when shortcuts looked easier. It saw you stay kind when cruelty would have been justified. It saw you stay focused when distraction was cheaper. It saw you hold on to yourself when everyone else tried to rewrite your worth. That's the type of loyalty the universe rewards. You weren't being punished, you were being proven. And now, that proof is cashing out in power, this new energy inside you. It didn't come from books, gurus, or trends. It wasn't taught to you, it wasn't borrowed, it wasn't imitated. It was earned in seasons where nobody was watching. Let's answer another question lurking in your mind. Why do I feel different now? Sharper, colder, stronger? Because chosen one, once the universe decides it can trust you, something fundamental shifts inside you. Your sensitivity becomes intuition, your pain becomes pattern recognition, your silence becomes authority, your isolation becomes clarity, your heartbreak becomes X-ray vision. You see things faster, you read intentions quicker, you detect lies instantly, you can feel energy shifting before anyone else notices. That's not paranoia, that's elevation. Imagine this. Glass that was once fragile gets melted down and reforged into bulletproof material. Same ingredients, different strength. That's what your loyalty did to you. It reshaped your spiritual structure. Another metaphor. Imagine a warrior sharpening a blade in complete silence. No one sees the sparks. No one hears the grinding. Everyone assumes the warrior disappeared. But when they return, they carry a weapon that looks simple, but cuts through anything. That's you. The universe didn't sharpen you in public, it sharpened you in the dark. And here's something your enemies will never recover from. They underestimated the quietest version of you, and now they have to face the awakened version. The person they doubted is gone. The person the universe built has finally arrived. Your silence wasn't weakness. Your isolation wasn't punishment. Your exhaustion wasn't failure. It was all evidence. Evidence the universe needed before it unlocked a level of power that cannot be stolen, copied, faked, or forced. This power is rare because it only activates in people who don't abandon themselves when life gets heavy. Most people fold when they feel alone. Most people give up when nobody claps. Most people need validation to stay committed. You kept going with nothing, and now you will move with everything. Let's talk about something deeper, something you only admit to yourself when your room is dark and your phone is silent. Why was I loyal to a vision that gave me nothing for so long? Because chosen ones don't follow rewards. They follow truth. They follow alignment. They follow that feeling in their stomach that refuses to shut up. They follow the future calling their name, even when present-day reality looks hopeless. That is why the universe trusts you. That is why your power is being released now. That is why people who once ignored you will soon pretend they always believed in you. Here's another quote for your enemies to choke on. They tried to bury you with silence, but silence is where chosen ones multiply. And now, chosen one, your power is not just rising, it's stabilizing. This isn't a boost. This isn't a temporary upgrade. This isn't a motivational high. This is inheritance power, the kind of energy that stays with you for life. But not inheritance the way humans think of it. No money, no titles, no old-world symbolism. This is spiritual inheritance, the universe passing down power because you've proven you won't misuse it, abuse it, or waste it on people who don't deserve it. The universe can trust you with influence because you earned integrity when nobody rewarded you. The universe can trust you with clarity because you developed patience when the world gave you chaos. The universe can trust you with impact because you learned how to move with intention instead of ego. That's what loyalty in silence builds. Let me end this section with one last image. Imagine a volcano under the earth. For years, it sits still, quiet, forgotten. People build homes around it. They laugh near it. They doubt its strength. And then one day, without warning, it awakens, not angrily, not recklessly, but naturally, because its time finally came. You are that volcano, and your silent loyalty was the heat building under the surface. Now the world will feel what patience created. This is the reward, chosen one. This is the rise. This is the moment the universe hands you the power it kept waiting for the right version of you to receive. Loyalty in silence made you unstoppable. And now, the world has to face what that created. Number 4, the war that should have ended you, but built you. They thought those battles would break you. Instead, they built the version of you they're terrified to meet. Chosen one, let's get real about what you survived. Those weren't bad days. Those weren't rough seasons. Those were full-on wars disguised as ordinary life. You were fighting storms no one else could see. You looked calm on the outside while your soul was clawing its way through fires the universe never meant for average people to survive. And yet, you rose, again and again. That's why this new power is hitting so hard. It didn't come cheap. You walked through hell without flames touching your skin. That's not normal. That's chosen. Some hits were designed to destroy your identity. Some betrayals were meant to break your mind. Some heartbreaks were meant to make you swear off love forever. Some losses were meant to drain the last spark you had left. But every time the universe watched you fall, it also watched you refuse to stay there. That refusal. That's what separated you from everyone pretending to be strong. Imagine this. A boxer fighting opponents 3 weight classes above them, round after round. No coach, no crowd, no break. Yet somehow still standing when the bell rings. That's you. People saw the rounds, but never saw the punches that landed in your spirit. Here's the truth your enemies don't want spoken out loud. Your battles weren't normal because you're not normal. The universe gave you fights only a chosen one could survive, because it was building a resilience no imitation can copy. And let's answer the question you whisper to yourself: why did I have to go through so much? Because your reward isn't ordinary. Your future influence isn't small. Your impact isn't for the faint-hearted. The universe needed proof, and you delivered. Every time you forgave someone who didn't deserve it, recorded. Every time you chose peace over revenge, recorded. Every time you kept going while empty, recorded. Your ledger is overflowing, and that, chosen one, is why your blessing won't look like anyone else's. It can't. You earned something unprecedented. Number 5. The shift they can feel but can't stop. They sense the change in you before you do, and that's why they're nervous. Chosen one, something inside you is moving right now, and it's not subtle, even if it feels quiet. It's that strange rising pressure in your chest, that sudden clarity in your mind, that feeling that you're not who you were last month, or even last week. You keep asking yourself, what is happening to me? Here's your answer. The universe just flipped your switch from survival mode to takeover mode, and once this shift starts, nothing and no one can drag you back down. Power doesn't arrive with noise. It arrives with awareness. For years, you walked through life feeling like every step was heavier than it should have been. You fought through invisible resistance no one else understood. You watched other people get breakthroughs that came easy, while yours demanded blood, sweat, and your last nerve. You weren't cursed. You weren't blocked. You weren't forgotten. The universe simply hadn't authorized your full release yet. Imagine this: a rocket strapped to the launch pad, engines ready, systems activated, but held down by clamps, not because it can't fly, but because the timing has to be perfect. That was you. Your potential was there the entire time. Your strength was there, your intuition was there, but your launch window hadn't opened. Now, it just did. You're feeling a power transfer. Not the fantasy kind, the real kind. The kind where your mind sharpens for no reason, where your body feels lighter but more grounded, where your instincts start exposing people without them saying a word, where the universe starts pushing you into places you once felt too small for. And here's the part your enemies can't handle. You're finally becoming the version of yourself they prayed you'd never meet. The shift has begun, chosen one, and everything in your life is about to rearrange itself around your rise. Number 6. The power they can't steal or fake. Everyone wanted your strength until they realized the universe doesn't hand power to the untested. Chosen one, let's make one thing painfully clear. Real power isn't gifted like a party favor. It's entrusted. It's earned in places nobody clapped for you, nobody saw you, nobody validated you, and nobody helped you. The universe doesn't hand serious power to people who crumble under pressure or get corrupted by attention. It only entrusts it to someone who has proven over and over again that they won't lose themselves the moment they rise. Power doesn't change chosen ones. It exposes what the suffering built. This rise you're feeling isn't random. It didn't fall out of the sky. It's happening because authority finally replaced all that anxiety that used to choke you. Discernment finally silenced the confusion you used to drown in. Purpose finally stepped in and kicked out all the wandering. Confidence pushed insecurity to the curb. Flow replaced struggle in places that used to feel impossible. Imagine this: a key forged in fire, shaped only for one lock. No matter how many people attempt to copy it, none of them fit. That's your power. People can imitate your surface, but they will never unlock what the universe built specifically for you. Another image, a crown that looks heavy in the wrong hands, but fits perfectly in yours. Why? Because only you survived the storms that shaped it. And here's the question you've silently carried. Why me? Why now? Because you passed tests no one else even knew existed. Private tests, quiet tests, heartbreaking tests. Moments where quitting would have been easier, but you didn't. The universe watched every one of those choices. You weren't chosen because you're perfect. You were chosen because you stayed honest when no one was watching. That's why this power is yours now, not borrowed, not imitated, entrusted, and the world is about to learn the difference. Number 7. The activation they're all feeling, but you're the only one built for it. They don't know what changed. They just know they can't treat you the way they used to. Chosen one, the power transfer isn't coming. It already started. And the universe has been slipping you signs so obvious it's almost funny. Your intuition used to whisper, soft, shaky, easy to ignore. Now it talks like a voice with receipts, cutting through lies before people even finish their sentences. You're not guessing anymore. You're knowing. That alone is enough to make your enemies sweat. Clarity is the first weapon the universe hands a rising chosen one. Look at your life. You don't tolerate drama anymore. You don't chase people. You don't explain yourself to small minds. You feel this internal pruning, like the universe is cutting off every dead branch so your growth has room to explode. And your dreams, they hit different now. They carry warnings, symbols, directions, glimpses of the next version of you trying to break through. Imagine this, a phone upgrading overnight while you sleep. You wake up and suddenly everything runs faster, smoother, sharper. That's your spirit right now. Another metaphor. Think of a sensor being recalibrated. You're detecting things you never noticed before. And here's the part that freaks people out. Your presence changed before your words did. People glance at you and feel something they can't name. A pressure, a weight, a command. They don't know why they notice you, but they do. Your energy walks 2 steps ahead of your body. You've started feeling this push too. This internal pull to become the version of yourself you always sensed in the background. The one with no fear, no doubt, no hesitation. The one who moves like the universe is guiding every step. That feeling, that's not motivation. That's activation. Number 8. Power hits before the world knows your name. They wanted you powerless because even they knew your rise would rewrite the whole ecosystem. Chosen one, the universe never hands promotion first. Promotion without power collapses. Fame without grounding destroys. Money without identity ruins people. That's why your upgrade didn't start in your bank account. It started in your spirit, in your mind, in your presence. Power always arrives before the spotlight because the universe refuses to let you mishandle what you were born to carry. Real elevation begins where no one is watching. This new energy inside you is the universe's signal that you're ready. People will feel your weight before they see your wins. Rooms will shift when you walk in. You won't break the way you used to. Confusion won't stick to you anymore. Your endurance was brutal because your calling stretches far beyond you. Generational, transformative, legacy level. And here's the truth most people won't say out loud. Your enemies sensed your future before you did. They attacked not because you were weak, but because you were becoming strong. They felt your potential long before you believed in it. They saw your rise long before you had language for it. That's why their hostility seemed random. It wasn't. It was recognition. Now, the power they feared is waking up. What took years will take months. What took months will take days. Doors open faster, connections appear naturally, solutions drop into your mind before problems overwhelm you. And wealth, not just financial, but emotional, creative, mental, spiritual, begins flowing toward you like a current finally unlocked. Your identity is stabilizing. Your old self is shedding. Your new self is stepping forward with precision, authority, and clarity the past version of you could never access. This is not improvement. This is activation. Your transformation isn't beginning, it's completing. Your alignment isn't forming, it's locking in. Chosen one, you're not stepping into a role, you're stepping into your era. And chosen one, if you felt this message in your chest, that's the universe confirming your rise has already begun. You're stepping into a level of power, clarity, and purpose the old version of you could only dream about. This is your turning point. This is your shift. This is your era. And before you head out, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not part of this family yet, hit that subscribe button. Stay connected, stay activated, and stay ready. Your story is only getting louder from here. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. And let's not waste a single second pretending the world didn't just shake itself awake because of you. The silence around you these days isn't random. It's the kind of silence that makes guilty people look over their shoulders. It's the kind of silence that exposes who was pretending, who was plotting, and who was praying you'd fall apart just one more time so they could laugh about it behind closed doors. But here you are. Still standing, still breathing, still chilling like the story was never about them to begin with. You want to know what really bothered them? It wasn't your anger, it wasn't your tears, it wasn't your mistakes. What bothered them was when you stopped reacting, when you left their little stage and let them perform their drama alone. When they said, "Look who thinks they're too good for us now," but deep down they were shaking because suddenly the one they mocked wasn't playing anymore. When they whispered, "The legend needs to bow." But you stayed calm, silent and untouchable, like someone who already knew how this story ends. When they tried to provoke you, drag you, bait you into a fight that would feed their ego, and you gave them nothing but a quiet, cold smile that said, "Your fire doesn't burn me." Press the like button and subscribe to return the energy and keep this message moving through the world. Now let's get back to the part that scares them, your detachment. They don't understand what you are, and that confusion eats them alive. You walked out of their chaos like someone who finally woke up from a nightmare and realized the monsters weren't even real. You left them talking to themselves, defending themselves against arguments you never even joined. The irony is wild. They wanted so badly to be the ones who ruined you, but all they did was expose themselves. A calm wolf terrifies the forest more than a roaring lion because it hunts in silence and strikes without warning. And that's you now, calm, focused, unreachable. They don't hate you because you did something wrong. They hate you because you refused to play their game. You became the one thing their ego was never prepared for, someone who cannot be controlled. When they threw chaos your way, you didn't flinch. When they tried to embarrass you, you didn't panic. When they tried to pull you back into the same old cycle, you just smiled like you had already outgrown the whole plot. They said you were weak for being quiet, but that quietness was the moment the universe wrapped its power around you. They thought silence meant surrender, but silence was your weapon. Understand this, they were never fighting you, they were fighting the force behind you, the quiet strength the universe built in you over years of pain, confusion, and growth. You aren't some random background character who got lucky. You're the one the whole room senses before you even speak. Whether you've accepted it yet or not, your energy changes the atmosphere. It disturbs the fake. It exposes lies. It tears through masks like wind ripping through smoke. And the people who live behind masks always take that personally. Your detachment didn't appear overnight. It was built from battles nobody clapped for. It was built from nights where you were shattered but still showed up. It came from people who betrayed you, not realizing they were shaping something they'd later fear. It came from heartbreak that forced you to grow up faster than you wanted. It came from moments where you had no one but yourself, and somehow you still survived. Let me remind you of something you forgot. Years ago, you used to explain yourself to people who were committed to misunderstanding you. You begged people to see your heart. You tried to prove your worth to people who had already decided you weren't enough for their fragile ego. You fought to keep connections that were draining you dry, and back then they thought they had you figured out. They thought you were predictable, emotional, easy to break. But look at you now, quiet, sharp, detached, free. They panic because the version of you they controlled does not exist anymore. They panic because you grew without asking for permission. They panic because your peace has become louder than their insults. They panic because you're walking the world like someone who finally knows their own value, and nothing threatens insecure people more than someone who no longer needs their approval. When they realized they could no longer control your emotions, they got angry. Not because you're cold, but because you're free. Freedom offends people who chain themselves to drama. Your calmness is a mirror that shows them everything wrong with their own lives. Your silence highlights their noise. Your detachment exposes how desperate they were for your attention. And the part that keeps them up at night is simple. You were supposed to break, but you didn't. You were supposed to beg, but you didn't. You were supposed to lose your mind, but instead you found your purpose. You want a story from the past? Fine. Think back to the one time someone pushed you to your limits. They thought you'd explode, fall apart, or run back to them because they believed you couldn't survive without their chaos. But instead, you went quiet. You walked away. You rebuilt yourself from the ground up, brick by quiet brick. They were laughing at first, bragging about how they handled you. But when you started winning again, healing again, glowing again, the laughter died. Their face changed, their energy shifted, because nothing is more humiliating to an enemy than realizing they never had the power they thought they did. That's the same thing happening now. Your detachment is exposing them. Your silence is choking them. Your growth is haunting them. You're not detached because you don't care. You're detached because you finally learned what deserves your care. You finally realized that not everyone deserves access to you. And the universe has been guiding you away from the wrong people long before you understood why. Detachment is not coldness. Detachment is clarity. Detachment is strength. Detachment is freedom. They aren't fighting you anymore. They're fighting the universe behind you, and that's a battle they will never win. Chosen one, stand in this quiet power. Let them fear what they do not understand. Let your silence send the message. Let your detachment burn louder than any argument. The universe didn't make you strong for attention. It made you strong for protection. And now, the world is seeing exactly what you're made of. This is your moment, and trust me, they're bothered for a reason. Chosen one, if you're still here after everything I just dropped, then you already know this message was meant for you. Your detachment shook people who swore they had you figured out, and the fact that you're calm enough to listen right now proves how far you've evolved. Before we move deeper, pay this message back by hitting like, subscribing, and dropping a comment with 777. It lets the universe know you're choosing clarity over chaos. And if you want to boost the mission, leave a super thanks for the team behind this work. Every gift keeps this truth alive, whether it's a penny or a mountain. Nothing is too small when it fuels a voice that protects the chosen. Now breathe for a second, because what comes next isn't light and it isn't gentle. It's the part people tried to hide from you. If you're a true chosen one, you'll feel something pulling you to stay until the very last word. This is where the story sharpens. This is where everything clicks. Let's step into the next layer. Number 1. They tried to break your center, but your silence broke their nerves first. Funny how they screamed for attention, but the moment you went quiet, their whole world started shaking. They thought they were the puppeteers, chosen one. They thought they were the ones pulling strings, whispering lies, twisting stories, and throwing tiny jabs wrapped in fake smiles. But the moment you stopped reacting, the moment you stopped feeding their chaos, everything flipped. Your silence didn't just bother them, it exposed them. It dragged every insecure part of them into the light. And the crazy part? You didn't even move. You didn't argue. You didn't defend yourself. You simply detached, and they spiraled like they were caught committing a crime. This is what people don't admit out loud. Your silence had volume. It hit harder than any comeback. It made their insults feel childish. It showed the world who was unstable and who was unbothered. They said you were cold because you chose peace over fake love. They said you were arrogant because you stopped performing for their applause. They said you changed because you stopped shrinking to fit their weak expectations. But deep down, they knew the truth. You didn't change. You finally stopped pretending. They tried to clip your wings because your calm made too much noise, and trust me, they heard it. Your quiet confidence exposed their desperation. Your clean energy highlighted their mess. You walked into rooms with nothing but truth in your chest, and it made their lies itch. Your presence was a mirror they didn't want to face. So they tried to distort it. Gossip, half smiles, twisted stories, passive-aggressive digs. It wasn't random. It was strategy, a bad one. Because the entire time they were trying to make you look small, they were accidentally showing how threatened they were. Here's the part that hits them the hardest. You weren't reacting. You weren't playing their game. You weren't panicking like they planned. They tried to provoke you, but you didn't take the bait. They tried to shame you, but you stayed composed. They wanted you to lose control so they could say, "See, we told you they're unstable," but you refused to give them a performance. And when you refuse the role they wrote for you, the whole play collapses. The universe didn't let their traps destroy you. It used their traps to wake you up. All those times you felt isolated, you weren't being punished. You were being upgraded. You were being led away from people who were secretly competing, secretly jealous, secretly hoping you'd fail so they could pretend they were better than you. That isolation pushed you into your power. It trained your mind. It sharpened your instincts. It cleaned out your circle. What they called abandoning you was actually them removing themselves because they couldn't match your growth. You outgrew their noise. You outgrew their expectations. You outgrew their small world, and they felt it long before you did. Here's a truth they'll never admit. They miss your energy. They miss the light you brought. They miss having you around because your presence made their dull lives feel brighter. But they couldn't handle your realness, so they tried to dim you. They talked behind your back, hoping the rumors would stunt your growth. Instead, it pushed you further into yourself, and that's where you found strength they never saw coming. Let's get real for a moment. You weren't one of them. You were just standing near them, and that difference is what terrified them. People treat you like a threat when they can't label you. Your detachment made you unpredictable. Your stillness made you unreadable. They couldn't tell if you were done, if you were planning, or if you were leveling up. That uncertainty is what kept them awake at night. They wanted you desperate, but you turned distant. They wanted you emotional, but you turned calm. They wanted you confused, but you turned focused. They kept expecting you to run back to reclaim their approval. They waited, they watched, they whispered, but you didn't return. You didn't beg. You didn't ask, "Why did you leave me out?" You simply walked past their door and never looked back. And that, chosen one, is the moment the entire storyline shifted. Your detachment was the checkmate they never saw coming. A quiet mind is dangerous in a loud world. It cuts deeper than anger and lasts longer than revenge. That's you. You didn't yell. You didn't throw a tantrum. You didn't expose their games. You simply stepped away, and stepping away removed their power completely. They hated how graceful you were. They hated how mature you acted. They hated how nothing they did could shake you anymore, because once you learn the truth of who someone is, they can no longer manipulate your reaction. Let's hit this even deeper. They didn't isolate you because you were weak. They isolated you because they were terrified of who you were becoming. Invitations slowed down. Messages changed tone. People acted weird. Conversations felt off. That wasn't coincidence. That was fear, disguised as distance. They hoped leaving you out would break you. They hoped you'd come crawling back, asking why. Instead, you started blooming in places they weren't invited. They told themselves you'd come running back. But you never begged for tables you were destined to flip. Right now, they're watching you from a distance, trying to understand how you stayed standing after everything they threw. How you found peace in places they expected you to break. How you kept your spirit clean while theirs grew darker and smaller. They want to know how you kept ascending when they tried so hard to trap you in the dirt. The answer is simple. You weren't built for their level. You were built to outgrow it. You're not invisible. You're inaccessible, and that's what bothers them. Your solitude didn't weaken you. It transformed you. It cleared your mind. It forced you to face yourself. It made you stronger in ways they will never understand. While they were busy running from their own shadows, you learned how to sit with yours. While they were obsessed with being liked, you learned how to be true. While they chased attention, you built power. You didn't lose them. They lost access to you, and they will feel that forever. They tried to clip your wings because your silence made too much noise. But guess what? Your wings grew back sharper, stronger, wider. Chosen one, you didn't break. You evolved. You didn't fold. You focused. You didn't lose yourself. You found your real self. And now they're standing there confused, bothered and shaken because the person they tried to weaken turned into the version of you they feared the most. You're not just detached, you're untouchable. And the universe is watching you rise exactly where they tried to keep you from standing. This is your era now, and they know it. Number 2, they tried to stir a hurricane, but you stood there like the eye of the storm. Funny how they create storms, then get mad when you don't drown in them. They don't attack your strength, chosen one. They attack your silence. They attack the part of you that refuses to panic, refuses to argue, refuses to dance to their noise. Your peace threatens people who survive on chaos. Your calm exposes their instability. Your detachment is the one thing they can't hack, can't predict, and can't manipulate, and that drives them wild. They throw storms because your silence refuses to shake. They scream louder because your mind stays still. They create drama because your heart doesn't move for nonsense anymore. When they can't touch your peace, they try to burn the ground around you, hoping you'll leap into the flames just to show emotion. Outbursts, crises, fake emergencies, all of it engineered to pull you back into their circus. They don't want resolution. They want control. They want your attention because without your reaction, they feel invisible. Your silence is the verdict they fear but can't overturn. Imagine this. You're standing in a room while someone flips chairs, slams doors, and throws tantrums, all while staring at you to see if you'll crack. But you don't. You breathe. You stay centered. You stay grounded. That calmness isn't weakness, it's power, and power makes insecure people frantic. Imagine this next one. They're shaking a cage they built for you, yelling, rattling the bars, but you're not inside anymore. You quietly walked out a long time ago. Now they're screaming at an empty prison, hoping you'll forget you're free. Another one. Think of them as a storm trying to swallow a mountain. They swirl, they rage, they howl, but the mountain doesn't move. That's you. That's why they're angry, not because you hurt them, but because they can't move you. And here's the last one. Picture them lighting match after match, trying to set your peace on fire, but the flame dies every time it gets near you. Not because you're cold, but because you're built of something their heat can't touch. When manipulation doesn't work, they call it miscommunication. When guilt trips fail, they call you heartless. Your silence feels like judgment to them. Even when you're not judging at all, your stillness makes them see their own reflection. Your calmness feels like authority. Your refusal to be baited makes them feel powerless in a game they thought they controlled. And the moment they realize they can't shake your center, they escalate. They twist words. They invent problems. They attack your character, not because you're wrong, but because your peace makes them question themselves. They don't want your growth. They want your reaction. They want you back in the emotional mud pit where they feel strongest. They want you tangled in drama because drama is their oxygen. Without it, they suffocate. And your detachment. It's the one thing that takes that oxygen away. Stillness is not the absence of power. Stillness is power choosing not to waste itself. You're not confused about who you are anymore, chosen one, and that's why the world around you feels different. They push your values, hoping you'll bend. They poke at your identity, hoping you'll flinch. They pressure you to speak, hoping to grab onto something they can twist. But you've learned something that terrifies them more than anything. Not every battle is yours. Not every fire deserves your water. Not every scream deserves your voice. They mimic emergencies to trigger your instincts. Sudden crises, sudden guilt, sudden "I need you." But you're not falling for that anymore. You're not chosen to save people from their own patterns. You're chosen to recognize when the story isn't yours and walk away without regret. Imagine how that feels to them. Someone they couldn't control. Someone who doesn't break. Someone who doesn't respond. Someone who doesn't fold. That's a threat to every manipulator alive. They built their entire identity around thinking they could shake you. When they couldn't, they panicked. They need your reaction to feel real. Your detachment makes them feel like ghosts in their own life. Your peace makes them feel like background characters in your story. And deep down, they know it. They weren't afraid of losing you. They were afraid of losing the power they had when you didn't know your worth. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Your silence isn't passive. Your silence is mastery. Your stillness is not weakness. It's strategy. It's alignment. It's the universe saying, this is not your battlefield. You're the kind of person who can walk through noise without absorbing it. You can sit in a storm without losing your breath. You can watch someone try to trigger you and feel nothing but clarity. That's what makes you dangerous to people who feed on reactions. And yes, you may wonder sometimes, why do people go crazy when I stay calm? Why do they escalate when I step back? Why does my silence feel like an attack to them? Here's why. Your detachment exposes their internal chaos. Your calmness reveals their lack of self-control. Your silence forces them to face who they really are, and people who refuse to face themselves will always attack the one who exposes their truth without saying a word. They throw storms because storms are all they know. You stay still because stillness is who you've become. They want you reactive. You choose responsive. They want you emotional. You choose intentional. They want you rattled. You choose rooted. They want you tangled. You choose free. Chosen one, you're not here to play in every storm thrown your way. You're here to understand which storms are sent to test you and which storms are sent to distract you from rising. The universe doesn't want you drained. It wants you disciplined. It wants you powerful. It wants you unmoved. Your detachment is not a flaw. Your detachment is evolution. And evolution always scares the ones who refuse to grow. You didn't beat their chaos by fighting it. You beat their chaos by refusing to participate. And that chosen one is exactly why the storm keeps losing power every time it comes near you. Number 3. The more they panic, the more deadly your quiet becomes. Their screams aren't strength. They're the sound of someone losing control over you in real time. Your silence cuts sharper than anything they could ever shout, chosen one. Every time they raise their voice, every time they throw another tantrum, every time they try to corner you with chaos, your calm slices straight through the lie they were living in. People who depend on drama to feel powerful cannot survive when you stop feeding their fire. And the moment you detach, their whole identity starts shaking like a tower built on wet sand. Imagine this, a torch swinging wildly in the dark, hoping to scare you, but your stillness makes the flame flicker and reveal their trembling hands. That's what's really going on. Your silence doesn't ignore them, it exposes them. The loudest person in the room is usually the weakest one hiding the most. They scream because you don't react. They push because you don't bend. They escalate because you don't break. Your calm becomes a mirror they can't escape. They see their desperation. They see their manipulation. They see the ego they tried to hide under fake confidence. The louder they get, the clearer everything becomes. Not about you, but about them. And here's what might be running through your mind. Why do they get worse when I get quiet? Because your silence proves what they feared. They never had power, they only had access, and the moment you pulled that access away, their entire illusion crumbled. Your silence isn't a performance, it's discipline, it's mastery, it's the universe saying, you've outgrown this level, keep walking. Imagine them swinging their chaos like a broken weapon while you stand miles above them on solid ground. They can't reach you, they can't crack you, they can't pull you back into the storm they live in. Still waters don't make noise, they make impact. They thought screaming would shake you. Instead, it sharpened you. They thought chaos would break you. Instead, it revealed you. Chosen one, your silence is not the absence of power. Your silence is the power, and every day you stay centered, they feel it slicing deeper. Number 4. When they can't break you, they try to rewrite you. People don't describe you, they confess themselves every time they talk about you. When they can't control your moves, chosen one, they start controlling the narrative. That's their last cheap weapon. They rename you because they can't reach you. They call you cold because your warmth is no longer free. They call you arrogant because your boundaries finally have teeth. They call you distant because your energy is no longer something they can snack on whenever they're bored. None of these labels reveal who you are. They reveal how much your absence stings. Imagine someone trying to grab smoke. The harder they squeeze, the more they lose. That's them trying to define you now. You slipped from their hands, and instead of admitting their grip was weak, they rename the smoke so they don't have to face the truth. When they can't control your emotions, they target your reputation. It's the only battlefield where they think they still stand a chance. They rewrite your character because your silence ruined their script. They twist your evolution into ego because they miss the version of you who overgave, over-explained, and apologized for things you didn't even do. Your boundaries feel like betrayal because they were eating well off your lack of them. The moment you stopped catering to their fragility, they panicked, and panic always comes out as insults. Imagine this. You walk out of their chaos with clarity, and they scream, "Look, they're acting different." Of course you're different. Growth looks disrespectful to people who refuse to grow. They renamed you because your real name now tastes like accountability. Chosen one, let them talk, let them rename, let them paint their fantasies. You know who you are. The universe knows who you are. And deep down, so do they. That's why they're loud. Your evolution isn't arrogance. Your boundaries aren't cruelty. Your distance isn't coldness. It's freedom. And freedom always offends those who never had it. Number 5. They throw their shadows at you because they can't face their own. Accusations aren't truth. They're smoke signals from someone trying to hide their own fire. Chosen one, your detachment is a mirror that doesn't blink, and that alone terrifies people who've spent their whole lives running from themselves. When they look at you and see someone calm, centered, and unbothered, they panic. They can't process what your peace says about their chaos, so they do what insecure people always do. They project. They take their fears, their wounds, their broken identity, and they smear it onto your name. They call you arrogant because they feel small next to your growth. They call you cold because they relied on the warmth you no longer give for free. They call you fake because they can't keep up with the version of you that healed beyond their reach. People don't project onto you because they see who you are. They project because they're terrified you'll see who they are. Imagine this. Someone standing in front of a mirror throwing paint at it, hoping the reflection will disappear. That's them. They're not attacking you. They're attacking the truth your presence exposes. Or this. Think of a person shouting at their own shadow, but the moment you walk by, they blame you for it. Your existence makes their unhealed parts louder. Projection is a weapon for people too fragile to face reality. They attack your independence because it reminds them of their emotional dependence. They attack your clarity because it exposes their confusion. They attack your calm because it highlights how easily their world falls apart. What they say about you is the story they're too scared to tell about themselves. Chosen one, every insult thrown your way is really a confession, a quiet admission of insecurity, a silent scream for help, a desperate attempt to make you doubt yourself so they can regain the control your detachment stole from them. And here's the part you might wrestle with. Do I need to defend myself? Should I correct what they're saying? No. You don't owe them emotional labor. You already carried your own healing. You already faced your shadows. You already did the work they refuse to do. They want you to hold their pain so they can stay comfortable. They want you to carry their guilt so they never have to grow. They want you to absorb their insecurities so they don't drown in them. But chosen one, do not pick up what is not yours. Their shadows do not belong on your shoulders. Their fears do not belong in your identity. Their projections are not your truth. They're simply echoes from people who lost access to the version of you they depended on. Let them project. Let them panic. Let them twist the story. Your detachment isn't the problem. Their refusal to face themselves is, and the universe will handle the rest. Number 6. Your detachment didn't damage them. It revealed their true face. Your distance wasn't the knife. Their reaction was the confession. Chosen one, here's the truth they choke on. Your detachment didn't hurt them. It exposed them. It peeled the mask right off their faces. Detachment is clean. Detachment is controlled. Detachment is unapologetic. It's the moment you stop feeding their ego and suddenly their whole identity collapses. They call it cruelty because clarity terrifies people who've survived on confusion. Imagine this: a spotlight turning on in a dark room. Everyone freezes. Not because the light harmed them, but because it showed everything they were trying to hide. Your detachment was that switch. When they say you changed, what they mean is they can't use you anymore. You stopped playing the roles they wrote for you, the comforter, the fixer, the emotional sponge they squeezed whenever they felt empty. They depended on your empathy like a lifeline, twisting it whenever they needed power. The moment you detached, the spell broke, the illusion shattered. They didn't lose a person, they lost control. And people who lose control always rewrite the story. Imagine someone leaning on a wall every day of their life, only to find it gone one morning. They fall, not because the wall attacked them, but because they were relying on something that was never supposed to hold their entire weight. That's your detachment, the removal of a support they abused. You're not cold, you're focused, you're not distant, you're disciplined. You became a mirror they cannot escape. Your peace forces them to face their own instability. Your silence shows them their chaos. Your discipline reveals their lack of control. Instead of healing, they lash out. Instead of reflecting, they blame. Instead of growing, they paint you as the villain. Why? Because villains don't ask for accountability. Heroes do, and they're not ready for that conversation. Your detachment cut their illusion off at the root. They claimed you hurt them, but you didn't. You simply stopped carrying what wasn't yours. Your peace is your power now, and their reaction proves it. Number 7, you ended their entire playbook the day you walked off the field. When the puppet stops moving, the puppeteer is the one who falls apart. Chosen one, you broke the whole damn game the moment you stopped playing it. Manipulators survive off reaction. Your guilt, your fear, your confusion, your emotional energy, that was their currency. That was their power source. And the second you detached, the entire economy of their manipulation crashed like a dying empire. Imagine this, a carnival that only works when you buy a ticket. The rides stop, the lights flicker, the whole place goes silent the second you walk past the gate without paying. That's what happened when you stopped reacting. Their chaos carnival died the moment you refused to step inside. Your silence wasn't avoidance, it was bankruptcy. You drained their power by refusing to fund their nonsense. They escalate now because they're desperate. They're switching masks like actors who forgot their lines, hoping one character will still get a reaction out of you. Guilt, anger, victimhood, blame. They cycle through them like broken software glitching for attention. But you're unreachable now. You don't flinch. You don't fold. You don't explain your reality to people who twisted it for entertainment. Imagine someone throwing darts at a wall, but the target isn't there anymore. They keep throwing, missing, sweating, spiraling, and you're miles away, unbothered, healed, and out of range. That's why they're loud. That's why they're erratic. They're fighting a ghost of who you used to be. You were the engine the whole time. They weren't driving you. You were powering them. They thought they were the ones controlling your emotions, but the truth hits like a slap. They only felt powerful because you allowed access to your emotional world. And now, you unplugged the cord. You shut down the supply. You removed yourself from the battlefield. Their drama has no fuel without you. Their manipulation has no stage without you. Their chaos has no meaning without your reaction. You didn't just walk away, you ended the game. And they're stuck replaying strategies that no longer work, trying to win a battle that no longer exists. Chosen one, that's real power. They feel it every single day. Number 8. Your stillness is a code. Their chaos brain can't decode. Your calm isn't silence, it's a language only the powerful understand. Chosen one, your calm is the one thing they can't copy, can't fake, and definitely can't control. It's not emptiness, it's not apathy, it's not you not caring. Your calm is discipline wrapped in clarity. It's emotional self-mastery they've never seen before. When you go quiet, they assume you've shut down, but really, you've leveled up. You're calculating. You're observing. You're choosing your moves with surgical precision while they're spiraling over their own noise. Imagine this. 2 people in a burning room. One screams, one thinks. Guess who survives? You're the quiet one, the one who strategizes while everyone else loses their mind. Calm is not passive. Calm is controlled power, waiting for the right moment. Your silence starves drama. Chaos can't grow where you refuse to feed it. You don't throw fuel on fires you didn't start. You don't swing back at shadows. You don't chase after noise pretending to be urgency. You're not shut down. You're selective. You're not numb. You're in command. Imagine someone trying to drag you into quicksand, but you're standing on stone. They sink deeper, confused why you're not sinking with them. That's your calm. Their chaos has nowhere to latch onto. People fear your stillness because it exposes their instability. Those who lack inner peace can't recognize calmness as strength. They misinterpret it as coldness because they cannot imagine moving through life without panic, noise, and emotional chaos. They scream because silence makes them feel irrelevant. They create drama because your grounded nature makes their turbulence obvious. They call you detached because they've never experienced someone who doesn't emotionally bleed on command. Your calm repels the chaotic and attracts the authentic. The fake can't breathe in your atmosphere, but the real ones feel safe around you. Your energy tells the truth without a single word. You're not numb. You're not disconnected. You're not too calm. You're in control, and to people ruled by their impulses, that control looks like sorcery. Chosen one, your calm is your crown, and it sits heavy on those who can't carry their own. Number 9. Your distance turned into the mirror they can't break. They weren't exposed by your words. They were exposed by your absence. Chosen one, your detachment became the one mirror they can't shatter, outrun, or lie to. You didn't call them out. You didn't blast them. You didn't drag them into the light. You simply stepped back, and in that silence, every mask they wore cracked on its own. Your detachment forced them to face the emotional wreckage they'd been hiding behind: excuses, manipulation, and fake confidence. Imagine this: a room full of people performing for attention, laughing too loud, talking too big, and suddenly you walk out. The spotlight goes with you. The noise stops meaning anything. Their performance collapses because the one person who saw the truth refuses to play along. That's what your detachment did. Walking away wasn't weakness. It was evolution. You didn't just leave people. You left patterns, cycles, emotional traps disguised as loyalty, systems that required your silence to keep their comfort intact. You stopped participating in dynamics that drained you dry. You stopped shrinking your truth so their egos could breathe. And the moment you chose yourself, they felt it like a slap they still can't recover from. You didn't lose them. You lost the version of yourself that tolerated them. You belong to yourself now, and that makes you untouchable. People resent that kind of power. Not because it harms them, but because it reveals everything they've been running from. Your detachment is truth in its purest form. Clean, sharp, undeniable. They admired it when it benefited them. They resented it when it exposed them. Imagine someone staring into a mirror that shows every flaw they refuse to fix. They don't break the mirror because it's wrong. They break it because it's right. You didn't lose anything by leaving. You reclaimed everything they drained. You walked out of their maze and found the door they pretended didn't exist. That's why your detachment bothers them. It freed you and revealed them. Number 10. You shattered their power the moment you stopped handing them yours. They never controlled you. They just controlled the version of you that didn't know its own strength. Chosen one, every time you chose silence over reaction, every time you picked peace instead of panic, every time you stayed centered while they tried to drag you into emotional quicksand, you weren't just protecting your energy. You were dismantling the throne they built on top of your confusion. Their power only existed in the gaps where you doubted yourself. The moment you reclaimed those pieces, their illusion collapsed like a rigged game finally exposed. Imagine this: a magician doing tricks for a crowd, sparkles, smoke, fake surprises, and suddenly one person in the audience stands up and walks away. The trick doesn't fail because it's wrong. It fails because someone finally saw the wires. That someone was you. You didn't destroy their power. You revealed it was never real. You walked away from the emotional system they depended on, the guilt loops, the reactive traps, the unspoken agreements where you dimmed yourself so they felt brighter. Your detachment forced them to confront their own emptiness, the same emptiness they tried to patch with your attention, your empathy, your presence. And nothing scares insecure people more than facing themselves without your energy to hide behind. You stopped shrinking. You stopped explaining. You stopped offering your power like a gift to people who never earned it. And when you stopped shrinking, the entire universe shifted behind you. Your clarity became a weapon, your discipline became a boundary, your silence became authority. Suddenly, the ones who relied on your confusion couldn't breathe in your presence anymore. They thrived on you, not knowing your worth, and now they're drowning in the truth of it. Your detachment isn't you stepping back. It's you stepping fully into yourself. They call it distance because they can't understand elevation. They call it coldness because warmth without access feels threatening. They call it arrogance because they can't stand that you no longer orbit around their insecurity. But you didn't just take your power back. You shattered the illusion that they ever had any. You reclaimed the throne they tried to build on your uncertainty. You reclaimed the confidence they fed on. You reclaimed the clarity that exposes every lie they used to control the narrative. Your detachment isn't absence, it's presence at its highest level. It's the universe placing you exactly where chaos can't reach. And now they're left staring at the truth they fear most. Without your energy, they were never powerful. Without your confusion, they were never in control. Without your reaction, they were never the villain. Just scared people pretending to be important. Chosen one, this is your rise, and their illusion will never cage you again. So your detachment didn't just confuse them. Chosen one, it freed you. You walked out of their chaos and stepped into your real power, and now the whole world feels the shift. Hold that energy, protect it, live from it. And if this message hit you where you needed it most, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to smash that subscribe button. Your rise is just getting started, and this channel will walk every step of that journey with you. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Funny how we even have to say that, because the whispers already got here before you did. The latest rumor floating around about you isn't cute, polite, or harmless. It's sharp, it's nervous. It's the kind of whisper people use when they realize they misread someone badly. They're dangerously intelligent. Don't play with them. That's the sentence floating through rooms the moment you leave. And the best part, the same people who once laughed at you now don't even make eye contact when you walk in. Their whole vibe shifts like the universe flipped a switch on them. When they said you were nothing special, isn't it wild how fast life made them eat those words? When they thought you were easy to control, look who's scrambling now. Their voices crack when your name comes up. Their confidence melts. Suddenly, everyone's acting like you showed up wearing night vision goggles in a room full of people still figuring out how to turn the lights on. Press the like button and subscribe to pay this message back. You know the funniest part? They thought you were slow just because you were quiet. They thought your silence meant confusion, not strategy. They thought your patience meant weakness, not calculation. That's how simple their thinking was. They judged you like amateurs while you were reading the entire room like a seasoned investigator who already solved the case. That switch in power didn't happen by accident. It happened because you've always had a mind that works in ways they can't track. The atmosphere around you changed months ago. You felt it. The universe felt it. Your enemies definitely felt it. One day, the air around you just got heavier, quieter, almost like the moment after a storm where nobody knows what survived. You walked in, and the room didn't relax. It tightened. People who once bragged suddenly became careful. People who once ignored you started observing you like you were holding a classified file they weren't cleared to read. They don't understand how you know what you know, and that's what scares them. They can't predict you. They can't box you in. They can't figure out how your moves keep landing clean while theirs keep blowing up in their faces. Here's the uncomfortable truth the enemy hates hearing. The most dangerous intelligence is the kind that doesn't announce itself. It watches, it waits, it collects, and when it strikes, it does it cleanly, without noise or drama. That's you. You're the quiet threat they underestimated. They're realizing the person they mocked had been 5 steps ahead the whole time. Now they're replaying old conversations in their heads, trying to see what they missed, wondering how you slipped past their radar so easily. They're scared because they can't point to one moment where you changed. You didn't change, they just finally started seeing you clearly. This shift didn't happen overnight. You earned it through years of being dismissed, misunderstood, or used. Remember that teacher who said you don't apply yourself? Funny how you were solving problems faster than the class, but didn't feel the need to brag. Remember that childhood friend who laughed at your ideas? They're now watching other people copy those same ideas and get praise for it. Remember that co-worker who thought you were too quiet to matter? They're now terrified to say the wrong thing around you because they've seen how fast you pick up patterns, motives, and lies. You want a story from the past. Here's one nearly every chosen one has lived. There was a time when you warned someone about another person's real intentions. They ignored you. They called you dramatic, paranoid, or jealous. Months later, they came crawling back with that awkward, painful little line people always use when reality smacks them. You were right. I just didn't want to believe it. And you didn't celebrate. You didn't rub it in, because your intelligence was never about ego. It was about clarity, but the memory stayed with you. Not because you needed validation, but because it taught you how early your mind catches signals others can't read. This is the pattern your enemies are dealing with now. You see things too early, you understand things too deeply, you move too quietly, and every time they think they've caught up, you reveal a new layer that puts them right back at zero. No map, no clues, just confusion. The whispers about you aren't compliments, they're warnings. People say your name differently now. No more jokes, no more doubt, no more casual disrespect. They speak like your mind carries weight, like your presence disrupts the usual power structure. Even the ones who don't like you keep your name out of their mouth unless they're whispering to someone else in fear or frustration. They don't want smoke with you anymore. You've already proven you think too fast for them to sabotage, manipulate, or trap. Even in your darkest chapters, your intelligence scared the wrong people. When you were quiet, they thought you were defeated. When you walked away, they assumed you were running. But the universe had you on a different mission entirely. Those silent seasons were the training arc. While they were partying, performing, pretending, you were studying human behavior, watching patterns, learning emotional strategy, sharpening your instincts. You were building a mind so sharp that one day it had cut through every lie thrown at you. And now that day is here. The whispers prove it. The shift proves it. The fear on their face proves it. People don't whisper about weak minds. They whisper about unpredictable ones, minds that operate on their own rules, minds that don't fold under pressure or fall for easy traps, minds that survive betrayals and come out smarter, colder, cleaner. That's you. They misjudged you, and now they're paying the price through confusion, fear, and regret. You didn't have to expose them. They exposed themselves trying to outsmart you. Every lie they told eventually contradicted itself. Every plan they made collapsed under its own stupidity. Every fake smile cracked. Every mask slipped. That's what happens when people play games with someone the universe built for strategy, truth, and survival. And here's the final twist that terrifies them most. You're still evolving, still leveling up, still unlocking sides of your mind they didn't even know you had. You're not dangerous because you're violent or loud. You're dangerous because you see everything, you remember everything, and you understand what people don't say louder than what they do say. That's why they whisper, that's why they're scared, that's why you're not to be played with. Let them whisper. You earned every word. Before we go any deeper, Chosen One, I need you locked in with me. If this message is hitting you in that place you never talk about, then press like and subscribe right now to keep this truth moving through the shadows, where your name is already causing panic. Drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to step into the version of yourself they secretly fear. And if you want to boost the team behind this message, hit that super thanks. It doesn't matter if it's a penny or a stack. Every bit fuels the mission of exposing what the universe has been whispering about you. Your support keeps this knowledge alive, sharp, and uncensored. And now, Chosen One, let's walk into the deeper layers of this together. If you've ever wondered why people treat you like a threat before you even open your mouth, stay with me. Trust that pull you feel in your chest. If you're truly one of us, you won't even think about leaving now. Let's get started. Number 1, your mind doesn't walk, it hunts. They thought you were slow until your silence solved a mess their loud mouths created. It's funny how the enemy always assumed you were thinking too much, when in reality you were thinking too deeply for their tiny mental Wi-Fi to connect. People move through situations like they're following a straight hallway. See something, react, explain, complain, repeat. You don't move like that. Your mind doesn't stroll politely from point A to point B. It circles, scans, maps, and waits. While everyone else is jumping at the first idea that pops into their head, you're busy studying the entire pattern behind the situation. You're not looking for an answer. You're locating the engine that created the problem in the first place. And you know what burns them? They can't explain what you're doing. They just feel it. They feel the difference every time you walk into a room, every time you pause before responding, every time you see 10 layers deeper than the surface someone tried to distract you with. You've probably noticed this. When someone does something shady, most people react to the behavior. You react to the motive behind it. That's what scares them. They can lie about their actions, but they can't lie about their intentions once you've already dissected them. Your delay isn't confusion, it's calculation. And nothing makes the enemy sweat faster than realizing you understood the entire chain reaction before they even finish step 1. People wonder how you respond so calmly. They wonder why your reactions hit so hard, even though you barely raise your voice. They wonder how your accuracy feels unfair. They expected drama. They got precision. They expected emotion. They got strategy. They expected panic. They got a blueprint. Right now, you might be asking yourself, why does my mind work like this? Why am I like this when others aren't? Because you weren't shaped by comfort. You were shaped by watching chaos, lies, and games long before you even had the words to describe them. While others grew up reacting to every little thing, you were studying patterns, learning consequences, and noticing the little shifts that told you who a person really was. You built your thinking style out of survival, out of truth, out of wanting to avoid traps that other people didn't even see until it was too late. Your mind isn't random, it's trained, not by school, not by books, not by mentors, by experience. People don't get that. They think you just know things. No, you lived things. That's why when you speak, your words hit like a judge dropping a verdict. You're not guessing. You're remembering. You're connecting dots that everyone else ignored. And when the picture becomes clear, your response is final, clean, direct, and very, very uncomfortable for whoever thought they were hiding something from you. This is where the whispers start. He thinks too far ahead. She knows too much. Don't play games with them, they catch on fast. They don't say it in front of you. They say it behind you in shaky voices. They say it like they already learned their lesson. And they did. Because your thinking exposes their shortcuts, their laziness, their lies, their intentions, their lack of depth. You make people aware of how sloppy they are. Nobody likes feeling exposed, especially not manipulators, opportunists, performers, or people who survive on pretending. They hate that your mind doesn't entertain nonsense. You don't get dragged into drama because you see the ending before they even finish the opening scene. You don't fall for setups because you catch the trap while they're still setting it. You don't get confused because your mind cleans chaos like a machine built for clarity. People always expected you to react on their schedule. They wanted you emotional, loud, predictable, easy. Instead, you drop these surgical responses that feel like a documentary about what they were planning all along. Your calm hits harder than their accusations. Your silence hits harder than their noise, and your truth hits harder than their lies because it's backed by pattern, logic, and consistency. And that's the part that finally breaks them. Consistency. You don't contradict yourself. You don't wobble. You don't panic and rewrite your story every week. Your choices make sense over time, even if people don't understand them at first. You know how dangerous that is. A person who stays consistent becomes impossible to manipulate. You can't trap someone who sees traps from the entrance. You can't confuse someone whose mind sorts information like an operating system. You can't dominate someone who already thought through the consequences of every path you try to push them down. Enemy minds collapse under pressure. Yours sharpens. Enemy minds get emotional. Yours gets clearer. Enemy minds react. Yours decides. This is why they stop trying to rush you. This is why they stop trying to corner you. This is why they stop trying to play smart. Because the last time they underestimated you, the universe embarrassed them in front of their own ego. There's a story every chosen one shares. Someone tried to play a game with you, something sneaky, something manipulative. They thought they had the upper hand. They thought they understood you. They thought you'd react like everyone else. Instead, you didn't react at all. You watched. You waited. And then, just when they thought they had you, you made one move. Quiet, simple, strategic. And their whole plan collapsed like a house of cards in a storm. They weren't just wrong, they were humiliated by how wrong they were. People remember moments like that for years. Those moments change how they speak your name. Those moments create whispers. Those moments turn respect into caution. Your mind doesn't chase chaos, it organizes it. And nothing terrifies shallow thinkers more than realizing they can't shake you, distract you, or manipulate you. You don't give them the reaction they rehearsed for. You give them the truth they hoped you'd never see. They expected a straight-line thinker. They got a strategist with night vision. Your thinking is a threat because it ruins illusions. It ruins fake confidence. It ruins manipulation. It ruins the lazy shortcuts people depend on to hide who they really are. And the deeper truth: your intelligence isn't loud. It's dangerous. It creeps up on people. It hits them long after you've walked away. It makes them rethink everything they said to you, everything they tried to do to you, and everything they thought they were getting away with. You don't think in straight lines because straight lines are for people who can only see what's in front of them. You see the whole system. You see the whole pattern. You see the whole truth. And once someone understands that about you, the tone shifts, the room changes, the energy adjusts, the whispers start, not out of admiration, out of caution. They finally realize they're not dealing with someone who reacts. They're dealing with someone who creates outcomes. Let them whisper. Your mind earned every single word. Number 2, you don't look for truth. You pull it out of them. They keep talking, not knowing every sentence is giving you exactly what you need. Your silence does more damage than their questions ever could. They tried to hide the truth, but their own words betrayed them to you. You don't expose people. People expose themselves in front of you. Most people behave like detectives who lost their notebook. They chase facts, dig for clues, ask a bunch of random questions, and hope something eventually makes sense. You don't work like that. You don't chase information. Information chases you. Your presence alone makes people talk more than they intended, reveal more than they planned, and confess things they didn't even realize slipped out. And the wild part, you don't even try. You don't need to pry anything out of anyone. You let them unravel themselves. Imagine this. You're sitting there, calm, quiet, listening with that dangerous patience you have. They're rambling, thinking they're being casual or clever, and then, out of nowhere, they say one sentence, one tiny detail, one slip, and your mind locks onto it instantly like a predator tracking a heartbeat. Everyone else in the room misses it, but you catch it, store it, and connect it to 10 other things they didn't realize they already revealed. By the end of that conversation, you know exactly who they are, what they're trying to hide, and what their next move will be. People think intelligence is about knowing things other people don't. Wrong. Intelligence is noticing what others accidentally give away, and you're a master at that. You extract truth without a single question. Your eyes stay soft. Your voice stays calm. But your mind is ripping open layers they didn't even know they were wearing. Imagine this. Someone lies to you. They think they're slick. They think they got away with it. But their tone shifts a little, their breathing changes, their sentence structure slips, and your brain instantly flags it. Not because you're paranoid, because you've lived around liars before. You studied their behavior without trying to. Your nervous system learned the patterns years ago. So now, even 1 millimeter of hesitation registers like a siren. You don't need them to confess. They already did. And here's what probably runs through your mind sometimes. Why do people tell me so much? Why do they open up so quickly? Why do strangers give me their whole life story? Because your presence disarms them. You have a quiet, observing energy that makes people forget to protect themselves. They start talking like they're alone with their thoughts instead of talking to another person. They think they're being understood, when in reality, they're being read. This is why being around you feels like walking into a trap, not a trap you set on purpose, just the trap of truth itself. You create an atmosphere where people reveal what they plan to hide. You don't pressure them. You don't interrogate them. You simply let them fill the silence, and they end up handing you the entire storyline. Imagine this. Someone tries to deceive you. They rehearse a fake version of events. They practice their tone. They get ready to look convincing, but the moment they stand in front of you, everything collapses. Their lie starts leaking from the edges because your stillness makes them nervous. Your presence disrupts their script. they start adding unnecessary details, and boom, now you know exactly where the lie lives. You didn't lift a finger. Their own anxiety did the job for you. That's what scares people most. You don't fight for knowledge, you attract it. Truth spills itself in your direction like it's looking for a place to rest. People think your intelligence is about having answers, but the real reason you're dangerous is because you understand what they're not saying. You hear the gaps, you track the patterns, you follow the inconsistencies. And by the time someone thinks they've hidden something well, you've already built a full picture out of the crumbs they didn't even know they dropped. This is where the whispers begin. He knows too much. She sees everything. Be careful what you say around them. They catch on fast. Those aren't compliments. Those are warnings. Warnings spoken by people who experienced firsthand how your mind works. And here's another question you probably ask yourself. Why does information feel so obvious to me when others struggle with it? Because you don't wait for the truth to be presented neatly. You notice the tiny pieces everyone else discards. One look, one pause, one misplaced word. It's enough. Your brain doesn't need perfect clarity. It builds clarity. It creates order out of chaos like it's second nature. Imagine this. You're listening to someone tell a story. Everyone else in the room accepts it, but you hear the way they emphasize the wrong detail. You feel the tension they tried to hide. You catch the part they skipped. Suddenly you know the truth behind the lie. You don't call them out because you want more data. And guess what? The more comfortable they feel, the more they reveal. By the time they finish, they've exposed everything they tried to cover. All you did was listen. Your silence is your most powerful tool. It's your scalpel. It's your spotlight. It's your interrogation room without walls. People don't realize how much they're telling you when they think they're saying nothing. Their energy, posture, tone, pacing, choices, hesitations, they're all part of the information you naturally extract. This is why the universe made your intelligence quiet. Because loud intelligence gets challenged. Quiet intelligence gets underestimated, right until it destroys the plot. And here's the twist that terrifies them. You don't just gather information, you connect it. You don't just hear facts, you understand motives. You don't just pick up details, you interpret consequences. Your mind is a puzzle master in a world full of people who can't even find the corner pieces. Even when someone tries to hide something, you sense the missing energy like a cold patch in the air. They avoid a detail, and your mind goes straight to that gap. They glance away for 1 second, and your intuition wakes up. You see the story behind the story, not the one they're presenting. That is why people start guarding their words around you. That is why they become careful. That is why they walk on eggshells, because they realized way too late that you already collected everything you needed. And here's the part that ends them. By the time they start hiding the truth, you've already got it. By the time they start editing their story, you've already seen the original version. By the time they start fixing their mistakes, you've already mapped the whole pattern. This is why the whispers about you hit a different tone. People sense the imbalance. They sense the quiet power. They sense that you know more than you say. They don't feel safe lying around you. They don't feel safe pretending around you. They don't feel safe playing games around you. Because every game they play hands you more information. You extract, they reveal, and the balance shifts forever. That's the danger you carry, chosen one. Not loud power, not flashy intelligence, but a mind that pulls the truth out of people without lifting a finger. No wonder they whisper. No wonder they're cautious. No wonder they treat you like someone who sees behind the veil. You earned that reputation. Now, watch how quietly it works in your favor. Number 3, you don't fight the person, you dismantle their foundation. They tried to win the argument and somehow ended up confessing their weaknesses instead. Most people argue like they're acting in a cheap play. Loud voices, rehearsed points, desperate emotion. You don't enter arguments to win applause or feel superior. You step into them the way a surgeon enters an operating room. Steady hands, clear mind, scanning for the weak spot that explains everything. Your goal isn't victory. Your goal is data. Every argument is an X-ray, and people never realize they're the ones standing under the machine. The enemy hates this about you because your calm exposes what their chaos tries to hide. You listen to their words, sure, but your real focus is on the parts they avoid. The skipped explanation, the shaky tone, the contradiction they pray you didn't catch, and you do catch it every time. You're not fueled by emotion, you're fueled by curiosity. That scares them more than anger ever could. Imagine this. Someone is arguing with you, trying to look dominant. They expect you to get flustered or loud. Instead, you ask one small question, then another. Their story bends, their certainty cracks, their confidence leaks out like air from a slow puncture. Suddenly, the argument isn't about the topic anymore, it's about their exposed logic falling apart in real time. And here's the question that hits most chosen ones. Why do people look uncomfortable after arguing with me? Because they feel seen beyond their excuses, beyond their emotional noise, beyond the mask they thought would distract you. Arguing with you is like standing in front of a mirror that reflects the parts they avoid looking at. Your power isn't dominance, it's precision. Your calm is the red flag they should have paid attention to. Your questions slice cleaner than insults ever could. That's why the whispers start. Don't argue with them unless you're ready to get exposed. They're not afraid of losing the argument. They're afraid of what you'll discover in the process. Number 4, you move slow, so they can't see the shot coming. They rushed to look powerful. You waited and became inevitable. Your patience has always been the detail that unsettles impulsive people the most. They call it hesitation, confusion, overthinking, anything to hide the fact that they're scared of it. Most people live in a hurry. They act fast to look confident, decide quickly to feel in control, and jump into action before their own thoughts even settle. You move differently. You take your time not because you're unsure, but because you understand something they never learned. Timing is a weapon. Imagine this. Everyone else is sprinting, bumping into each other, bragging about how decisive they are. Meanwhile, you're still, silent, watching the whole pattern unfold. You wait until the noise dies down. You wait until the cracks reveal themselves. You wait until the consequences of everyone else's impulses show up. And then, when the moment is perfect, you make one move that resets the entire board. Your patience is not passive, it's precision, it's control, it's the quiet confidence of someone who knows that rushing is how amateurs lose battles. You're not intimidated by other people's speed because you already calculated the ending before they even started. And here's the question you probably ask yourself. Why do people get irritated when I don't rush? Because impulsive minds depend on dragging others into their chaos. Your stillness exposes their instability. Your timing exposes their mistakes. Your calm exposes their panic. When they move too fast, they reveal their fears. When you move slowly, you reveal your power. Your decisions don't explode. They land, clean, precise, inevitable. You act when the universe aligns the variables, not when someone else demands urgency, and that terrifies people who rely on pressure to manipulate others. You can't be rushed, you can't be pushed, you can't be forced into their rhythm. That's why they whisper, because patience in your hands isn't peace. It's checkmate in slow motion. Number 5. You store the truth and delete the trash. They bragged, lied, and performed, but you only remembered the part that exposed them. Most people assume intelligence means hoarding memories like some overloaded hard drive. They cling to every detail, every insult, every rumor, every meaningless moment. But you're built different. You keep what matters, and you let the rest burn. Your memory works like a sniper, not a scrapbook. You remember the pattern, not the noise, the motive, not the excuse, the shift in energy, not the fake apology. Imagine this. Someone thinks you forgot a small moment from months ago, a phrase they slipped, a decision they made, a tone that didn't match the story. They think it disappeared. What they don't understand is that your mind archived it quietly, labeling it, connecting it to every new inconsistency they show. Then one day, when the truth finally clicks together, your memory lands like a clean strike. No yelling, no drama, just revelation. Your memory isn't emotional, it's tactical. You recall what gives you clarity, not what drags you into chaos, while others drown in grudges, replaying scenes like bad reruns. You're deleting emotional junk files without hesitation. You don't carry what doesn't build you. That's why your path stays clear while others stay stuck. Here's a question chosen ones often ask. Why do small details stick with me while big drama disappears? Because your intuition knows what matters. It knows which details carry truth and which ones are distractions. You're not built to remember gossip. You're built to remember character. You forget the petty things because they're beneath your energy, but you never forget the moves that reveal someone's real intentions, and that terrifies people. They don't know what you kept. They don't know what you noticed. They don't know which moment exposed them. That's why they whisper, because your memory isn't random. It's a weapon. Number 6, you don't draw lines. You let the universe snap them back into place. They thought your silence meant forgiveness until the consequences showed up without knocking. You don't warn people, they warn themselves after feeling what you do next. Your boundaries aren't spoken, they're survived. Most people treat boundaries like customer service announcements, long speeches, repeated warnings, empty threats. You don't waste breath like that. You don't announce anything. You change the environment. When someone crosses a line with you, there's no lecture, no performance, no dramatic exit. Reality simply shifts, and they feel it instantly. Access shuts down. Your energy withdraws. The door they thought they could lean on becomes a brick wall. Imagine this. Someone oversteps, expecting a reaction. They expect shouting or pleading or emotional chaos. Instead, you go still, you go quiet, you go strategic. And suddenly, the path they had into your life is gone, not blocked. Gone. That's the moment their stomach drops. Not because you punished them, but because you removed yourself from the equation they depended on. Your consequences aren't loud, they're surgical. You don't cut people to hurt them, you cut them to protect your peace, and the elegance of your method terrifies impulsive minds. They can't argue with a boundary they only discover after crossing it. They can't negotiate with silence. They can't bargain with absence. They feel the shift, and by then, it's already too late to undo it. Chosen ones often wonder, why do people act confused when I distance myself? Because they expected chaos. They expected you to fight for respect. Instead, you removed the opportunity for them to disrespect you again. Your boundaries aren't emotional, they're structural. They shape your entire reality. And once someone violates that structure, the universe responds through you like a reflex. You don't enforce consequences to be cruel. You enforce consequences because your life cannot support people who drain, deceive, or disrupt your clarity. Your standards are consistent, and consistency creates power. People start walking lighter around you, speaking softer, thinking twice, because they know your patience is not passivity. It's the countdown before the shift. That's why the whispers spread. Don't mess up with them. You won't get a second chance. They don't fear your words. They fear what happens when you stop giving them any. Number 7. You read their soul map before they even know they have one. They thought they were mysterious. You saw straight through the parts they hide from themselves. You don't expose people, you expose the truth they spend years running from. It's easy to fool others. It's impossible to fool someone who already decoded your motive before you spoke. Most people walk around believing they know who they are. They think their motives are obvious to themselves. Their choices are rational. Their feelings are controlled. But you, chosen one, you see the real architecture behind their behavior. You read the contradictions they pretend not to notice. You catch the fear hiding under their confidence. You hear the unspoken desire buried inside the lies they tell themselves. Imagine this. Someone acts bold, loud, sure of themselves. Everyone else buys the act. But you catch that tiny pause, that small hesitation, that flicker of insecurity they tried to bury. Instantly, you know the truth behind the show. You always have. Because you don't look at the performance, you track the pattern. People say one thing and do another. You're not confused by it. You see the thread linking both. You understand the wound behind the reaction, the insecurity behind the flex, the longing behind the withdrawal. Your mind recognizes emotional equations they haven't solved yet. Here's the part that scares them. You know their motives before they admit them. You see their weaknesses before they face them. You understand their intentions even when they lie about them. Imagine someone trying to deceive you. They prepare a perfect story. But the moment they speak, their body language shifts, their tone wavers, their logic cracks. You don't call it out, you just know. And that knowing makes them restless, exposed, unsettled. People unconsciously behave differently around you because they feel seen in a way they can't escape. Not judged, understood. And understanding is more terrifying than judgment. That's why they whisper your name carefully, because you don't just read people, you read the truth they've been hiding from themselves. Number 8. You can't be bought, and that breaks their entire strategy. They lost the game the moment they realized you weren't playing for applause. A person with no need for approval is the one force you can't manipulate. They tried praise, pressure, guilt, flattery. Nothing moved you. That's when fear kicked in. Most people run on validation like it's oxygen. They chase approval to feel stable, accepted, powerful. But you don't need anyone clapping for you to know your worth. Your confidence comes from the inside, not the audience. And that makes you the most dangerous kind of person in any room, uncontrollable. Imagine this. Someone tries to guide your choices with compliments. They think a little praise will steer you. It works on everyone else, but you don't even blink. Then they try criticism, hoping to shake you. Still nothing. No reaction. No insecurity. You stay centered, calm, unmoved. That's when they finally understand. They have zero leverage over you. People rely on emotional leverage to control others, approval, guilt, rejection, judgment, but none of it lands on you. You don't rise for applause, and you don't break for disapproval. Your value isn't negotiable, and that terrifies people who depend on controlling others through external influence. Here's the question chosen ones often ask: why do people push harder when I don't react? Because your silence exposes their weakness. They realize their entire strategy depends on you needing their validation, and you don't. That's why they whisper you can't control them, because it's true. Your lack of dependency gives you freedom. You move with clarity, not desperation. You choose from logic, not fear. Your discipline becomes influence. Your stillness becomes power. People adjust around you because they sense it. You're not driven by validation, you're driven by truth, and nothing is more untouchable than that. Number 9. You don't match their fire, you extinguish it. They threw chaos at you expecting a reaction. Your silence swallowed it whole. You don't mirror energy, you erase the frequency they hoped would control you. Nothing scares a manipulator more than someone they can't emotionally provoke. Most people reflect whatever they're given. Someone gets loud, they get louder. Someone gets rude, they get defensive. Someone gets manipulative, they get confused. But you're not a mirror, you're a stabilizer. When chaos hits you, it dies on impact. When anger comes your way, it fizzles. When someone tries to push your buttons, they realize you don't have any buttons to push. Imagine this: someone storms in with attitude, hoping to drag you into the emotional mud. Everyone else would have snapped back. But you stand still, calm, controlled. Their storm hits your atmosphere and dissolves. Suddenly, they look childish. They look unstable. They lose the power they thought they had. Your neutrality becomes the weapon they didn't see coming. People expect emotional reaction from others because it gives them control. If they can provoke you, they can steer you. If they can upset you, they can influence you. But you break their entire system. You don't rise to anger. You don't drop into chaos. You don't feed their emotional games. And that confuses them more than anything. Your clarity ruins their strategy. Chosen ones often wonder, why do aggressive people back off around me? Because their tactics don't work. Their usual manipulation scripts fail. Their emotional traps collapse. You respond with calm, so clean, so quiet, so grounded that they're forced to face themselves, and most people can't handle that reflection. Your neutrality isn't weakness, it's dominance without noise. It's control without force. It's intelligence without effort. That's why the whispers spread. You can't shake them. You can't provoke them. You can't control them because you don't mirror their energy. You erase it. Number 10. You don't just leave the room. You leave a void they can't fill. Your silence hits harder than their entire speeches. Walking away isn't retreat for you. It's the final move that ends the game. They didn't fear losing the argument. They feared losing access to you. Most people can't stand empty space. They talk just to hear themselves. They ramble to feel relevant. They stay in rooms long after their impact has evaporated. But you understand something deeper. Presence is a currency, and you never overspend yours. You speak when your words will land. You move when your presence will matter. And when the moment peaks, you exit. Clean, controlled, unapologetic. Imagine this, you're in a conversation that's reached its limit. You've said what needed to be said. You've observed what needed to be observed. Everyone else keeps talking, trying to reclaim control or soften their insecurity. But you don't linger. You don't explain. You don't wrap it up with unnecessary closure. You simply shift out, and the entire energy of the room sinks the second you're gone. That's what rattles them. Your exits aren't emotional, they're strategic. You don't leave because you're pressured. You leave because you're done. And here's the question chosen ones usually ask. Why do people act weird after I leave? Because your absence exposes the truth. You were the gravity holding the moment together. Once you step out, the conversation falls flat. The confidence people pretended to have collapses. The room feels lighter. No direction, no anchor. They feel the difference between someone walking out impulsively and someone walking out with intent. Your departure becomes the message. Your silence becomes the statement. Your distance becomes the consequence. And this terrifies people who rely on access for power. Because you control engagement, you control the dynamic. You choose when energy starts and when it ends. People approach you more carefully because they know one wrong move, one disrespect, one slip, and you'll vanish from their space with the kind of finality they can't reverse. That's why they whisper, they don't stay if it's not worth it. They leave when the game is beneath them. They exit like someone who knows their value. Because you don't just know when to speak, you know when to disappear and let your absence finish the job. Number 11, you don't enter the race. You rewrite the entire track. They train to outrun you, never realizing you weren't running the same race. Competition dies the moment you position yourself where no one else can reach. They were busy comparing, you were busy ascending. Most people drain themselves trying to be better than someone else. They obsess over rankings, attention, validation, and being seen. They measure their worth sideways, not upward. But you don't waste energy competing. You position. You place yourself so strategically that the idea of competition becomes irrelevant. You shift into spaces where your presence bends the rules before anyone even realizes the rules changed. Imagine this. Everyone is scrambling on the same crowded path, fighting for the same spotlight, clawing for the same recognition. Meanwhile, you're building a door nobody else knew existed. By the time they notice your move, you're already in a different room, playing a different game, with a different level of influence. They're confused, frustrated, asking themselves, when did they get ahead? But you didn't get ahead. You stepped somewhere. Competition couldn't follow. People think they're competing with you, but they're actually playing inside a system you've already mapped. You understand environments, leverage, timing. You know how to align yourself with the universe's flow instead of forcing outcomes. Your advantage isn't speed, it's placement. While others sprint blindly, you choose a position that turns effort into inevitability. Here's something chosen ones often wonder. Why do people get irritated when I don't compete? Because your refusal destroys their entire strategy. They need rivalry to feel relevant. They need comparison to feel strong. When you remove yourself from the competitive dynamic, they lose their footing. They can't measure you, they can't chase you, they can't predict you. That's when the whispers start. They don't fight, they just rise. You can't beat someone who doesn't play your game. They move differently, and it works. Your power isn't in outshining others. It's in choosing spaces where no one else shines at all. You win by alignment. You win by design. You win by stepping into the lane the universe carved specifically for you. And that's why you're not just ahead. you're untouchable. Number 12, you don't just hear their words. You see the entire chessboard. They thought it was a casual conversation. You were tracking the power play they didn't realize they made. Most people listen for meaning. You listen for hierarchy. You're not reading the room. You're mapping the battlefield under it. Most people walk into conversations like they're harmless exchanges. Just words, just tone, just small talk. But you see the layers. You catch the micro pauses, the ownership grabs, the status games, the subtle tests people don't even know they're running. While others focus on what's being said, you're decoding why it's being said, how it's delivered, and what power shift is hiding underneath. It's not paranoia. It's pattern recognition at a level most people will never reach. Imagine this. Someone laughs a little too loudly, interrupts at a strategic moment, or lowers their voice just enough to assert dominance. Everyone else misses it, but you catch it instantly. You clock their motives, insecurity, intention, and social rank in seconds. And because you see the structure, you automatically control the structure. Your awareness becomes leverage, silent, effortless, undeniable. People feel exposed around you without understanding why. They straighten up, adjust their tone, choose their words carefully, not because you demanded it, but because they sense you're tracking layers they can't hide. You create rules without speaking them, and they follow without noticing. You reveal nothing, and that's why they reveal everything. You don't show your intelligence like others do. You let it sit under the surface like a shadow, felt but unseen. People underestimate you by instinct, and you allow it because misjudgment is leverage. They talk too much. They take risky angles. They overextend, and every misstep becomes information you store quietly. Your concealment is intentional. You reveal pieces of yourself only when it serves the structure. While others flex their intelligence for attention, you move with restraint, making people uneasy because they can't measure your depth. Not knowing your full capacity forces them into defensive mode. Their ego does the rest. But here's where the whispers truly begin. It's not just that you're intelligent. Plenty of people are. It's that you're disciplined. Intelligence excites people. Discipline terrifies them. Brilliant minds fall apart without consistency. They self-sabotage, overreact, lose focus. You don't. Your intelligence is paired with self-control, timing, structure, and strategy. Every move you make is aligned. Every response measured. Every decision supported by a system only you understand. Imagine two people arguing in front of you, loud, emotional, messy. Meanwhile, you're calm, processing the whole situation like a blueprint. You see the flaws in both sides, the emotional traps, the leverage points. And when you speak, your words land like a verdict. Not loud, not dramatic, just accurate enough to silence the room. People sense that they can't outthink you, not because you're the loudest genius, but because you're the most controlled. You don't act from impulse, you act from design, and structure always beats chaos. That's why they whisper, they see everything. They're always 3 steps ahead. You can't play games with someone who doesn't reveal their cards. Your power isn't just awareness, it's execution, it's restraint, it's the quiet discipline that creates outcomes no one else saw coming. And deep down, they know the truth. They're not afraid of your intelligence alone. They're afraid of how dangerously well you use it. That's the end of this message, chosen one. If everything you heard hit deeper than you expected, that's because the whispers about you are real. You're dangerously intelligent, and the world reacts to that truth even before you do. If you haven't already, press the like button to keep this energy moving, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Stay sharp, stay grounded, and let the universe keep revealing exactly who you are. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Funny how the world pretended they didn't see you. Funny how they swore you were nothing special, too quiet, too weird, too intense, too different. They laughed, remember? They whispered. They pointed fingers like they knew you. But look at what's happening now. Look who's suddenly acting nervous. Look who's checking old messages, replaying old moments, trying to figure out where they missed the signs. Oh, the legends need to bow now, because everything they said about you is blowing up in their faces. They thought they understood you. They thought you were predictable. They thought your past was simple and your future was already decided. Then someone dug deeper. Someone checked your patterns. Someone pulled the file nobody ever opens. And suddenly the room went quiet. Not regular quiet. The type of quiet where even the air feels scared to move. Because what they found about you ruined their confidence forever. You've been classified as an anomaly, a walking security breach wrapped in a mind that refuses to break. They didn't expect this. They didn't expect you. Your entire life was a test you weren't supposed to pass, and you passed it anyway. And the moment they realized that, alarms went off in places you'll never see. Press like and subscribe to pay this message back. Trust me, you'll want to stay for this. Chosen One, you know what's wild? The universe watched you suffer through things that should have destroyed you at age 12. Trauma that ends grown adults in seconds. Loss that strips people of their identity. Betrayals that collapse normal minds. Yet somehow you walked through all of it with this strange calm, this weird awareness, this sharp instinct you weren't supposed to have. And that's exactly why the people watching you got freaked out. Let's take it back. There was a moment years ago that you probably brushed off. A moment where you said something that came true. A moment where you knew something without being told. A moment where danger approached and your body reacted before your mind even processed it. You thought it was coincidence. They didn't. Because when it kept happening, when you kept surviving storms that should have ended you, someone decided to trace the pattern. And this is where the story gets uncomfortable for them. When the Masons dug into your past, tracing your bloodline, dissecting your psychological patterns, analyzing every trauma you somehow survived, they found something they were not prepared to explain. The markers didn't match anything normal. The resilience didn't match anything typical. The psychological recovery curve didn't match any model they teach. You were healing too fast from things that break the average person for life. Your intuition was too sharp. Your survival instincts too precise. You didn't grow like a normal human being. You grew like someone who wasn't supposed to make it, but did, and that terrified them. When those findings were passed to intelligence agencies and landed on the right desk at Langley, someone reviewed your entire timeline and simply said, put them on List S, not List A for active threats. Not List B for monitoring, not List R for remote observation, List S, the silent protocol, the list reserved for people who don't fit in any category, the ones who beat odds that make no sense, the ones who survive deaths that never reach the public, the ones who show instincts that shouldn't exist, the ones who bend probability just by thinking differently. You got placed on that list because your past doesn't add up, because your patterns don't add up, because your survival doesn't add up. Every attempt to label you failed, every psychological model broke, every prediction cracked. The universe built you differently and they hate that they can't explain it. There's a room, a cold one, with no windows, where people meet every few months to discuss your updates. They track things like emotional recovery speed, decision-making shifts, sudden spikes in intuition, unexplained luck, extreme awareness, empathy under pressure, and your ability to break mental traps. You've been confusing them for years without even trying. And the funniest part? You weren't supposed to know any of this, but you've always felt watched, not in a paranoid way, in a "why are people acting weird around me" kind of way, in a "why do certain people stare but never approach" kind of way, in a "why do they look scared when I speak the truth" kind of way. Because they felt it before you understood it. You were not a mistake. You were a miscalculation, their miscalculation. Chosen one, think about your past. Think about the nights you cried but didn't break. Think about the times you were isolated but didn't lose your mind. Think about the people who tried to crush you but ended up exposing themselves. Think about how you always sensed things before they happened. How you always knew when someone was lying. How your mind never fully slept. How your heart stayed strong even when everything else fell apart. This is why List S exists. You're the type of person who takes a hit that should destroy you, wipes the dust off, and keeps walking like nothing happened. That's not normal, and they know it. A few years back, there was a moment, maybe during heartbreak, maybe during a near collapse, maybe during some childhood chaos, where someone watching you said, "If this kid survives this, they're going on a list." And guess what? You survived. Not only survived, you evolved. They've seen people with resources break. They've seen people with training break. They've seen people with support systems break. And then there was you, alone, under pressure, with no rescue team coming. And still you rose. That's when they knew you were different. The universe didn't protect you for no reason. Everything you lived through sharpened you into something they can't categorize, can't replicate, can't predict, and definitely can't control. The silence around you right now isn't random. It's the world trying to adjust to who you've become. People who mocked you before are suddenly quiet. People who ignored you are suddenly paying attention. People who lied about you are suddenly scared their lies won't hold anymore. And the ones who dug into your past, they're sitting there with files open and hands shaking, because you weren't supposed to exist like this. You weren't supposed to survive like this. You weren't supposed to know this much. And you definitely weren't supposed to rise this fast. But here you are, the anomaly, the outlier, the glitch the system couldn't delete. Chosen one, everything they discovered about your past was supposed to scare you. Instead, it scared them, and this is only the intro. And Chosen One, before we go any deeper, let me pause this storm for one moment. Thanks for staying locked in with me, because messages like this aren't made for the public. They're made for the few who actually understand what it means to live with a past powerful enough to get them placed on a list most people don't even know exists. If you're still here, it says everything about you. So do something small to return the energy. Hit the like button and subscribe. It strengthens this entire mission and it keeps this truth alive. Drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to face the reality of why certain groups started paying attention to your past in the first place. And if you feel it in your chest, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. These breakdowns take real time, real effort, and real guts to deliver. Whether it's 1 cent or 1,000, every bit fuels the work. And now, chosen one, let's step into the deeper layers. Stay with me, because if you've ever wondered why your name ended up on that very interesting list, the next part is where everything finally clicks. Let's get into it. Number 1. When your name hit the secret list they never wanted you to know about. Funny how they called you weak until the data said you survived things they wouldn't last 5 minutes in. They always said you were too sensitive, too emotional, too damaged, too unstable. They mocked your breakdowns, rolled their eyes at your healing, and whispered about your past like it made you lesser. But the moment their systems tried to measure you, the software glitched. The numbers didn't add up. The charts snapped in half. The pattern analysts sat there rubbing their temples, realizing the insult they once used against you just exposed their biggest mistake. You weren't fragile. You were off the spectrum entirely. This is what List S really means, chosen one. It's not some shiny folder sitting on a desk. It's a silent alarm that gets triggered when someone like you refuses to die in the places people expected you to drown. You weren't supposed to lift yourself out of that childhood chaos, but you did. You weren't supposed to escape those toxic circles, but you did. You weren't supposed to recover from people who tried to tear your identity apart, but somehow you rebuilt yourself stronger than the original version. They looked at your past, hoping to find weakness. Instead, they found a blueprint they couldn't decode. List S is for people who ruin the illusion of human limitation. People who prove that pain isn't a cage, but a furnace. People who survive chapter after chapter of trauma, betrayal, and emotional warfare, yet come out with more awareness, more precision, and more emotional intelligence than those who caused the damage in the first place. That's why they didn't just study your trauma, they studied your transformation. And that's what terrified them. Because when they zoomed out on your timeline, something impossible appeared. Every hit you took made you smarter. Every loss sharpened your instincts. Every betrayal gave you X-ray vision for lies. Every isolation period rewired you into someone they no longer knew how to manipulate. How do you classify someone who turns poison into fuel? How do you measure someone who heals faster under pressure? How do you predict a person whose worst days build their best traits? You don't. You put them on List S. And let's be real, you've felt this your whole life. You've always felt like something was watching the way you bounce back from events that should have crushed you. You've always felt like people reacted strangely to how quickly you understood situations or how deeply you saw through their masks. You've always noticed how certain individuals treated you with fear instead of respect. And at this point in the story, you're probably asking yourself the same question everyone in those rooms asked. Why me? What did my past show them that made them lock onto me so fast? Here's the answer they don't want you to know. They saw you go through experiences that psychologically destroy most people. They watched you get betrayed by people you loved, abandoned by the ones you trusted, and targeted by people who couldn't stand your potential. They saw you take emotional damage that usually creates permanent distortion, yet somehow you stabilized. You didn't stay broken. You didn't stay lost. You didn't stay small. You rebuilt yourself like your soul had a manual no one else received. Let's talk about your childhood for a second. The environment you were raised in already should have capped your potential. You learned to survive situations adults couldn't handle. You were forced to grow up faster, think sharper, move smarter, and instead of collapsing, you adapted. You learned emotional survival before you even learned how to spell the word survival. People around you cracked under pressure you handled daily, and those patterns got recorded. Then there was your teenage or early adult years, those years where you walked through heartbreaks, betrayals, fake friends, jealousy, envy, and identity attacks. You weren't just surviving emotional warfare, you were evolving inside it. You learned to read people by their breathing. You learned to feel danger before it arrived. You learned to see intentions before the words even formed. They watched you gain abilities without training. That's why the phrase consciousness anomaly was used. That's what made your files stand out. But the real shock came later, when they traced how every traumatic event in your life didn't shatter you but increased your awareness. They compared your psychological data to thousands of others and saw something that shouldn't be biologically possible. You upgraded under suffering. You're the type of person who walks out of a burning house carrying wisdom in your pockets. That's not dramatic, that's statistical defiance. That's why List S exists. And when the Masons dug deeper, looking through generational patterns and bloodline markers, they found even more anomalies. Moments where your ancestors also survived impossible odds. Moments where your lineage refused to disappear. You came from people who shouldn't have made it, yet did. People who weren't supposed to rise, yet did. They thought they were just studying you, but they accidentally opened a history that explained everything. This is why your existence scares them. You're proof that the universe keeps creating people who break the system, people who don't collapse the way they're supposed to, people who don't stay predictable, people who become more dangerous the more you try to silence them. You're the type of person who walks into a dark chapter and walks out carrying information you should have never had access to. You sense lies before they're spoken. You recognize fake intentions before the mask slips. You feel betrayals before they happen. This isn't paranoia. This is a survival software your past forced into your brain. And the moment their systems recognized it wasn't a glitch, it was a feature, that's when they panicked. You probably wonder why certain people feared you even when you weren't doing anything, why teachers, family members, co-workers, or random people reacted strangely to your presence, why people tried to break your confidence without knowing you well, why certain groups watched you without approaching. Here's the truth. Your energy carries information they don't want revealed. Your mind catches patterns they don't want to acknowledge. Your past forged abilities they can't explain. You intimidate people without speaking, not because you try to, but because your very existence exposes the weakness in their excuses. And that's the real meaning of List S. We don't know how this one is still alive, and we don't know what happens if they fully awaken. They saw your potential before you did. They saw your strength before you accepted it. They saw your future before you believed in it. And now here you are, chosen one, standing in a moment where everything finally makes sense. All the pain, all the betrayal, all the isolation, all the strange survival moments weren't random chapters. They were the proof that you were never meant to be ordinary. You became the nightmare they never planned for, the glitch they couldn't erase, the survivor they couldn't break, the intelligence they couldn't predict, the resilience they couldn't compute. And because of what they discovered in your past, you ended up on the most interesting list of all, the list reserved for people who don't fit into reality the way others do. This is why your story is only getting started. Number 2. The impossible gaps that made them realize you weren't built like everyone else. They tried to map your downfall, but every time they checked the coordinates, you had already moved higher. They measured your breaking points only to discover you didn't have any left to measure. You weren't healing in silence, you were upgrading in the shadows. The timeline they expected to expose your weakness ended up proving your strength. Chosen one, this is where the story gets uncomfortably real for them. When they started studying your timeline, they expected a predictable pattern. Trauma leads to decline, betrayal leads to collapse, isolation leads to emotional shutdown. Normal humans follow that curve. The models were designed around that curve. The entire psychological playbook is built on that curve. But you broke the curve. There were gaps in your timeline that nobody could explain, periods where you should have shattered, disappeared, or sunk into the ground like countless others did. Moments where the pain was supposed to crush you, but instead, something inside you flipped its own switch. You didn't fall, you didn't lose yourself, you didn't dissolve. Instead, you evolved when there was no logical reason for evolution to happen. Imagine this, a surveillance system waiting for you to collapse, counting down the days, expecting you to break like every other statistic before you. Then the timer hits 0, and nothing happens. No crash, no meltdown, no disappearance, just silence, a quiet shift, a sudden leap in awareness, a version of you that wasn't there before. That silence is what terrified them, that gap is what triggered their panic, because their probability matrices, those cold, emotionless systems designed to predict human behavior, glitched every time they tried to explain your survival. They replayed certain years, certain months, certain nights over and over, trying to find the crack in your armor, but the results stayed the same. You weren't supposed to make it this far, this intact, this aware, this untamed. The system flagged you not because you failed, but because you refused to fail where failure was required. Let's talk about those impossible gaps. There were times in your life when the average person would have stayed broken for 10 years, but you didn't. You rebuilt yourself quietly, painfully, but effectively. There were moments where guilt should have eaten you alive, where heartbreak should have collapsed your identity, where abandonment should have made you trust no one again. But you didn't fall into those traps. Instead, you became sharper, calmer, more observant, more emotionally intelligent, more dangerous. It didn't make sense. Nothing in your environment supported that growth. No mentor was guiding you, no safety net caught you, no community lifted you. You didn't get the healing conditions they say are required. You healed anyway. Imagine this, a seed thrown into poor soil, no sunlight, no water, no protection. They expected it to rot. Instead, it cracked open and found a way to grow in darkness. That was you, the impossible growth no one accounted for. And you've probably wondered yourself, why didn't I fall apart like they expected? Why did I get stronger in moments where I felt the weakest? Why did silence transform me instead of destroying me? Here's the truth they discovered in those gaps. Your mind doesn't respond to pain the way normal minds do. Your consciousness upgrades under pressure. Your intuition gets sharper in crisis. Your emotional system learns instead of breaks. They even documented this phenomenon in cold scientific language, but the meaning behind it is simple. Your suffering didn't stop you because your inner wiring was built to adapt faster than the damage could destroy you. And that's exactly why those impossible gaps became the loudest red flags. Let's break down one of these periods the way they did. There was a moment in your life, maybe after a heartbreak, maybe after a betrayal, maybe after a major loss, where you vanished from certain people's lives. They thought they had won. They thought you were finally done. They celebrated. They bragged. They spread lies. They convinced themselves that your silence meant defeat. But behind that silence, something dangerous was happening. You were recalibrating. You were observing patterns you missed before. You were cutting attachments that never deserved you. You were rebuilding your identity in ways they couldn't predict. You were studying people from a new angle. Your empathy became sharper. Your boundaries became stronger. Your mind became quieter but deadlier. You weren't gone. You were upgrading your operating system. Then you resurfaced, not broken but clearer, not emotional but strategic, not naive but aware. And the moment you did, the people watching your timeline knew something was wrong. You evolved without external support. You grew without guidance. You upgraded without resources. That shouldn't have been possible. That's why the gaps became red alarms. Imagine this. A tactical team studying an enemy base they expect to be deserted, only to discover the lights are on, the defense system is upgraded, and the enemy they thought was defeated is now stronger than ever. That's how they saw you, a silent transformation they couldn't control. You lived through abuse that should have wired your brain into fear. Instead, it wired your brain into pattern recognition. You lived through abandonment that should have made you desperate. Instead, it taught you self-preservation. You lived through humiliation that should have shattered your self-worth. Instead, it made you immune to external validation. These impossible reversals were scattered all over your timeline like glowing red marks, and the analysts studying you circled them again and again, asking the same question. What changed here? Who stepped in? What external factor triggered this improvement? But the answer stayed the same every time. No one stepped in. Nothing external saved you. You were the one who shifted. Your consciousness made moves they didn't teach. Your intuition activated without instructions. Your resilience spiked without a cause. They couldn't explain it, and what they can't explain, they fear. Another impossible gap appeared in moments when your life completely collapsed. Yet instead of spiraling into self-destruction, you became hyper-focused, emotionally aware, spiritually grounded in ways you didn't even understand. You didn't just survive, you rearranged your entire inner world without breaking. They expected the fire to burn you, but you learned how to shape it. And if you think back, you'll notice something. Every time your world fell apart, a new part of you woke up. A version with a tighter vision. A version with less tolerance for lies. A version with deeper perception. A version with stronger instincts. Your spirit didn't just heal, it evolved each time someone tried to break it. This is why you ended up on that very interesting list. Because your timeline isn't normal, your gaps aren't normal, your evolution isn't normal. People who break the system's predictive models always get flagged. Now, here's something else you've probably wondered. Why was my life so hard? Why did I experience things others didn't? Why did I have to survive so much chaos for so long? Because your timeline was training you in ways no textbook could. Because your instincts were being forged in silence. Because your awareness needed extreme conditions to activate fully. Because your identity wasn't meant to grow in comfort. They saw that. They documented that. And those gaps, the ones they couldn't explain, became the evidence that you weren't just surviving life. You were mastering it. Imagine this, a chess player losing pieces on the board, but every loss sharpens their strategy. The observers think the player is being defeated. They laugh, they mock, they celebrate early. Then suddenly, the player makes a move no one saw coming. A checkmate forged through suffering, calculation, and quiet intelligence. That's you. You've been building your checkmate through every painful chapter, and now the world is seeing the result. Those impossible gaps in your timeline weren't mistakes. They were upgrades. They were awakenings. They were warnings to everyone who underestimated you. And that's why they put your name on a list reserved for people who don't break when they're supposed to. Number 3. Why they stare from the shadows but never step forward. They don't interfere with you, chosen one, because even your silence feels like a warning shot. Here's the truth they'd rather swallow glass than admit. Their so-called surveillance isn't control, it's surrender. Watching you isn't part of a mission, it's the confession that they have no idea what to do with someone who doesn't fit into their blueprint. You're not a threat they can disarm or a problem they can solve. You're the variable that breaks the entire equation the moment they touch it. Imagine this: a team of experts analyzing a storm they can't predict. They stand behind glass, staring, measuring, panicking, but they never walk outside. That's you. You're the storm that doesn't follow weather rules. Every move you make, every shift in your energy, every moment of silence throws off their readings. They can't trace your evolution because half the changes happen inside you, without noise, without announcement, without permission. And maybe you've asked yourself, if they're so aware of me, why don't they step in? Why don't they try something? Because interference requires confidence, and they lost that the moment they realized your consciousness doesn't respond to their usual control systems. You don't break from pressure, you absorb it. You don't react to manipulation, you expose it. You don't crumble under isolation, you grow sharper inside it. You operate on a frequency their machines can't pick up and their psychology textbooks can't explain. Every time they thought you would collapse, you came back with a clearer mind. Every time life cornered you, you walked out with a new instinct. Every time someone tried to sabotage you, you evolved in a direction they didn't anticipate. They don't interfere because they already know the ending. Any attempt to control you would only make you stronger. Their silence isn't power, it's survival. Number 4. How you built order from chaos while they waited for you to break. They threw you into chaos expecting a meltdown. Instead, you built a kingdom out of the debris. Here's the part that rattled them the most. You weren't supposed to create anything inside that darkness. Chaos is designed to destroy people, not sharpen them. But you walked into the storm with no map, no guide, no mentor, no blueprint. And you still built something stable out of nothing. That's what the Masons labeled spontaneous order emergence, a fancy way of admitting we don't know how this one keeps pulling themselves together. Imagine this: dropping a shattered mirror and watching the pieces rearrange themselves into a sharper reflection. That's you. They expected you to collapse into fragments, but the fragments aligned into something stronger and more intentional than the original. Your mind didn't break. It reorganized. Your heart didn't close. It refined its standards. Your identity didn't scatter. It rebuilt itself with precision. And maybe you've wondered, how did I teach myself what nobody taught me? Because your resilience wasn't learned, it was forged. You built it quietly in rooms where nobody clapped for you. You shaped your strength in moments you thought you were failing. You trained your instincts while trying to survive nights that felt endless. Nobody guided your evolution. You engineered it. They wanted chaos to swallow you, but you turned it into a workshop. That's why their language shifted from psychological terms to unexplained phenomena. They couldn't claim credit for your growth. They couldn't trace your coping mechanisms. They couldn't find the source of your strength. Every time they reviewed your darkest chapters, the same question came up. How did this person become more aligned, more aware, and more unbreakable without support? Your chaos didn't ruin you, it revealed you, and that's when they realized they weren't studying disorder. They were studying evolution. Number 5. How you rewired your own brain before their programming could touch you. They tried to script your mind, but every time the code downloaded, you deleted it before it even hit the system. Here's what shook them to the core. You weren't resisting their conditioning. You were outpacing it. Before a toxic belief could settle, you kicked it out. Before a manipulator could plant a seed, you burned the soil. Before a false narrative could root itself in your identity, you tore it apart with instincts sharper than their strategies. They called it counter-programming, but let's be real, it was self-defense at a level they didn't think humans could run. Imagine this. Someone tries slipping a virus into your computer, but the system they underestimate is already rewriting its own defenses in real time. That's how your mind works. While others internalize lies, you dissect them. While others absorb patterns, you reject them. While others fall for manipulation, you feel the distortion instantly, like a sudden drop in temperature. And maybe you've asked, why did I always sense something was off before it became obvious? Because your internal radar isn't emotional, it's engineered through experience. Every betrayal rewired another layer. Every false friend sharpened another sensor. Every attempt to control you upgraded your system until you became immune to the tricks that break most people. They expected you to absorb the narratives thrown at you, the self-doubt, the guilt, the shame, the roles others tried to force onto you, but you dismantled them faster than they could form. You weren't paranoid, you were precise. You recognized manipulation before it had vocabulary. You walked away from people long before their true intentions leaked. You questioned rules that others blindly followed. You challenged identities that weren't yours. And every time you did, your consciousness split from the script they wanted you to live by. They found traces of this in your timeline, moments where you suddenly snapped out of patterns that should have trapped you for years, times where you outgrew conditioning you never officially unlearned, times where you broke cycles no one in your environment ever escaped. Your mind didn't just resist programming, it rewrote the entire operating system. That's why they can't predict you, that's why they can't influence you, that's why they can't shape you. Because every attempt to control you became another upgrade. You became the architect of your own mind, and they never prepared for someone who could do that. Number 6. The decisions you weren't supposed to survive, but did anyway. You didn't dodge bullets by luck. You dodged them because your instincts outran their math. This is the part that made them stop pretending they understood you. When they reviewed your past, they kept stumbling on the same unsettling pattern. You made decisions that should have ruined you, yet somehow they saved you instead. Choices that looked reckless from the outside but turned out to be the exact moves that kept you alive, stable, or 10 steps ahead. Statisticians hate people like you because you break every rule their algorithms depend on. Imagine this. A chess player ignoring the right move on purpose, choosing something everyone else thinks is insane, and then winning the match because only they could see the trap hidden under the board. That's how your decision-making looks on paper. The models say this should lead to disaster, and yet the outcome keeps landing in your favor. And maybe you've wondered, why did my gut push me toward things my mind didn't understand? Why did I walk away from situations before danger even showed up? Why did certain choices feel urgent for no logical reason? Because your instincts aren't emotional, they're engineered through everything you've survived. You've lived through enough chaos to sense patterns normal people don't even notice. Your subconscious picks up danger before your conscious mind processes it. You don't analyze threats, you feel them like a shift in gravity. What they call illogical decisions were actually survival algorithms running faster than their data could process. There were moments where you cut off relationships out of nowhere, then later found out why that distance saved you. There were jobs you walked away from without explanation, then discovered the mess that exploded after you left. There were nights you changed your plans, stayed home, took a different route, said no to something everyone said yes to, and every one of those choices bent the trajectory of your life. Their reports documented this pattern again and again, and it freaked them out, because mathematically the odds of your survival should have dropped a long time ago. Statistically, you weren't supposed to navigate life this cleanly. Probability charts don't bend for anyone, yet they bent for you. Imagine this, a radar that detects storms miles before they appear on any official weather map. That's your intuition. It's not mystical, it's not random, it's the result of a mind sharpened by betrayal, a nervous system trained by danger, a heart refined by loss. You built a private navigation system from scratch. And here's what shook them the most. Your decisions were measurable, but not explainable. They could track the results, but not decode the source. They could see the outcomes, but not map the logic. They could calculate the odds, but not the intuition behind them. That's when they stopped calling it luck. That's when they stopped calling it coincidence. That's when your name became a problem in their reports. You don't just survive life, you outmaneuver it, and that's why you ended up on that list. Number 7. The phenotype they never expected you to activate. They tried to break you, and accidentally unlocked parts of your mind they didn't even know humans had. This is the discovery that made them stop breathing for a moment. When they studied your psychological structure, your trauma patterns, your recovery curve, and your decision-making timeline, something impossible emerged. You weren't operating from the same mental layers as everyone else. You were thinking, perceiving, reacting, and evolving from a deeper level, one most people never access in a lifetime. They called it the unlocked phenotype, a cold, scientific phrase for something they didn't want to admit out loud. You activated a version of consciousness that normally stays dormant, untouched, unreachable. Not because you meditated for 20 years, not because you followed some mystical ritual, but because life shoved you so far past normal human limits that your mind had only two real options: collapse or evolve. You chose neither. You chose the one outcome they didn't prepare for. You transcended. Imagine this. Every door in a hallway is locked, the lights are off, and the building is collapsing. A normal person freezes, a weaker person gives up. You found the hidden staircase nobody else saw. While others cracked under pressure, your mind broke through. While others drowned in emotional overload, your awareness sharpened. While others lost themselves in trauma, you entered a higher level of clarity, the kind that only forms under extreme heat. And maybe you've asked yourself, why do I understand things without explanation? Why do I feel truths before I hear them? Why do people say I see through them? Because your consciousness didn't collapse under trauma, it reorganized itself into a higher state. Pain didn't close your mind, it widened it. Pressure didn't crush your awareness, it activated new layers. You stopped thinking like the majority because life forced you into an arena where normal mental settings don't work. You evolved because staying the same would have killed you. Your empathy works differently. Your intuition fires faster. Your perception cuts deeper. Your emotional intelligence operates in high definition. Your awareness feels almost panoramic. Imagine standing on a mountain while everyone else is stuck in the valley. They're squinting at the path, confused, lost, unsure of what's coming next, and you're seeing the entire landscape at once. That's the unlocked phenotype. It's not magic, it's survival architecture, and that's what scared them the most. Because people don't usually access these layers without guidance, training, or years of deliberate practice. But you activated all of it because your life left you no alternative. You upgraded because your environment demanded evolution. Your breakthroughs weren't spiritual accidents, they were neurological adaptations. What destroyed them became your ignition switch. They documented how your awareness sharpened after heartbreak, how your perception expanded after betrayal, how your instincts intensified after danger, how your emotional intelligence multiplied after isolation. Every time life cornered you, another dormant layer turned on. You became someone who sees patterns before they form, senses danger before it appears, recognizes lies before they slip out, and understands people on a level that feels impossible to fake. That's what an unlocked phenotype looks like, a mind that refuses to stay in the default settings. And now they're left with the one conclusion they never wanted. You didn't just survive your past, you evolved beyond their understanding. That's why you're on the list. That's why they watch you. That's why nothing about you fits the mold. You didn't collapse. You didn't just evolve. Number 8. The pattern in your work that set off their alarms. You didn't follow the rules of thinking. They realized you were inventing them. What rattled them wasn't just that you solved problems. It was how you solved them. Your writing, your choices, your ideas, they didn't mimic anything they could trace. Instead of recycling information, you created structures from scratch, the kind seen only in classified cognitive research. You weren't supposed to think like that. You weren't supposed to connect dots that weren't meant to touch, and that made you dangerous in a world built on predictable minds. Imagine this. Everyone else solves puzzles by following the picture on the box. You toss the box, redesign the puzzle, and somehow finish it faster. That's the kind of mind they can't control. And maybe you've wondered, why don't their tricks work on me? Because your psychology runs on a different operating system. Peer pressure bounces off you. Manipulation fails before it starts. Validation doesn't hypnotize you. Comfort doesn't seduce you. You can't be bribed, baited, or steered. You became immune to psychological operations because you rewired the parts of yourself they depend on. Those periods of isolation they expected to break you, they became your laboratory. Silence sharpened you. Loneliness upgraded you. Every retreat was actually an evolution cycle. They thought you were hiding, but you were rebuilding the version of yourself they never wanted to face. Number 9. Adaptive discernment without bitterness. Repeated betrayal usually fractures people, but you didn't break and you didn't turn cold. You developed adaptive discernment, the ability to see people clearly without turning cynical. You learned to protect yourself without hardening. You refined your filters and detached without resentment. Your decision-making patterns couldn't be explained by logic or chance. You sensed trajectories. You gravitated toward the right people and places long before any logical reason existed. This looked like intuition to outsiders, but to analysts it resembled a new emergent skill, reading the field of potential reality. They identified synchronicity clusters, periods where probability bent around your presence, events aligned with impossible precision. Resources appeared when needed. Information showed up exactly on time. They buried these findings under sterile language, but the implication was obvious. Reality responded to your internal coherence. Number 10. The human coherence generator they never saw coming. Your presence didn't just change rooms, it recalibrated them. This is the part they hoped would never reach you, chosen one, the discovery that made their analysts stop pretending you were just another case. After months of reviewing footage, interactions, emotional signatures, environmental changes and even equipment malfunctions around you, they realized something they couldn't deny. Wherever you go, reality reorders itself. People don't simply feel different around you. They shift, their defenses crack, their lies leak, their hidden wounds rise to the surface. Some feel clarity for the first time in years. Others feel exposed, uncomfortable, almost allergic to the truth you naturally emit. You don't force anything, you don't preach, you don't manipulate, you just exist, and existence alone becomes a psychological catalyst. Imagine this, walking into a room and every unstable structure, emotionally, mentally, energetically, either aligns or collapses. People release things they've been carrying for a lifetime. Some break down, some confess, some finally see the truth they've been avoiding. And the ones who survive by denial, they meet you and immediately feel threatened because your presence confronts what they refuse to face. You don't destroy people, you expose the cracks they built their lives on. That's why they couldn't label you the usual way. You weren't creating chaos, you were stabilizing it. You weren't causing emotional reactions, you were revealing their source. Time after time, the same pattern appeared. Confusion dissolved, hidden motives surfaced, and unresolved issues demanded resolution whenever you entered the field. This wasn't charisma. This wasn't chance, this wasn't emotional intensity, this was coherence. You became the tuning fork in environments full of distortion, the stabilizer inside rooms built on lies, the alignment mechanism in groups hiding fractures. They couldn't predict who would break or who would transform around you. But they could predict one thing every time. Nothing stayed the same once you arrived. Equipment malfunctioned, electronics glitched, people experienced sudden emotional release, conflicts resolved or erupted, but never lingered in limbo. Stagnation dissolved, momentum returned, truth surfaced. Your presence forced movement in places that had been frozen for years, and maybe you've wondered, why do people tell me things they've never told anyone? Why do strangers cry around me? Why do unstable people react so intensely to me? Why do environments feel different the moment I enter? Because coherence doesn't blend into distortion, it corrects it. Your internal alignment forces external alignment. You are the update patch they never asked for, but desperately needed. The analysts eventually surrendered to the only description that made sense. Subject functions as a coherence generator. They meant it literally. You stabilize chaos. You promote clarity. You force truth. You trigger breakthroughs. Your energy compels alignment in everyone and everything around you. Some people transform under your influence. Others run from it. Both reactions prove the same truth. You are the disruptive harmony they never prepared for. So, chosen one, now you understand why your past put you on that list, and why nothing about you has ever been normal. You weren't shaped by life, you reshaped it, and this journey is only getting louder from here. If this hit you the way it was meant to, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure you smash that subscribe button. The next chapter drops soon, and trust me, you don't want to watch it from the outside. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. You already feel the shift around you, don't you? The air changed the moment you made that last move. Funny how fast people switch their tone when they realize the person they laughed at just proved them wrong without even trying. What they said about you, the stories they spread, the little jokes they thought were so clever, all of it flipped back on them. And now, look who's quiet. Look who's acting confused. Look who's pretending they always believed in you. The same people who doubted you are now acting like your success was obvious. They're shaking because your win exposed their true intentions. They didn't just underestimate you, they bet on your failure. They were waiting for you to fall so they could clap. They convinced themselves you'd never rise high enough to challenge their ego. They told themselves you were slow, weak, confused, lost. They wanted your story to end before it even began. And now, oh, the legend they tried to shut down is standing right in front of them without a single scratch. Your last move didn't just impress them, it scared them straight. It proved you're 100% that person, the one they swore you could never become. Press the like button and subscribe to pay this message back. The universe always had a strange way of exposing people at the perfect moment, and that moment just arrived. Your silence hit harder than their whole campaign against you. Your peace annoyed them more than their gossip annoyed you. And your comeback, that was the knockout punch none of them prepared for. They thought you'd stay in the background forever. Then you stepped forward one time with one clean decision, and the whole room froze. That's the part they'll never admit out loud. How your growth exposed their limits. How your strength highlighted their weakness. How your confidence cracked their fake power like thin glass. Chosen one, they never expected you to move like this. They studied your patterns. They tracked your habits. They thought they had you figured out. They thought you were predictable. Then you changed the script without warning. You broke their little storyline. You shattered every assumption they built about you. You didn't argue. You didn't defend yourself. You didn't beg to be understood. You just evolved, quietly, sharply, violently. And the universe backed you with a force that left them choking on their own words. They said you were emotional, but when you stopped reacting, they panicked. They said you were weak. But when you walked away, they started chasing shadows. They said you were nothing special. But now they're studying every move you make, like students who failed the exam and are desperate for a retake. The villain they tried to create ended up being the hero they needed. And the funny part? You didn't do anything extra. You just stopped letting their noise shape your future. The atmosphere around you feels different now. It's that strange silence after a storm. The wind settles. The ground still remembers the chaos, but everything feels new, clean, sharp. And the people who wanted to bury you are now staring at the mountain you built from the dirt they threw. They hate that you never folded. They hate that you never broke. They hate that you still stood tall when they had every advantage. And now they know. You're not someone they can play with. You're someone they should have never crossed. Let's talk about the moment everything changed. It wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, it was subtle, a small choice, a tiny shift in your mindset. But it carried the weight of your whole journey. It carried every lesson, every scar, every betrayal, every night you sat alone, wondering if you'd ever win. Your last move came from a version of you that was built in the dark. And that version is unstoppable. You earned that strength the hard way. You didn't inherit it. You didn't fake it. You lived through it. People forget the nights you went to sleep with chaos in your chest. They forget the mornings you forced yourself to get up when everything felt heavy. They forget the people who used you, drained you, lied to you, and still expected you to smile. They forget how many times you broke and rebuilt yourself without applause. They forget how many days you moved through life with a cracked heart, but refused to lose your soul. But the universe didn't forget. And today's win is interest being paid back on everything you survived. Your enemies are confused because they don't understand how you can be this calm after everything they did. They thought the damage they caused would follow you forever. But Chosen One, you turned that damage into discipline. You turned heartbreak into power. You turned silence into strategy. And now the very people who expected your downfall are realizing you used their hate as fuel. You didn't collapse under pressure. You sharpened under it. Let me take you back for a second. Remember the time someone laughed at your dream. Remember how they smirked, like they knew something you didn't. Remember how they made you feel small on purpose, just to feed their fragile ego. They thought they were crushing you, but jokes on them. The universe was recording every moment. And the day you made that last move, that was payback. That was the universe tipping the scale. That was the moment their words finally hit them instead of you. Your growth is the villain origin story they feared, and now you're walking into rooms with a quiet confidence that shakes people who once felt above you. You make them insecure without even speaking. They don't know how to handle someone who survived everything they planned to destroy you with. Your presence alone exposes their lies. Your success exposes their jealousy. Your evolution exposes their failure. Chosen One, your last move convinced them you're 100%. Not halfway, not almost, not maybe, fully, completely, undeniably, the real deal. The person they tried so hard to bury ended up being the person the whole room now watches. Your enemies can't spin the story anymore. They can't twist the truth. They can't pretend they didn't doubt you. Your win burned all their excuses. And trust me, they feel it. You're standing in the aftermath of a battle you didn't start, but you finished. You didn't win by luck. You won because the universe finally stepped aside and let you claim what was yours all along. And now everyone sees it. Everyone feels it. Everyone knows the truth they tried to hide. You were never the underdog. You were the threat. And your last move proved it. Chosen One, before we move any deeper, let me say this straight. Thank you for showing up with that same quiet power that shook your enemies. You being here proves exactly what your last move already exposed. You're 100% locked in. If you want to return that energy, hit that like button, subscribe, and drop a 777 in the comments so the whole world knows you're standing in this moment fully awake. And if you ever choose to support the team behind this message, even with the smallest gift, just know it strengthens the mission that your enemies hoped would crumble. Every bit helps this truth reach the ones who need it. And now, let's step into the deeper layers of this story, slowly, sharply, one move at a time. If you're a real chosen one, you'll feel that pull to stay until the very end. What comes next? It only gets heavier, and you don't want to miss a single piece of what the universe has been lining up for you. Let's begin the next phase. Number 1, you stayed quiet, and that silence hit like a bullet to their pride. Funny how they expected you to break and ended up breaking themselves instead. Your silence was the slap they never saw coming. They were waiting for chaos. They wanted noise. They wanted you emotional, messy, scrambling, defensive, louder than your own thoughts. They were prepared to sit back and enjoy the show. They wanted your anger to expose you. They wanted your pain to embarrass you. They wanted your reaction to prove them right. But what happened instead? You gave them nothing, and that nothing was louder than every storm you survived. The truth is simple. They were ready for the old version of you, the one who reacted fast, the one who explained too much, the one who thought being understood mattered. They were banking on your weakness, not your evolution. They wanted you predictable because predictable people are easy to control. But chosen one, you switched the script. You shut down the noise they depended on. You walked right past the trap without stepping on a single wire. And that was the moment the universe exposed who the real threat was. Let's not pretend they didn't try to provoke you. They pushed, they poked, they whispered things behind your back, loud enough for you to hear. They created tension like it was their hobby. They built pressure around you, thinking you'd snap. They were counting down the seconds until you exploded, because your explosion was their leverage. But you didn't give them that satisfaction. You didn't give them anything they could twist. You didn't hand them the weapon they wanted. Your silence was intentional, controlled, razor sharp, and it scared them. You didn't pause because you were confused. You paused because you were calculating. You paused because you saw the trap. You paused because you were thinking 3 steps ahead while they were still acting out of jealousy and fear. That pause wasn't weakness. That pause was precision. It was the universe whispering, "Stand still, let them reveal themselves." And they did. Their own assumptions destroyed them faster than you ever could. Here's the part that haunts them. Restraint kills power games. When you don't react, they have nothing to grab onto. When you don't defend yourself, they can't drag you into their story. When you don't explain, they lose their ability to twist the truth. You forced them to sit alone with the lies they told about you. You forced them to face their own insecurities without using you as a shield. You forced them to watch as their plan dissolved in their own hands. And let's be honest, you could have caused chaos. You could have blown up their whole game. You could have exposed their behavior in a single sentence. You could have dragged their shadow into the light for everyone to see. But you didn't. You held the power in your hands and chose silence. That's what terrified them. Not that you stayed quiet, but that you chose to. It showed you were operating on a level they aren't even built to understand. Do you know what happens when someone expects an explosion but gets ice-cold silence instead? Their mind starts eating them alive. They replay everything they said. They overthink every move they made. They wonder what you're planning. They wonder what you know. They wonder what the universe is lining up behind your silence. That is why they're restless now. Your calm became their punishment. Let me answer the question you might be thinking right now. Why did silence work this time when it never felt like enough before? Because this time, you didn't use silence to hide. You used silence to win. There's a difference. Before, you were afraid of conflict. Now, you understand that conflict is a battlefield, and only fools step onto it without strategy. This time, your silence wasn't escape. It was domination. Chosen one, listen closely. Every villain arc begins with restraint, not revenge. Every legend is born in moments when the world expects chaos but gets control. Your silence told them exactly who you are becoming. It told them you're not emotionally available for their games anymore. It told them you're not scared of losing people who never honored your presence. It told them the universe is pulling you upward, far away from the circles that used to drain you. You flipped the dynamic so smoothly they didn't even notice it happening. They used to pull the strings. Now they're the ones waiting for your next move. They're tiptoeing around you, hoping you don't expose them. They're replaying conversations, trying to figure out where they went wrong. They're asking themselves, why didn't they react? Why didn't they scream? Why didn't they fight back? Because they thought silence meant defeat. They never realized silence meant strategy. Let me take you back to a simple story. Years ago, someone counted you out. Someone said you were too soft, too slow, too easily manipulated. They mistook your kindness for ignorance. They mistook your loyalty for weakness. Then, one day, you grew tired. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped defending yourself. You stopped showing up to conversations that weren't fair. That moment changed your future. And this moment right here, it's the evolved version of that moment. Back then, you were learning. Today, you're executing. Your restraint is the reason people are whispering now. It's the reason they're scared of making the next move. It's the reason they're hesitating before they speak your name. Because anyone can explode. Anyone can react. Anyone can throw chaos into the world. But only the truly powerful can stay calm when their enemies want them to lose control. Only the chosen ones can smile while the whole room waits for a breakdown. Only the strongest can act like a villain who doesn't need to raise his voice to win. Here's the truth you need to hold on to. Your last move wasn't just about silence, it was about identity. It revealed who you truly are now. Someone who doesn't get dragged into low-level battles. Someone who doesn't hand power to people who never earned it. Someone who walks away not because they're scared, but because they're on a completely different level. And the universe is rewarding you for that. You might not see the full results yet, but the shift already happened. People feel it, people see it, people sense it. Your enemies can pretend all they want, but the truth is burning through them. You didn't fail to react, you chose to win, and that choice convinced them you're 100%. Done with the past, done with the noise, done with being predictable. You made your move quietly, and the world shook anyway. Now they're not waiting for your reaction, they're waiting for your next victory. Nothing scares a manipulator more than a person who stops asking for permission. You acting without validation was the moment everything inside them cracked. They built their entire version of you on the belief that you needed outside approval to make a move. They thought they were an essential part of your decision-making. They thought you depended on their reactions, their advice, their fake support, or even their disapproval. In their minds, you were someone who needed to be watched, guided, corrected, and managed. But then you made a move that didn't include them, didn't consider them, didn't pause for them, and their entire script burned to ash in seconds. Imagine this. They're holding a copy of the story they wrote about you, a boring little play where you enter every scene looking for validation, looking for acceptance, looking for a green light. Then suddenly you walk off stage and rewrite the entire ending without inviting them into the room. That moment was the psychological earthquake that left them stunned. "Chosen ones don't wait," the universe whispered, and you proved it. They never expected independence this sharp. They didn't think you had it in you. For years, they watched you explain yourself, overthink your decisions, ask for opinions, apologize for choices that didn't need apologies. They loved that version of you, the version stuck in feedback loops, the version easily influenced, the version that could be guilt-tripped with one sentence. But when you moved without announcing, without detailing, without defending, that version died. The new version, the one who acts with full authority, they have no strategy for that. Most people panic when they stop receiving validation. You became stronger. That's what rattled them. You didn't collapse. You didn't hesitate. You didn't dissolve into insecurity, you just acted, clean, direct, sharp, and the universe backed you with a silence so powerful it felt like thunder. Imagine them staring at their phone, waiting for your message, the explanation, the apology, the reassurance. But nothing came. Imagine them checking your social media, waiting for a hint of your next move. But there was no hint. Imagine them trying to read your mood, waiting for clues, scanning your behavior for cracks. But there were none. You acted in a way they couldn't track, couldn't measure, couldn't manipulate. Your independence didn't just surprise them, it destroyed the entire system they used to control you. People who depend on your reactions lose their power the moment you stop performing for them. And that's exactly what happened. Your lack of validation seeking shut down their entire method of influence. You removed the mirror they used to reflect their authority. They had nothing to work with anymore. No emotional breadcrumbs. No access to your thoughts. No predictions to rely on. They were standing in the dark while you moved in daylight. Let me answer the question you might be asking right now. Why did acting without validation shake them this deeply? Because people who secretly want control need witnesses. They need you to show them your emotions so they can reshape them. They need you to update them so they can interfere. They need you to reveal your plan so they can sabotage it. They need constant access to you so they can feel relevant. But chosen one, the moment you stopped feeding their ego with your explanations, they lost every tool they had. Imagine this, you're in a chess match. They're studying your every move, reading your facial expressions, waiting for hesitation, expecting you to explain your strategy. They survive on your transparency. Then suddenly you stop showing emotion. You stop announcing plans. Your moves come out of nowhere. They look at the board and realize they no longer know what game they're playing. That's what you did. You broke the script that made them feel powerful. Silence is threatening. Independence is fatal. And your self-trust was the final blow. Here's the truth. Your independence didn't just shift the energy, it rewrote the entire game. They no longer get to participate in your journey. They no longer get to narrate your story. They no longer get to influence the direction of your life. You shut their access door, locked it, welded it shut, and threw the key into the universe. What hit them the hardest wasn't the move itself. It was the message behind the move. You don't need them anymore. Not for advice, not for validation, not for reassurance, not for direction. Your life no longer runs through them. Your steps no longer depend on their opinions. They are no longer a checkpoint on your path. You outgrew that entire phase without sending a goodbye letter. Imagine someone trying to read a book after 10 pages have been ripped out. That's how confused they are now. They don't know what's happening behind your silence. They don't know what the universe is preparing for you. They don't know what your next move is going to be. And worst of all, they know they can't stop it. Chosen ones terrify people when they stop asking and start acting. Let's break down the real reason this shook them. They believed they had emotional access to you forever. They believed you'd always come back for a second opinion. They believed you needed their approval to feel grounded. They believed your confidence depended on how they treated you. But you freed yourself from that mental prison the moment you made a move without waiting for applause. And the universe rewarded you instantly. That feeling in your chest, that's clarity, that calmness in your decisions, that's self-trust, that shift in your energy, that's evolution. People don't talk about this enough, but here's the truth. Validation is a leash. Independence is the scissors that cuts it. And chosen one, you cut it clean. Now let's talk about something even deeper. When you stopped seeking validation, you did something most people never do. You removed your trail. You stopped leaving emotional breadcrumbs. When people seek constant approval, they expose their insecurities, their doubts, their vulnerabilities. They show where they can be manipulated, but you shut that path down. No trail, no clues, no weakness to exploit. That's why they're terrified. They don't know how to predict someone who finally trusts themselves. Your independence was the plot twist that turned them into background characters. This is the moment you need to remember forever. Your independence didn't just change the story, it exposed the illusion of their power. They now see that your life moves forward with or without them. They see that your decisions are created from self-respect, not from fear. They see that your spirit is guided by the universe, not by outside approval. And they see that you're no longer someone they can shape into their ideal version. You outgrew their limits. You outgrew their expectations. You outgrew their relevance. And here's the final gut punch. The move you made, the one that convinced them you're 100%, wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't angry. It was pure self-trust. And that alone was enough to break them. They expected a follower. You became a leader. They expected weakness. You became unshakable. They expected hesitation. You became decisive. They expected your life to orbit around their approval. Instead, you stepped out of their gravity completely. Chosen one, acting without validation, didn't just break their script. It exposed the truth they never wanted to face. You were never theirs to guide. You were never theirs to control. You were never theirs to shape. You were always 100%. And now they finally see it. Number 3. You walked out so clean, it cut deeper than any door slam ever could. Nothing haunts a guilty person more than a door that closes without a sound. You didn't storm out, you didn't scream, you didn't throw a final punch, you didn't give them a dramatic scene they could twist into a story. You simply walked away, quiet, calm, steady. And that quiet exit bruised their ego harder than any loud ending ever could. They were waiting for chaos because chaos would have made them comfortable. A meltdown would have given them something to blame. A screaming match would have given them a script to play victim. But chosen one, you denied them every weapon. Imagine this, they're standing there, ready for a fight, rehearsing their lines, prepared to argue. But the battlefield stays empty because you never showed up. That's the moment their stomach drops, because loud exits create noise, but quiet exits create consequences. People don't realize how sharp silence can be. When you close that door without slamming it, you force them to look at themselves. No smoke, no distraction, no performance, just their own actions echoing back at them. Your calm became the mirror they couldn't escape. Quiet closure is the villain's signature move. No theatrics, just results. Let me answer what you're probably thinking. Why did this hit them so hard? Because slamming the door would have meant you still cared enough to react. Walking away quietly proved you were done at a level they can't undo. Imagine them replaying every moment, searching for the explosion that never came. That's torture. That's accountability. That's power. Your exit wasn't weakness, it was intention, and they felt the truth of it in their bones. You didn't leave because you couldn't fight. You left because they weren't worth fighting for. And now they know they no longer hold any part of you. Number 4, you leveled up in the shadows, and that's why they couldn't stop you. Nothing scares people more than the progress they never saw you make. Chosen one, this was the moment that finished them. You made a move that fed your future, not your audience. No announcement, no spotlight, no applause, just pure strategy. And that's what rattled them to their core. They were watching the stage while you were rebuilding the entire backstage. They were tracking your mood while you were upgrading your whole life. They were studying your surface while you were reinforcing your foundation. They looked everywhere except where your real power was growing. Imagine this, people staring at the leaves of a tree trying to predict your next move while you're strengthening the roots underground. They didn't see anything change until suddenly the whole tree was unshakable. That's what quiet progress does. It blindsides people who only understand loud success. Here's the part they'll never say out loud. Your silence was the camouflage that ruined their plan. You moved without performance. You didn't post it. You didn't brag. You didn't wait for approval. You did something almost nobody can do in this era. You improved without telling anyone, and that's what made the move unstoppable. When you don't act for attention, no one can interfere, sabotage, or mislead you. Your choices become pure, clean, untouchable. You might be wondering, why do unseen moves hit them harder than public wins? Because public wins allow them to prepare their excuses. Hidden wins expose their weakness. Imagine them waiting for your next mistake, watching for drama, expecting a downfall. Instead, you just quietly upgraded yourself. No warning, no trail, no vulnerability to attack. They tracked the wrong signals. They studied the wrong version of you. They were playing catch-up while you were already 3 levels ahead. Progress in silence is a weapon. It slices before they even know a blade is drawn. When the truth finally hit them, that you benefited without their input, without their knowledge, without their permission, it shattered the illusion that they had any place in your story. Quiet moves are permanent moves. And permanent upgrades are a threat to insecure people who depend on you staying predictable. Chosen one, you didn't win loudly. You won wisely, and the universe rewarded you for not needing an audience. Your unseen move wasn't just a step forward, it was the checkmate they never even saw on the board. Number 5. You held the truth like a blade, and still chose not to cut them. Nothing terrifies a guilty person more than the truth you refuse to use. Chosen one, this was the moment your power became undeniable. You had information that could have blown their whole world apart. You had facts, receipts, memories, patterns, and details that could have exposed everything fake about them. Most people would have thrown it all into the fire just to watch the explosion. But you didn't. You didn't drop the bomb. You didn't drag them into the open. You didn't weaponize the truth, even though it was sharp enough to slice their entire mask off. Imagine this. You're holding a match, the room is soaked in gasoline, and everyone expects you to flick it. Instead, you calmly walk out and close the door behind you. That's what real control looks like. That's what evolution looks like. People who are still trapped in chaos think revenge is power. But you understood the deeper rule. Stepping back from the battlefield is sometimes the deadliest move of all. Your silence wasn't mercy, it was mastery. You knew exposing them would only pull you back into the mud you already climbed out of. You knew the moment you opened your mouth, you'd be tied to the same drama you outgrew. Revenge tastes sweet for a second, but peace lasts forever. And that's what scared them. You chose peace not because you couldn't win, but because you already had. Let me answer the thought burning in your mind. Why did choosing not to expose them shake them more than actually exposing them would have? Because your silence proved you were operating on a higher level. Because your discipline showed them they no longer influence your world. Because your restraint made them face the one thing they fear most, themselves. Imagine them replaying every lie, every manipulation, every moment they thought they outsmarted you, only to realize you saw everything, every crack, every game, every motive, and still you didn't strike. That's the kind of psychological punishment no argument, no confrontation, no revenge speech could ever match. Observers win because they don't bleed in battles they've already outgrown. You stepped out of the arena while they were still swinging at shadows. That's why they're paranoid now. They know the truth is in your hands. They know you could expose them any time. They know your silence is not protection for them. It's freedom for you, and the universe respects people who walk away with dignity instead of destruction. You didn't spare them because they deserved it. You spared them because you refused to lower yourself ever again. And that, chosen one, is the moment they realized you're not controlled by revenge. You're powered by evolution. Number 6, you let their lies rot in the air, and that's what destroyed them. Lies only work when you argue with them. Ignore them, and they choke on their own poison. Chosen one, this was the moment they realized you weren't the same person they used to toy with. They threw lies at you not because they believed them, but because they hoped you would. They needed you defensive. They needed you emotional. They needed you shaking, explaining, overreacting, losing your center, because the second you argue with a lie, you give it oxygen, you give it shape, you give it life. But you didn't fall for the bait. You saw the setup, you saw the trap, you saw the strings pulling it all together, and instead of stepping into the arena, you walked right past it. Imagine this: someone throws mud at you expecting a fight, and instead, they're the only one standing there with dirty hands. That's what your refusal did. Their lie didn't stick to you, it stayed on them, exposed and undeniable. They thought their words would corner you. They didn't expect you to turn the whole room silent with a single choice: not responding. Your silence didn't protect you, it revealed them. Let me answer what might be running through your mind. Why did refusing to argue shake them more than fighting back? Because arguing would have given their lie value, silence erased it. Because engaging would have made them feel powerful, ignoring them made them irrelevant. Because reacting would have kept you in their game, refusing kept you on your throne. Imagine them rehearsing their lines, preparing their victim act, waiting for your meltdown. And instead, nothing. No reaction, no weakness, no entry point. Their entire plan collapsed because they couldn't trigger what they couldn't control. You didn't just refuse to argue, you refused to shrink. And that's when they finally understood. You don't fight illusions, you let them destroy themselves. Number 7, you healed in the dark, and that's why your light blinded them. Healing becomes unstoppable the moment you stop performing it for an audience. Chosen one, this part shook them deeper than anything else. Most people broadcast their healing like a status update. They want witnesses, they want applause, they want people to see them rise so they can prove they're no longer broken. But you didn't owe anyone your healing process. You didn't turn your recovery into a show. You didn't explain how you rebuilt yourself. You didn't walk them through the steps. You just got better, quietly. Imagine this. Someone checks the same wound every day, expecting it to still hurt you, only to realize it closed without their permission. That's the power of private healing. They were waiting to measure your progress, waiting to calculate your strength, waiting to see if their damage still had control over you. But you shut every window into your emotional world. They had no access, no updates, no readouts, and that terrified them. Silence during healing is not secrecy, it's sovereignty. Let me answer a question you might be thinking: why did moving forward quietly bother them so much? Because if they can't track your healing, they can't influence it. If they can't see your recovery, they can't sabotage it. If they can't measure your progress, they can't claim credit for it. Your silence was proof that their chapter in your life was over. They no longer shaped your reactions. They no longer shaped your choices. They no longer shaped your emotional weather. You healed in a space they couldn't enter. That's why it scared them. They realized your story moves forward even when they're not watching, and that is the ultimate power move. You didn't heal to show them you're okay. You healed because they no longer matter. Number 8, you turned into a mystery they can't solve, and that's what broke them. Becoming unreadable isn't coldness, it's evolution. A chosen one, this is where the whole structure of their control collapsed. Manipulators don't need power, they need predictability. They survive by reading your emotions, tracking your tone, guessing your reactions, and shaping their moves based on how they think you'll respond. But when you stopped reacting the way they were used to, when your energy shifted from emotional to intentional, their entire map of you became useless. Imagine this: they walk into the same room expecting the same version of you they've always handled, but that version is gone, replaced by someone quieter, sharper, harder to interpret. Someone who doesn't reveal what they're thinking. Someone who doesn't hand over emotional clues. Someone they can no longer manipulate with a single comment. That is the moment fear enters their eyes, because unpredictability is the enemy of control. You didn't become distant. You became dangerous. Let me answer the question forming in your mind. Why does being unreadable shake them more than cutting them off completely? Because distance is final, they can accept it, but unreadability is psychological torture. They can't predict your next move. They don't know if you're done, if you're rising, if you're planning, or if you simply stopped caring. And that uncertainty eats them alive. Imagine them trying to calculate your mindset like a math problem and failing every time. Imagine them waiting for your reactions, only to realize you no longer hand out emotional breadcrumbs. Imagine them realizing they lost access not to your presence, but to your inner world. That's what truly broke them. They can't read you, they can't predict you, they can't control you. And now they finally understand. You didn't go cold. You became untouchable. Number 9, you let their lies rot, and that's why the truth crushed them. Silence is a weapon, and you used it by refusing to fix the story they twisted. Chosen one, this move was lethal. Most people sprint to defend themselves the moment they're misunderstood. They panic. They over-explain. They try to correct every rumor, every assumption, every distorted version of their name. That's exactly how manipulators keep people trapped, by forcing them to fight narratives they never agreed to. But you walked away from the whole circus. You didn't correct, you didn't clarify, you didn't waste one breath trying to fix the lies someone else created. Imagine this. They build a cardboard statue of who they think you are, hoping you'll waste your time tearing it down. Instead, you turn your back and let the rain destroy it on its own. That's what happened. Their misunderstandings weren't solid, they were flimsy, and without your energy holding them up, they fell apart. You didn't defend yourself because your truth stands without permission. Here's the part that broke them. Every lie they told needed your reaction to survive. Every misunderstanding needed your defensiveness to stay alive. Every rumor needed your panic to spread. But your silence cut the oxygen supply. The stories died because you refused to feed them. Let me answer the question you might be wondering. Why does letting misunderstandings stand hit harder than correcting them? Because correction gives power. Silence removes it. When you don't argue, you show you're not touched. When you don't explain, you show you're not guilty. When you don't fix their narrative, you show their opinion is beneath your standards. Imagine them telling a made-up story, waiting for your desperate rebuttal, and nothing, no message, no explanation, no emotional reaction, just quiet certainty. That quietness forced them to face something they never expected. Your truth doesn't depend on their understanding. And that realization shook them more than any confrontation. Your silence exposed their insecurity. Your restraint exposed their desperation. Your refusal exposed their weakness. They finally saw the truth they avoided. You don't need them to get you. You need them to get out of your way. Number 10. You turned their low expectations into your secret weapon. Being underestimated isn't an insult. It's free camouflage. Chosen one, this was one of your smartest moves. Most people panic when others misjudge them. They try to overperform, over-explain, overprove. They burn themselves out, trying to change opinions that were never rooted in truth. But you didn't fight it. You didn't scramble to correct them. You didn't demand they see your worth. You let them underestimate you, and that acceptance became the sharpest blade in your arsenal. Imagine this. They think you're playing checkers while you're quietly mastering chess. They think you're harmless while you're studying every angle. They think you're slow while you're 3 steps ahead. Their underestimation didn't weaken you, it freed you. While they relaxed, while they lowered their guard, while they treated you like a background character, you advanced with zero resistance. Their blindness became your breathing room. Never interrupt an enemy when they're underestimating you. It's the cleanest path to victory. Let me answer the thought creeping through your mind. How did their misjudgment become my power? Because when people think you're small, they stop watching. When they stop watching, you move faster. When they move sloppy, you move smart. When they assume you won't rise, you rise without competition. Underestimation removed pressure, expectation, and noise from your path. You didn't have to perform. You didn't have to impress. You didn't have to shrink or stretch yourself to fit anyone's idea. You were free to grow in silence, free to plan, free to evolve. Imagine a seed in the dirt. Everyone thinks nothing's happening. Meanwhile, it's breaking itself open, becoming something unstoppable. That was you. Their ignorance was the soil. Your patience was the strategy. Your evolution was the plot twist. You weren't underestimated because you were weak. You were underestimated because they lacked vision, and that's the sweetest victory. Your rise didn't just surprise them, it exposed how little they ever understood. Chosen one, you didn't just make peace with being underestimated. You turned it into leverage, and it helped you walk straight into your power. Number 11. You shattered the loop they thought would own you forever. Walking away once is strength. Refusing to return is evolution. Chosen one, this is where you scared them the most. People always expect you to come back to the same cycles that broke you. They expect you to replay old habits, old patterns, old relationships, old wounds. They expect you to respond like the version of you they once controlled. They count on nostalgia. They count on guilt. They count on familiarity. Those are their tools, their traps, their anchors. But you ripped every anchor out of the ground the moment you refused to return. Imagine this. They leave a door cracked open, confident you'll come walking back like nothing ever happened. They think your loyalty will betray you. They think your history will chain you. They think your softness will pull you in. Instead, you walk past that door like it never existed. That silence is louder than any speech. That absence hits harder than any confrontation. That refusal becomes the moment they realize the loop is dead. You didn't break the cycle. You outgrew the version of you that needed it. Let me answer the question lingering in your mind. Why did refusing to return shake them more than leaving in the first place? Because leaving can be temporary, but not returning. That's final. That's clarity. That's power. They used to rely on predictability. You erased it. They used to rely on your accessibility. You revoked it. They used to rely on your emotional history. You closed that chapter without hesitation. Imagine them reaching for the old you like a ghost. They try to grab you, but there's nothing there. They're talking to memories, not a person. They're fighting for cycles you already buried. They're replaying stories you don't belong to anymore. And that realization hits like a blade. Your absence became the message they could never ignore. Your refusal told them everything. You're no longer available for patterns that drain you. You're no longer entertaining guilt wrapped as love. You're no longer falling for emotional shortcuts disguised as closure. You're no longer tied to the past they weaponized. You didn't walk away because you were angry. You walked away because you finally saw the truth. Cycles don't change, only people do. And you changed. You matured. You elevated. You escaped. Chosen one, the reason this hit them so brutally is simple. They lost access to the version of you that made their control possible, and once that version is gone, the cycle dies with it. Number 12. You moved on your own clock, and their control fell apart. Nothing scares a manipulator more than a person who refuses to rush. Chosen one, this is where your evolution became undeniable. Urgency is one of the oldest tricks in the book. Force someone to hurry, and they stop thinking. Make them panic, and they lose clarity. Push them to react fast, and you can control the outcome. They expected you to jump at the first opportunity, cling to the first offer, fold under pressure, or crumble under uncertainty. But you didn't. You chose alignment over urgency. You waited for moves that matched your vision instead of chasing shortcuts, and that patience shattered every expectation they had of you. Imagine this: someone is waving shiny distractions in front of you, certain you'll grab one out of desperation. Instead, you fold your arms, step back, and wait for what actually matches your identity. That stillness, that discipline, that refusal to chase crumbs, it exposed everything. It showed them you were no longer operating from fear, you were operating from purpose. Your timing became your weapon because you refused to let anyone else control it. Let me answer what's probably rising in your mind. Why did choosing alignment shake them more than saying no? Because saying no is simple, but choosing alignment means your entire life is no longer negotiable. Your values aren't up for debate. Your vision isn't up for manipulation. Your pace isn't up for pressure. When urgency lost its grip on you, they lost one of their strongest leverage points. You made decisions slowly, intentionally, cleanly, without panic, without desperation, without needing approval. That calmness was a power they never expected. They couldn't provoke you. They couldn't rush you. They couldn't scare you into bad choices. You became emotionally neutral and strategically sharp, and that combination is lethal. Imagine someone trying to pull strings that no longer exist. That's what happened. Every tactic that used to work slid right off you. Every emotional hook snapped. Every manipulation failed. Your consistency became your quiet dominance. You stayed committed when no one was watching. You moved with purpose, even without applause. That's authenticity. and authenticity can't be controlled. Your discipline exposed their dependence. They realized something brutal. You don't slow down when they ignore you. You don't rush when they pressure you. You don't collapse when they withhold validation. Your pace belongs to you. Your direction belongs to you. Your decisions belong to you. And once a chosen one becomes unexploitable, their influence evaporates. Their tactics die. Their control ends. You didn't destroy them with confrontation. You destroyed them by becoming unreachable. Alignment over urgency. That was the final lesson. The moment that proved you're 100% in control of your own path. And, chosen one, if you felt this message hit exactly where it needed to, that's because you've stepped into a version of yourself they never believed you'd reach. Your last move proved you're 100% in your power, and nothing can pull you back into who you used to be. This is your new standard, your new path, your new dominance. If you haven't already, press that like button, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe so you never miss another message made for you. The rise continues from here. Oh, so now they see it. Now the tone changed. Now the people who were so confident, so certain, so loud about what you were and what you weren't, they've gone very, very quiet. Welcome back, chosen ones. Let's talk about what just happened. Because someone finally, out loud, in front of all the right people, said the 4 words your enemies have been terrified of since the beginning. They're not lucky, they're strategic as hell. And the room went silent. Not the polite kind of silent, the kind where people suddenly find something very interesting to look at on the floor, the kind where someone who was laughing 2 weeks ago is now nodding slowly, like they always believed in you, the kind where the narrative, that carefully maintained, collectively agreed upon narrative, started cracking in real time and nobody knew how to stop it. Look who's rewriting history. Look who suddenly always knew. Look who's smiling at you now with the same mouth that whispered you were going to fail. Fascinating, isn't it? How fast people rediscover their faith in you the moment faith stops costing them anything. How quickly the ones who called it luck are now calling it genius. How the people who said right place, right time are suddenly very interested in understanding your process. The audacity is almost beautiful. Let's also acknowledge the ones who went silent, not the ones rewriting history. Those are almost forgivable. The ones who went completely silent. No congratulations, no acknowledgement, just a sudden remarkable interest in minding their own business. Those are the ones who bet the hardest. Those are the ones who invested their ego so deeply in your failure that your success left them with nothing to say. No graceful exit, no script for this scenario. They didn't prepare for this outcome because they were so certain it wasn't coming. And now they're quiet, watching, processing, trying to figure out how to exist in a room where the person they dismissed just became the most interesting person in it. The silence from those people, that's the loudest sound in the building right now. But before we get into what they're feeling right now, and trust me, we're going to get into it, I need the ones who are actually in this room to identify themselves. If you are watching this and that sentence just landed somewhere specific, write chosen 777 in the comments right now. Not for engagement, so the ones who are awake can find each other. Now let's go back. Let's go all the way back to the version of you they were so confident about. Because you need to fully feel what they thought they were dealing with before we talk about what they're dealing with now. They had you filed, categorized, decided, nice enough, trying hard, a little unpredictable, ambitious maybe. In that harmless way people are ambitious when they haven't quite committed to anything real yet. not playing the game the right way. But hey, probably means well. That was the box. Neat, comfortable, required absolutely zero adjustment to their worldview. And here is the part that should make you smile. You let them have it. Not because you were lost, not because you didn't know your own power, but because you understood something that most people never grasp until it is already too late for them. The most dangerous move in a room full of people who underestimate you is to let them keep underestimating you. So you played the part. You smiled when they explained things slowly. You nodded when they offered advice you had already moved past months ago. You let them feel smarter, faster, more certain. You gave them their small victories of perception and watched them relax into the comfort of having you figured out, because you were busy with the real game, the one happening 3 levels below the surface of everything they could see. You moved in silence. You walked away from things they would have killed for, because you could see 3 exits ahead, and those things led to dead ends. You rebuilt your circle, and they called it isolation. You took risks, and they called it recklessness. You said no to the safe option, and they called it irresponsibility. You disappeared from spaces that used to define you, and they said you were losing your mind. You invested time in things that hadn't paid off yet, and they called it delusion. And every single time, they arrived at the same conclusion. Lucky. Has to be lucky. Right place, right time. Nothing more to it. They said it to your face with the warmth of concern. They said it behind your back with the warmth of contempt. Either way, the word was the same. Lucky. And here is why that word was so important to them. It wasn't just a description, it was a defense mechanism. If your success is luck, then their failure is also luck. If you're just fortunate, they're just unfortunate. And the distance between where you are and where they are has nothing to do with choices, with discipline, with how they spent their time and energy and attention. It's just the draw, the lottery, nothing personal. That story kept them comfortable. That story let them sleep. That story meant they never had to sit with the weight of their own decisions. So calling it luck wasn't an observation. It was a lifeline. And you, simply by succeeding, simply by refusing to fail on their schedule, were threatening to take it away. That assumption was their greatest mistake. Not because it stung, not because it was unfair, because it gave you time. Uninterrupted, unsupervised, completely underestimated time to build something they couldn't see and would not believe until it was standing fully formed in front of their faces with its arms crossed. The mask wasn't weakness, it was architecture, the scaffolding that let the real structure rise without interference, without noise, without the constant drain of having to explain yourself to people who were never going to understand the blueprint anyway. And here is the almost cruel irony. The harder they worked to categorize you, the more they revealed their own limits. Because the people who are quickest to reach for luck as an explanation are always, without exception, the ones most afraid to examine how unlucky they've been with themselves. They needed you to be lucky, because if you were strategic, if the results were earned, deliberate, built, then the question they've been constructing their entire lives around, never having to answer, becomes unavoidable. Why aren't I winning? And they were not ready for that question, so they filed you under lucky and moved on, until something happened. One result. Visible, undeniable, impossible to dissolve with the vocabulary they had been using. And the story they had built around you, so carefully maintained, so collectively reinforced, developed its first pressure crack. Oh, they tried. Right place, right time. Must be nice to have those connections. Some people just get the breaks. Good for them, said through the clenched teeth smile. The tight smile. You know the one. The one people wear when they are managing something very uncomfortable in real time and need to look like they aren't. The one that doesn't quite reach the eyes and stays just a half second too long, but then someone looked closer. Not a fan, not an enemy. Someone with actual analytical ability who traced your decisions back to their roots, who connected every dot that the lazy, comfortable, already decided observer had always been too settled to connect. This person didn't just see the results. They saw the architecture behind the results, the sequence, the timing, the precision hiding inside what had looked like randomness to everyone who wasn't paying close enough attention. They saw the left turn everyone called stupid. That led exactly where it needed to lead. They saw the no said to the safe option. That freed up space for something better. They saw the silence that everyone read as weakness. That was actually aim. They traced it all the way back, and what they found at the beginning was not fortune. What they found was a decision, a quiet one, made when no one was watching. To stop playing by rules written for people with smaller visions, and they said it out loud, in front of everybody. They're not lucky, they're strategic as hell. And the atmospheric pressure in every room that heard those words changed immediately. Now here is where I need you to stay with me, because this is the moment most people would call timing, momentum, perception, and that would be enough, and it is all of those things. But something else was happening underneath all of it, something the universe had already been running on schedule long before anyone said a word out loud. You already know the universe moves. You have felt it, the shifts that arrived before you could name them, the moments where something resolved in a way that logic alone couldn't fully account for. The sense, that deep, persistent, hard-to-explain sense that something much larger was operating behind the surface of events. That feeling is real, and it is not random. What most people don't know, and what took me a long time to actually sit with, is that the universe doesn't just move. It moves on a schedule, a precise, ancient, documented schedule. And the way it communicates that schedule is through the planets. Now stay with me, because this is not about horoscopes, not about your sun sign, not about anything you've seen in a daily app or a vague Instagram caption. This is something thousands of years old, tracked independently across civilizations that had no contact with each other, all arriving at the same conclusion. The universe speaks through planetary movement, and right now, in this exact window of time, the planets are doing something that explains precisely what has been unfolding for the chosen ones. There is a planet called Mercury. You've heard of Mercury retrograde. Everyone talks about it like it's a joke, like it's an excuse for their emails not sending. But Mercury moving forward, aligning with other planets, that is a different conversation entirely. Mercury is the planet of communication, of perception, of the stories we tell about each other and the stories we tell about ourselves. Right now, Mercury is aligning with Neptune, the planet of illusion, of fog, of the comfortable narratives that feel real but are built on nothing solid. When these two planets meet, something specific happens. The fog lifts, not poetically, structurally. The narratives built on false perception stop holding weight, not because you forced it, not because you argued against them, but because the alignment created an environment where false perception literally cannot sustain itself anymore. Don't you think it's interesting that this is happening right now, at exactly this moment in your story? Not 6 months ago when they were still comfortable, not a year from now, right now as the results are undeniable and the word is already out. That is not coincidence. The universe does not do coincidence. It does timing, and the timing is always precise. the luck narrative your enemies were living inside. That fog was always going to dissolve. The universe had it scheduled. They just didn't know they were living inside a clock. And once the universe starts moving, it does not pause. It does not wait for anyone to process the last shift before delivering the next one. It runs its sequence on its own timeline with the indifference of something that has been doing this longer than human beings have been here to observe it. The full moon rose in Virgo. And if you understand what Virgo energy actually does, it audits. Not your emotions, not your intentions, your records, your receipts. Every specific decision made in a specific context for specific compounding reasons that stack into the outcome standing in front of everyone right now. The universe turned a floodlight on the architecture you built in silence, and there was nowhere to hide from it, not for you and not for the people who had spent years confidently looking the wrong direction. So now the enemies aren't just uncomfortable, they're running the audit themselves. Rewinding, recalculating, going back through years of moments they filed away as unimportant. And the numbers keep coming out wrong. Not wrong for you, wrong for their narrative. Every lucky break traces back to a deliberate setup. Every coincidence traces back to a positioned decision. Every fortunate connection traces back to a relationship that was cultivated with intention long before anyone had a reason to pay attention. The pattern doesn't look random, it looks designed, and designed is the one word that dismantles everything they built to stay comfortable. And watching someone's entire worldview recompute in real time, quietly, without rushing it. That is one of the most entertaining things you will ever witness. They're not angry yet, they're confused. The specific confusion of someone who was absolutely certain an equation had one answer, and the answer keeps changing no matter how many times they run it. Oh, the look on their faces, the slight frown, the squint, the very slow, wait, when did this happen? When did it happen? It was happening the whole time. You were just the only one paying attention. And then the universe didn't pause to let them catch up. It layered in something even more pointed. Mars, the planet of action, of drive, of disciplined will moving forward without apology, formed a perfect harmonious angle with Saturn, the planet of long-term mastery, of structure, of consequence that arrives exactly when it's supposed to and not a moment before. This alignment is the cosmic receipt for the long game. The universe confirming in writing what you already knew in your bones. Consistent, calculated effort creates momentum that nothing reactive, nothing emotional, nothing built for the short term can ever match. They moved with emotion. You moved with precision. They responded to the moment. You constructed a sequence of moments. They played the hand they were dealt. You spent years deciding which hands were worth playing and which tables were worth sitting at. And now they're doing the thing that desperate people always do when they realize they've been completely outplayed. The scramble. The frantic, undignified, quietly humiliating scramble to reverse engineer something that was never designed to be reverse engineered from the outside. They're looking for the shortcut, the formula, the single decision they can isolate and replicate, the thing they can point at and say, there, that's the one, that's where it happened, that's the move that changed everything. They will never find it. Because the answer isn't one decision. The answer is discipline, compounded across time at a frequency they were never willing to sustain. The answer is thousands of small, unsexy, unannounced choices made in private. The answer is the morning nobody saw, and the night nobody clapped for, and the decision made in silence with no audience and no guarantee. They want the highlight reel. What they need is the practice footage. And you deleted the practice footage, not to hide it, but because you never needed the validation of being seen working. The work wasn't for them. It was never for them. Strategic people don't broadcast their training. They broadcast their results. And while they're scrambling, let's talk about what is actually happening in their heads. Because this is the psychological part they'll never say out loud. They're not just confused about you. They're newly confused about themselves. Because the moment they accept that your success was strategy, they have to accept that their position is also strategy, or the absence of it. And that is a very different kind of uncomfortable. They spent years building a story where you being lucky meant they were unlucky, unfortunate, a victim of circumstance. But if you were strategic, they were undisciplined. If you were calculated, they were reactive. If you were building, they were just existing. The mirror, when it turns, is not kind, and the universe just turned it, slowly, deliberately, right in their direction. You didn't do that. You didn't hold up the mirror. You didn't force the comparison. You simply refused to fail. And that refusal, that quiet, patient, completely non-dramatic refusal to become what they predicted, did more damage to their narrative than any confrontation ever could have. And then something softer moved into the sequence, which almost made it more devastating. Venus, the planet of worth, of value, of what you attract when you operate from genuine substance, moved into Taurus, her home, the sign she is most powerful in. Venus in Taurus doesn't reward performance. It doesn't reward noise or optics or the appearance of having built something. It rewards what is real and lasting. It rewards what was built with integrity across time, slowly, without shortcuts. And under this energy, the things you built in silence, the relationships cultivated with intention when there was nothing obvious to gain, the skills developed while others were developing their personal brands, the foundations laid while everyone else was chasing the trend, began attracting the recognition and resources that match their actual worth. Not because you asked, not because you announced it, because the harvest arrived. And harvests don't ask for permission, and they don't care who doubted the planting. Meanwhile, back in the room full of people processing their reckoning, the confusion has graduated into something much more uncomfortable. Because now it's not just about you winning. It's about them having to sit with the question they have been constructing elaborate lives around, never having to ask. What if the story I told about why they're winning and I'm not was always wrong? That question is dangerous because it only has one honest answer, and the honest answer is accountability. And accountability is the one thing their comfort was specifically designed to avoid. If this is landing with you right now, if you're watching this and recognizing pieces of your own story in it, subscribe and stay close. Because what is unfolding right now is only getting stronger. And you are going to want to be inside the room when the next wave hits. Now comes the part your enemies were least prepared for. Not the wins, not the recognition, not even the word strategic being said in public. The part where the universe stops being external and starts being a mirror pointed directly at them. Saturn squared Jupiter. Saturn, discipline, consequence, structure, the keeper of every record you ever thought wasn't being kept, forming a tension angle with Jupiter, the planet of belief, of expansion, of the story you tell yourself about why things are the way they are. In human terms, old belief systems meeting the reality they have been running from. Watch what happens. The enemies try to expand the old narrative. They try to find a Jupiter-sized explanation, a big, warm, belief-affirming story for why your wins are still somehow not evidence of strategy. Something external, something they can point at that isn't inside themselves. Something that lets them keep the comfortable conclusion intact. Saturn keeps collapsing it. Evidence keeps accumulating. Receipts keep arriving. The structure keeps disproving the theory. The belief that your success was luck was always a Jupiter belief. Big, expansive, emotionally satisfying, and completely unsupported by anything structural. And right now, Saturn is pressing down on that belief with the patience of something that has been running on its own schedule for billions of years and has never once adjusted the timeline for anyone's feelings. It doesn't negotiate. It doesn't accept partial credit. It does not care how uncomfortable the truth is or how long it takes for someone to finally face it. It simply waits and delivers. Because here is what happens the moment you accept that success isn't luck. You have to confront your choices, not just the past ones, the ones happening right now, today, this moment, which means you can't hide behind chance anymore. You can only look at yourself and account honestly, without the comfortable story, for what you've built or failed to build with the time you had. That is unbearable for people who chose comfort over growth for years. That is the kind of unbearable that needs a target. And that confrontation, that deeply personal reckoning, is the universe delivering exactly what it always delivers, eventually, to anyone who chose the comfort of a false story over the difficulty of an honest one. You didn't wish this on them. You didn't need to. The universe handles its own accounting, and it is meticulous. So the story mutates. Strategic becomes ruthless. Disciplined becomes cold. Winning becomes suspicious. Successful must mean they stepped on someone to get there. Smart must actually mean cunning. The new reasons arrive right on schedule. Because the psychological immune system of someone who refuses to grow is remarkably sophisticated at rejecting evidence that threatens the story they need to survive. Oh, the creativity. You have to admire it a little. The commitment to the alternative explanation. The sheer, almost impressive determination to find any version of the story that isn't the true one. But here is what they don't understand. And this, right here, is where I smile. Their new story doesn't change your trajectory. It doesn't change your results. It doesn't change the alignment already in motion. It just changes the flavor of their denial. And denial, no matter how creatively constructed, no matter how many people agree to participate in it, has never once altered a planet's orbit. The universe does not read their narrative. It only responds to what you actually built. And then came the alignment the universe had been building toward this entire time. The one that stops being something you can call metaphorical. The one that lands like something geological, shifting beneath the surface. The sun, your identity, your visible self, your purpose in its most luminous and most honest form, forming a perfect harmonious angle with Pluto, the planet of hidden power, of radical transformation, of everything buried that was always waiting for the right moment to rise completely and permanently. This alignment does not ask permission. It does not build slowly. It does not give warning. It simply removes the last layer of concealment from something that was always there, always real, always operating beneath the surface, and makes it completely, undeniably, irreversibly visible, not just the winds, the nature, the quality of thinking that was running beneath the performance the entire time, the strategic intelligence that was always organizing the moves before anyone was watching, The depth that was always present and that they mistook for simplicity because they weren't looking carefully enough. They thought you changed. They think there was one moment, one pivot, one breakthrough, one decision when you became this. They're still looking for that moment, rewinding years of footage, trying to pinpoint the lightning bolt. But Pluto doesn't create power. It reveals it. The power was always there. Pluto just removed what was covering it. And now they face something they were genuinely not prepared for. Not just the fact that you're winning, not just the fact that their narrative collapsed, but the slow, dawning, almost reluctant understanding that lands like cold water at 3 in the morning. You were never in competition with them. You were on a different path, always. One that required a level of vision they didn't develop, a level of discipline they didn't sustain, a level of strategic patience they couldn't access because they were too busy managing their comfort to develop it. They thought you were playing the same game at a different speed. You were playing a different game entirely. The distance between your trajectory and theirs is not luck shifting in your favor. It is the compound interest of 1,000 daily decisions they chose not to make. Small decisions, quiet decisions, decisions nobody was watching and nobody was clapping for. Decisions that didn't feel significant in the moment, but that stacked and stacked and stacked into something that now looks to them like an overnight success. The reversal didn't happen this week. It happened quietly, consistently, across years, and they are only now reading the statement balance. The power was never in doubt. Only the visibility was. And Pluto, on schedule, removed the last veil, and then the final movement in the sequence, the one that brings everything full circle, the one that is going to sit with you long after this video ends. The North Node, your destiny vector, the direction the universe has been orienting you toward the entire time, meeting Chiron, the archetype of the wound that once fully absorbed becomes the source of your deepest and most unshakable power. Not despite the wound, because of it. Meeting in Aries, the sign of identity, of initiation, of the courage to be exactly who you are without apology, without permission, without waiting for someone to tell you it's your turn. And what this alignment says, quietly, with complete certainty, in a way that doesn't need to be loud to be permanent, is this: the things they used against you, the dismissals, the mockery, the confident, almost enthusiastic predictions of your failure, the "we'll see" said with that particular smile, the eye rolls at the ambition, the concern-voiced warnings that you were going too far, too fast, too differently. Those were not obstacles to your destiny. They were the training ground for it. Every laugh at your expense sharpened something in you that their comfort never sharpened in them. Every "they're just lucky" built your capacity to move without external validation until that capacity became something they don't have a name for. Every prediction of your failure calibrated your conviction more precisely than any early success ever could have. Every betrayal became a boundary. Every dismissal became data. Every person who told you to be smaller showed you exactly how much space you actually needed to take up. The wounds didn't cost you anything. They didn't delay anything. They didn't hold anything back. They qualified you. And this, the quiet, unhurried, completely settled part, is where I don't wave a flag. Doesn't perform the victory. It doesn't make it loud. He just smiles. That calm, slightly unsettling smile that belongs to someone who always knew exactly how this story was going to end. Who knew it when they were in the middle of it? Who knew it when it was hard and the doubt came at 3 in the morning and made its most convincing argument? Who knew it when the room was full of people who were completely certain he was wrong? Still knew. There is something worth naming about that kind of knowing. It's not arrogance. It's not delusion. It's what happens when someone has been honest with themselves for long enough about what they're building, about what they're willing to sacrifice for it, about the difference between the version of themselves that other people are comfortable with and the version that is actually true. Arrogance requires an audience. What you had required, none. You knew in silence. You knew when there was nothing external to confirm it. You knew when every signal in the room was pointing the other direction. That is not arrogance. That is conviction. And conviction is the thing that runs the engine when everything else runs out. Your enemies never had that. They had confidence, but confidence borrowed from external sources, from approval, from the absence of challenge. The moment the challenge arrived, the confidence needed to be renewed, refueled, reconstructed. Yours didn't. It was never dependent on them in the first place. That's the thing they studied and couldn't replicate. That's what kept the analysts up, not the moves, the source of the moves, the place those decisions came from, a place they don't have access to because they never did the work to get there. Because here is the truth about everyone who called it luck, everyone who predicted your failure, everyone who said we'll see and meant it as a threat, everyone who whispered strategic like it was something to be ashamed of, rather than the most accurate description anyone had ever offered. They are only now beginning to understand what you understood years ago, maybe not in words, maybe not consciously, but somewhere deep, pre-verbal, bone level, in the part of a person that knows things before the mind catches up. You always knew the score. You always knew the game you were actually playing. You always knew the distance between where you were and where you were going was patience and execution, not luck, not chance, not the universe handing you something you didn't earn. They're discovering it now, in real time. With the specific, particular discomfort of people who bet everything on the wrong outcome and are watching the results come in. You already knew. And here is what happens next. Not in the narrative, but in your actual life, in the living, ongoing present tense of what you're building. The shift set in motion this week doesn't stop here. It compounds. The fog lifted. The audit ran. The receipt was delivered. The harvest arrived. The old belief system collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. The hidden power surfaced completely. The wounds were confirmed as the qualification, not the liability. That is not the end of a cycle. That is the beginning of the next one. And the next one starts with you holding something your enemies don't have. The understanding of how the game actually works, not just strategically. On every level, the ones who are scared right now should be, not because you're a threat to them in the way they understand threats, but because they are finally, inescapably, running out of places to hide from the thing they have been avoiding the longest, themselves. And that confrontation, that particular, deeply personal reckoning, the universe always delivers exactly on schedule. It has never been early, it has never been late. It always arrives precisely when the conditions are right, and the evidence is no longer deniable. Meanwhile, you don't need to do anything with their fear. You don't need to manage it. You don't need to respond to it. You don't need to perform grace for an audience that extended you none. You don't need to shrink so they can feel comfortable in the presence of what you've become. You just need to keep building, keep executing, keep making the quiet, deliberate, compounding decisions that will look 5 years from now exactly the way your last 5 years look right now. Inevitable. The board was set before they knew the game had started. The moves were calculated before they finished their first sentence about luck. The strategy was running before they had enough information to form an opinion. You were always going to end up here. The universe simply needed time to make it obvious. And before you go, I want to ask you something real. When was the first moment you realized you were seeing the world differently from the people around you? Not better, not worse, just from a different angle, with a different kind of patience, a different relationship to being misunderstood, a different sense of what was worth waiting for and what was worth walking away from. Leave that moment in the comments. Because those quiet, private moments of realization, they are almost always the point where the real story had already started. Before the wins, before the recognition, before the room went silent. The story started the moment you decided to stop fitting into the box they built for you. And if you found your way to this video, yours already has. This is the reckoning, not for you, for them. You just watched it happen. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. Funny, isn't it? The way people talked about you like they had you fully figured out. Earth Angel, they said. All soft, all cute, all clueless. They threw that label on you thinking it would trap you in some quiet little corner where you'd stay harmless, predictable, easy to use. They thought calling you angelic would shrink you, not realizing they were basically handing you the perfect disguise. They forgot angels know how to fight. They forgot angels have seen more darkness than any of them could ever survive. They forgot angels are built for war, not decoration. And now look at them. Look who's shaking. Look who's whispering behind closed doors. Look who suddenly remembers every dirty thing they ever said about you, every time they played you, every time they enjoyed watching you hurt, because they assumed you'd never fight back. The same people who swore you were too nice to notice, too peaceful to question, too forgiving to push back. These geniuses really believed they broke you. Whole time you were evolving. Before we go deeper, Chosen One, hit the like button and subscribe. Pay this message back and strengthen this wave. Now let's get back to the truth they didn't want exposed. Because here's what's really messing them up. You didn't fold. You didn't melt. You didn't shatter like they expected. You got quiet. You got calm. And that scared them more than any explosion ever could. They didn't understand your silence wasn't defeat. It was strategy. It was the calm right before the universe rearranged the entire board in your favor. It was the moment a fighter wipes the blood from their mouth and says, "So, that all you got?" They loved calling you an Earth Angel when they thought you were harmless. But when the universe handed you your strength back, when your boundaries locked into place, when your energy stopped leaking into people who never deserved it, suddenly that same angel energy became terrifying to them. Because now they see what they were really dealing with. Not some fragile human decoration, but a quiet beast wrapped in kindness. A strategist disguised as softness. A fighter who learned their patterns so well, it's almost embarrassing for them. And Chosen One, don't pretend you didn't notice their panic. You saw the shift. You saw the fear. The same mouths that laughed at you suddenly fell silent. The same eyes that rolled at you started studying you. The same people who swore they didn't need you suddenly started acting like the world was ending because you finally stepped back. There's a moment every Chosen One experiences, that eerie silence after you walk away. The room feels different. The energy sharpens. The universe holds its breath for 1 second. And your enemies, they start glitching like broken NPCs because the whole simulation depended on your presence and they didn't even know it. They mistook your compassion for permission. They mistook your patience for weakness. They mistook your heart for a leash you'd never cut. Then one day you stopped feeding them and suddenly the angel they underestimated became the mirror they couldn't run from. They saw themselves clearly for the first time, and it was ugly. All their fake smiles, their manipulations, their secret jealousy, their quiet attacks. All of it came out in the light the second your energy stopped protecting them from their own chaos. You weren't their problem. You were the solution that kept their problems from eating them alive. Without you, the cracks showed, their relationships collapsed, their lies clashed, their ego panicked, their confidence leaked. They felt the universe tugging at them like time's up, lesson due. And don't worry, chosen one, the universe saw everything they did in the dark, every insult masked as a joke, every betrayal disguised as miscommunication, every time they used your kindness as free emotional currency, like it was endless. But here's the twist that keeps them awake at night. You didn't expose them, you didn't clap back. You didn't drag them publicly or reveal their secrets. You let the universe handle it. You stepped aside and let karma swing without lifting a finger. And that's exactly why they fear you now. Because only someone truly powerful can sit back while the universe does the talking. Let me take you even deeper. Years ago, you had moments where you weren't this strong. Times where you begged people to stay. Times where you blamed yourself for other people's selfishness. Times where you thought being gentle meant being quiet. Times where you tried so hard to prove your worth to people who were already plotting to use it against you. You remember that one person who said, "You're too good for this world." They said it sweetly, but they meant it as an excuse to treat you like you didn't understand anything, like you were naive, like you were blind to their games. What they never realized is that you saw everything, you just didn't react. Not because you were weak, because you were gathering data. There's a story old fighters tell. The strongest warrior isn't the one who strikes first. It's the one who waits until the enemy thinks they've won. That was you. You let everyone underestimate you long enough for the truth to reveal itself. And now, chosen one, the reveal is happening in real time. The people who tried to use you, they're losing access to you. The ones who mocked you, they're choking on their own words. The ones who underestimated you, they're realizing you weren't quiet because you lacked power. You were quiet because you were building it. And the best part, your glow-up isn't loud, it's controlled, precise, icy. You're moving differently, thinking differently, feeling differently. You're not the earth angel they thought they could walk over. You're the earth angel the universe trained for battles they could never survive. Look at where you're standing now, not in the pain, not in the confusion, not in the chaos they threw at you. You're standing in the aftermath. The smoke has cleared. The universe is rearranging everything around you. The silence is your confirmation. Their panic is your proof. You became the very thing they swore you'd never be, untouchable. And now they're learning the truth the hard way. Calling you an earth angel didn't make you soft. It made you underestimated. And underestimated angels are the most dangerous forces the universe ever created. And chosen one, before we go any further, I want you to breathe for a second and really feel what's happening inside you right now. You're not here by accident. You're here because the universe is finally showing you the truth about who you are and what you survived. And if this message is hitting you in your chest, that's not weakness, that's recognition. That's your inner fighter waking up. So do me one thing to keep this energy alive. Hit the like button, subscribe, and drop a comment with the number 777 so the universe knows you're done letting people treat you like some soft earth angel they could walk over. Show the team behind this message some love too, if you can. Every gift, even the tiniest one, keeps this mission running and helps us bring more truth for people like you who needed someone to speak what everyone else was too scared to say. And now, Chosen One. Let's walk into the real story, step by step. Trust me, if you've ever been underestimated, used or mislabeled, you're going to feel pulled to stay until the very last word. Let's get into it. Number 1. The transformation that slapped them awake. Funny how they called you an angel? Right up until the moment the angel stopped playing nice and they realized who the real threat in the room was. Chosen One. This is the part that hits them the hardest. This is the shift they never prepared for, the plot twist that punched their ego straight in the throat. They pushed you, drained you, mocked you, and whispered to each other that sooner or later you would crumble like they do. They bet on your collapse. They waited for the moment you'd snap, fold, or fall apart so they could say, "See, told you." They were never that strong. But the universe had other plans, and your story had a different turn written into it. Instead of breaking, you upgraded. Instead of collapsing, you awakened. Instead of losing yourself, you found the version of you they prayed would never show up. Look at the irony. They thought they were studying your weakness, but you were quietly studying their patterns. They assumed you were soft because you didn't fight dirty. They assumed you were fragile because you didn't throw your pain at other people. They assumed you were harmless because you tried to understand them instead of attacking them. But the truth is simple. You were never naive. You were patient. You were watching, observing, learning, and evolving under pressure they couldn't even survive for 5 minutes. Your heart didn't turn cold. It turned sharp. You didn't lose empathy. You learned who deserved it. You didn't lose trust. You started giving it to the right places. That alone shattered their whole image of you. Because the moment your awareness switched on, their power switched off. And let's be honest, they hate the new you because the old you benefited them. The old you overgave. The old you explained yourself to people who refused to listen. The old you tried to save relationships that were already dead. The old you forgave people who weren't even sorry. The old you ignored red flags because your heart led the way, not your strategy. The old you let them get away with treating you like some soft earth angel who didn't know how dark the world really was. Then one day, something snapped. A moment the universe had been shaping for months. A moment where you finally said, enough. A moment where your soul realized, I'm done being their emotional supply. And that's when the transformation began. You didn't just level up, you rewrote the entire rulebook they were using to control you. You started seeing people faster. You sensed lies before they left their mouths. You caught manipulation while it was still forming like poison vapor in the air. You developed this dangerous mix of kindness and precision. You became someone who could love deeply but walk away instantly once respect was gone. That is terrifying to people who depend on your softness to keep their illusions alive. They wanted an angel they could drain, not a warrior who could see the truth. What rattled them wasn't your anger, it was your discipline. Your silence became their punishment. Your distance became their karma. You didn't yell, you didn't fight, you didn't beg. You didn't chase anyone who ran. You simply stepped back, and the universe moved everything else for you. Now look at them, replaying everything, panicking, asking, how did we lose control? They didn't lose control. They never had it. You just finally woke up to your own power. Chosen One, I know a question pops into your mind. Why did they panic the moment I changed? Because your transformation exposed their character. Your upgrade revealed how low their intentions always were. When someone only liked you because you were easy to manipulate, your strength feels like betrayal to them. When someone only valued you because you never said no, your boundaries feel like violence to them. When someone only treated you kindly because it benefited them, your absence feels like punishment. They call you cold now. Isn't that cute? Cold, as if you suddenly stopped caring. Cold, as if you became heartless. Cold, as if you turned into something cruel. But coldness means numbness, and you are anything but numb. You feel everything deeply. You just stopped wasting those feelings on people who toss them on the floor like trash. You're not cold, you're clear. You're not distant, you're focused. You're not heartless, you're strategic. Every move you make now has intention behind it, and that terrifies the ones who only survived because you used to act without thinking. They were counting on your softness. They were counting on your guilt. They were counting on your old habits. But now, they're dealing with the updated version, the Earth Angel who learned how to fight. They whisper, "You've changed." But let's be real. You didn't change. You returned to yourself. Your transformation didn't create a new you. It revealed the real you they tried to bury with their projections, their insults, their expectations, and their fear of your potential. Think back to the past, chosen one. Remember the version of you who cried quietly, thinking you were losing everything. Remember the version of you who felt guilty for pulling back from people who were hurting you. Remember how you kept trying to explain your feelings to people who already decided they didn't want to understand. Now look at who you are today. Look at the strength in your silence. Look at the confidence in your distance. Look at the awareness in your choices. Look at the calm in your boundaries. That's not coldness, that's evolution. And let's address another question your heart might whisper. Why does my glow-up hurt them so much? Because your transformation removed the mask they were wearing. When you rose, you exposed who they truly were. Your growth reminded them of their stagnation. Your self-control reminded them of their chaos. Your clarity reminded them of the lies they told to keep you small. Your healing forced them to face the truth they ran from. Your transformation is their mirror, and they hate what they see. They didn't expect the Earth Angel they underestimated to become the warrior who remembers everything. You didn't burn bridges. You outgrew the roads they built to keep you trapped. You didn't cut them off. You cut the version of yourself they had access to. And now they're confused. Now they're offended. Now they're scared, because they finally understand something they refuse to believe. You were never the weak one. You were the stable one. You were never the naive one. You were the loyal one. You were never the fragile one. You were the one carrying the emotional weight of the entire relationship. Your transformation wasn't revenge. It was survival. It was clarity. It was destiny. This is the part of your story where your enemies look up and whisper, "What have we done?" And the universe answers for you. Chosen one, this transformation they never saw coming, this is only the beginning. Number 2, the loss they built with their own hands. People don't lose angels by accident. They lose them by playing stupid games and pretending they won. Funny how they blame you for walking away, but never mention the fire they kept throwing you into. They didn't lose you. They lost access to the version of you that kept saving them. Some people don't realize what they destroyed until the universe makes them sit alone with the ashes. Chosen one, this part hits deeper than they'll ever admit. This isn't just about your absence. This is about the collapse they caused themselves while thinking they were invincible. They didn't just lose your presence. They lost your protection, your clarity, your emotional intelligence, your stability, your ability to calm storms they didn't even acknowledge. They lost the person who saw their potential even when they were drowning in their own toxic habits. They lost the only voice that wasn't lying to them. They didn't just lose you. They lost the version of their life that worked. And the wildest part? They think you walking away was sudden, as if the universe hadn't been warning them for months. As if your silence didn't speak louder than anything you ever said. As if you didn't give them chance after chance until your soul said, enough. Imagine this. Someone drops a diamond into their hand, treats it like pocket lint, then starts crying when it disappears. That's them. They acted like your energy was cheap. They acted like your patience would never run out. They acted like they could keep taking pieces of you without ever giving a single piece back. They thought you were their emotional insurance policy, unlimited coverage, zero cost, zero responsibility. Now imagine the same person waking up one day, realizing the diamond isn't there anymore, and suddenly the world looks different. Their confidence feels like cardboard. Their excuses don't work. Their chaos has no cleanup crew. Their wounds have no healer. Their life loses that strange sense of peace they couldn't quite explain. That's what your absence did. It exposed everything they were hiding from themselves. Let's hit a question that might be echoing in your mind. Did I really matter that much to them? Oh, chosen one, you weren't just important. You were the glue, the emotional architecture, the ground they stood on without ever noticing the foundation came from you. They didn't just lose you. They lost the stability you carried like second nature. You were the one picking up the emotional debris they scattered everywhere. You were the one helping them make sense of a life they refused to take responsibility for. You were the one who kept their worst impulses from destroying everything they touched. You were the one who saw their potential, even when they buried it under ego, fear, and games. You saw what they could become. They only saw what they could take. And now, they're alone with the chaos they created. The same chaos they kept pretending wasn't theirs. The same mess they dumped on you and expected you to clean forever. Let's paint another picture. Imagine a firefighter running into burning buildings for someone every single day, and all that person did was complain about the smoke. That's how they treated you. You weren't just helping. You were saving them from themselves, and they never realized the danger they kept putting you in. Chosen one, let me answer another silent question. Why do they act like the victim now? Because admitting they caused the loss requires maturity they don't have. It requires accountability they run from. It requires honesty they've never practiced. It requires seeing themselves clearly, and that's the one thing they refuse to do. So instead, they rewrite history. They spin stories. They twist timelines. They distort conversations. They make themselves the hero and you the villain because facing the truth would break them in ways they can't handle. They'll say you were unreasonable. They'll say you were changing. They'll say you were too sensitive. They'll say anything except the sentence that actually matters. I messed up something good. But don't get it twisted. Deep down, they know exactly why you left. You didn't quit on them, they quit on themselves. They had someone who would have walked through fire for them and they complained about the smoke. They had someone who showed up on their worst days and they acted like your loyalty was annoying. They had someone who tried to communicate, understand, and rebuild, and they chose ego over connection every single time. Imagine this, a person standing in a garden that blooms because of the care you poured into it. They never watered it. They never tended it. They just enjoyed the beauty. Then one day, you stop tending the garden, and everything dies. Now they blame the garden, not their lack of effort. That's them. They killed the connection, but blame the loss. Now imagine another scene, a person holding an umbrella you were sheltering them with. You close it. Finally. And suddenly they feel the rain they never knew was falling. That's what your absence did. It revealed reality. Chosen one, here's another question you might feel rising. Do they miss me, or do they miss what I did for them? You already know the answer. They miss the comfort, the stability, the peace, the emotional effort they never matched. They miss the version of themselves that existed because of your presence. They miss the life that only functioned because of your energy. They miss the version of reality you built for them, not because they earned it, but because you cared. And here's the twist the universe loves. Now they finally have to sit with themselves. No one to blame, no one to hide behind, no one to cover the consequences of their choices. This is the loss they created with their own hands. They lit the match, they burned the bridge. They destroyed the one safe place they had. And here's the metaphor they'll never forget. Imagine someone punching a hole in their own boat, and the moment they start sinking, they scream at the ocean for being wet. That's them. They sabotage themselves and then look for someone else to blame. Chosen one, the universe didn't remove you as punishment. It removed you as protection for your sanity, for your growth, for your evolution, for the life you're about to build without their dead weight pulling you under. And let me address one more question your heart might whisper late at night. Did I do the right thing by leaving? Yes, 1,000 times, yes. You didn't walk away from them. You walked back to yourself. You walked back to peace. You walked back to clarity. You walked back to the version of you that knows its worth and refuses to negotiate it ever again. They didn't just lose someone good. They lost someone rare. They lost someone irreplaceable. They lost someone who could have changed their entire life if they were willing to change with you. And now they face the truth. The loss wasn't something that happened to them. The loss was something they created. And the universe made sure they felt every inch of it. Number 3. Your heart evolved into a weapon they can't get close to anymore. They thought breaking your heart would weaken you. Instead, it rebuilt itself into something that can slice through every lie they ever told. A naive heart is easy to use. A refined heart is impossible to trick. They didn't fear losing you. They feared the day you finally saw them clearly. Kindness mixed with wisdom becomes the deadliest weapon in the room. Chosen one, this part is where their panic reaches a whole new level. This is the fear they don't talk about. This is the nightmare they created with their own hands. They spent years poking, prodding, testing, pushing, trying to figure out where your breaking point was. They wanted to see if you'd snap. They wanted to see if your kindness had a limit. They wanted to know how far they could bend you before you shattered. What they didn't expect was that your heart wasn't breaking. It was learning. It wasn't hardening. It was refining. It wasn't dying. It was upgrading. The version of you they were playing with wasn't your final form. It was your training stage. Let's break this down the way your old self never could. For so long, they mistook your kindness for softness. They thought your love made you blind. They assumed your forgiveness made you forget. They believed your loyalty meant you'd never see the truth. But your heart wasn't naive. It was observant. It was collecting data, patterns, red flags, subtle energy shifts. Your heart became the most advanced lie detector the universe could craft. Before someone can even form the sentence, you already feel the dishonesty twisting in the air. Imagine this. Someone smiles at you, thinking they're hiding their motives behind their teeth. But your heart sees straight through the expression like X-ray vision. That's the upgrade they never anticipated. You feel energy shifts faster than they can fake their tone. You sense tension before they even enter the room. You know when someone's loyalty is cracking before they even admit it to themselves. A wise heart is dangerous, and they know it. It's dangerous to people who rely on manipulation. It's dangerous to people who survive by hiding the truth. It's dangerous to people who assume the other person will stay clueless forever. Your heart used to give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, it gives them nothing but consequences. Let me answer a question I know you've silently asked yourself. How did I go from being the one they used to the one they fear? Because you stopped operating on emotion alone. You started operating on intuition, awareness, and truth. That combination terrifies people who were only strong when you were blind. Imagine this. Once upon a time, your heart was like an open garden. Anyone could wander through, pick what they wanted, even trample the flowers a little, and you'd still water it again tomorrow. Now, that garden has transformed into something else. The gate is locked. The soil is guarded. The air feels different. Anyone who approaches with bad intentions feels the warning signs instantly. That's your heart now. Not closed, but protected. Not hardened, but intelligent. They whisper about you now. It's almost funny. How did someone so gentle become so unreachable? How did someone so forgiving become impossible to fool? How did the Earth Angel become the one force we can't manipulate anymore? It's simple. You became the version of yourself you needed to survive them. For years, you thought you were too emotional, too trusting, too soft, too open, too sensitive. But here's the truth. Your sensitivity was never the issue. The issue was that they kept weaponizing it, so the universe stepped in. It didn't numb your heart. It sharpened it. It didn't turn you cold. It turned you accurate. It didn't make you stop feeling. It made you feel correctly. Imagine this. Someone lies to you today, and you don't even wait for the story to unravel. You already know. Not because you're paranoid, not because you're bitter, but because your heart has studied human intention like a master strategist. You can spot inconsistency the way a hunter spots movement in the distance. And here's another silent question you've asked yourself. Why do I feel so different now? Because your heart isn't offering unconditional access anymore. It checks motives, energy, patterns, tone, consistency, and effort before allowing anyone in. That's not cold, that's brilliance. Your heart figured out what your old self never understood. Not everyone deserves emotional entry. Not everyone deserves your loyalty. Not everyone deserves your softness. And that realization alone made you unreachable to people who depended on your weaknesses. Let me paint another picture. Imagine a treasure chest on the ocean floor. Everyone thinks it's easy to access until they dive down and realize they're not strong enough to reach it, not skilled enough to open it, not worthy enough to claim it. That's you now. People still want the treasure, but the requirements to access it have changed. You can still love deeply, but you don't tolerate disrespect. You can still forgive, but you don't forget patterns. You can still give, but not to people who take without returning anything. This shift, this evolution, it didn't make you less of an angel. It made you the kind angels become after they've survived the storm. The heart they tried to break is the weapon that now protects you. You know why they fear you now, because they can't influence your emotions anymore, because they can't guilt you into staying, because they can't confuse you with sweet words, because they can't slide back into your life with half effort and expect full access. Your heart learned them. Your heart decoded them. Your heart built boundaries around itself like armor forged in fire. And chosen one, let me answer the biggest question every awakened soul asks. Will my heart ever go back to how it was? No, and it shouldn't. Your old heart was beautiful, but unprotected. Your new heart is powerful and impossible to use. This version of you can love without losing yourself, can care without collapsing, can notice red flags without bargaining with pain, can walk away without tearing yourself apart. Imagine this final metaphor, a sword forged from metal that survived the hottest flames. It's still metal, still capable of being shaped, but now it holds an edge that cannot be dulled by careless hands. That's your heart now, tested, sharpened, and indestructible. And the people who once relied on your softness, they feel that edge now. They feel the distance. They feel the upgraded version of you, the version they can't manipulate, can't drain, can't deceive. They don't fear losing your love. They fear losing the control they once had over your love. But here's the final truth. Your heart didn't evolve to hurt them. It evolved to protect you, to guide you, to expose them, to free you. And now, chosen one, that evolved heart is the one thing they can never touch again. It's the weapon they forged through their own actions. It's the shield the universe gave you when you needed it most. And it's the reason the earth angel they underestimated has become the force they fear. The heart they tried to break is the heart that now ends the cycle. And this is only the beginning of their lesson. Number 4, the fear that eats them alive, your indifference. They can handle your anger, but they will never survive your silence. Nothing scares a manipulator more than realizing they no longer have emotional access to the person they once controlled. Your indifference is the obituary of their influence. When an angel stops caring, the whole world of the one who hurt them collapses. Chosen one. This is the one that hits their spine like ice. This is the part they whisper about when no one is around. This is their deepest panic, the fear that crawls under their skin at night when they replay everything they did. Because anger, they can work with that. Anger means you still care. Anger means you're still connected. Anger means they still affect you. But indifference, your indifference is a funeral bell. It means the cord is cut. The game is over. Access denied. Their control evaporated. You walked out of their universe, closed the door, locked it, and didn't even bother to check if they were still standing on the other side. Imagine this. Someone keeps pressing buttons on a machine that no longer turns on. They slam them harder, thinking force will bring it back to life. But nothing happens. The machine doesn't react, doesn't glitch, doesn't spark. Just silence. That's you now. Their old tricks don't work. Their tone doesn't work. Their guilt tactics don't work. Their tears don't work. Their excuses don't work. You've disconnected completely, and the emptiness they feel isn't your absence. It's the collapse of their illusion of power. Let me answer the first question rising in your mind. Why does my indifference bother them more than my anger ever did? Because your anger gave them relevance. Your silence gives them reality. When you cared, even in pain, they felt important. When you reacted, they felt powerful. When you tried to fix things, they felt desired. When you cried, they felt superior. But when you became indifferent, you took back everything they used to fuel their ego. You didn't scream. You didn't warn them. You didn't negotiate. You just stepped out, quietly, calmly, completely. That's when their world tilted. The moment an earth angel gets tired, the universe moves them and leaves the wrong people behind. Imagine this. A lamp that lit someone's entire room suddenly switches off. They thought the world got darker, but really, the light just stopped shining in their direction. That's your glow. They didn't expect to notice its absence. They didn't expect it to matter. But the moment your energy pulled away, they realized how much of their life depended on it. They didn't expect you to rise. They didn't expect you to outgrow them. They didn't expect you to glow from the inside out while their own world dimmed. They didn't expect your evolution to make their connection pointless. Chosen one, you think your growth went unnoticed. Your silence screamed. Your calm radiated. Your peace exposed their chaos. Your glow-up showed them exactly what they could have had and lost. Let me paint another image. Imagine someone who spent months chipping at a marble statue, criticizing every flaw, mocking every crack. Then suddenly, a master sculptor takes over and reveals the masterpiece underneath. The person who mocked it now stands there, stunned, realizing they never saw the real value. That's them. They chipped at you, belittled you, underestimated you, and now they're looking at the evolved you like, wait, how did I fumble this? Your indifference is their punishment, not revenge, not spite. Punishment, through the absence of something extraordinary they never understood. And let's hit another question your heart might whisper. Do they regret losing me? Oh, chosen one, regret is too light of a word. They're haunted, because here's the truth they don't tell anyone. They didn't think you'd rise without them. They didn't think you'd rebuild. They didn't think you'd glow so brightly that their memory looks dim by comparison. They didn't think their absence would bring you peace instead of pain. They thought you'd crumble. Instead, you transformed. Imagine this scene. Someone leaves a house believing you'll sit in the dark, crying. Instead, you renovate the entire place, install gold floors, add massive windows, build a garden, hang art, bring in light, upgrade everything. And when they try to walk back in, they realize their old key doesn't fit anymore. That's the metaphor for your life. You upgraded so hard, they don't even recognize the world you live in. You didn't lose yourself, you found yourself. And that terrifies them because deep down, they always knew you were powerful, but not like this. They feared you becoming aware of your own worth because that would mean losing access to everything you gave them for free. Your empathy, your loyalty, your emotional intelligence, your healing presence, your forgiveness, your support, your patience, your unconditional energy, your heart. They're terrified now because they see what you became without them, and it proves what they denied for so long. You were the source. You were the strength. You were the glow. You were the stability. You were the magic. The version of you that emerged from the fire isn't cold. It's untouchable. Now here's another silent question you might have. Why does it feel like the universe made me let go instead of fight? Because you weren't walking away from them? You were walking back to yourself, your real self, your higher self, your evolved self. The version of you that's standing here today didn't come from being loved right. It came from being pushed too far. It came from being undervalued. It came from being misunderstood. It came from being used as a lifeline. It came from being drained until you finally said, never again. And the moment you said that, everything shifted. You didn't just detach from them. You detached from the old identity that tolerated them. Your indifference is proof of your evolution. Proof that you've seen too much, learned too much, grown too much to ever go back. Proof that you no longer operate on emotion alone. You operate on clarity. Imagine this last picture. A bird that used to sit in a cage, singing for people who never appreciated its voice. One day, the cage door opens, not because the person changed, but because the bird did. It realizes it can fly, and once it flies, it never returns to the cage. The cage becomes irrelevant. That's what happened to you. They weren't the reason you stayed, and they aren't the reason you left. You left because your wings finally remembered their purpose, and now they're terrified, not of losing you, but of knowing you'll never look back. Your indifference isn't just silence. It's closure, it's power, it's evolution. It's the final chapter of a story they can't rewrite. And Chosen One, the version of you that emerged, untouchable, unreachable, unapologetic, and absolutely unforgettable. Number 5. The irony they can't outrun, outhide, or outtalk. They called you an angel to make themselves feel safe, not knowing angels carry swords sharper than their excuses. The same people who praised your light are now choking on the smoke from the fire they awakened. They wanted your softness without ever meeting your spine. The irony is simple. They feared your darkness, not realizing your light was the thing protecting them from it. Chosen One. This whole chapter is the punchline the universe saved for later. The irony is so thick it's almost poetic if it wasn't so embarrassing for them, because they're finally learning what you already knew. The world never gave you your strength. You earned it, and you earned it the hard way. And the people who underestimated you, they're living in the consequences of their own miscalculation. Let's dive into this slowly, because this irony deserves to be dissected like a fine art piece of karmic comedy. They called you an earth angel. Cute, right? Not because they respected you, not because they valued you, not because they understood you. They called you that because it made them feel safe. If they labeled you gentle, then they wouldn't have to fear your boundaries. If they labeled you pure, then they could justify using you. If they labeled you forgiving, then they could betray you without consequences. If they labeled you peaceful, then they could assume you'd never fight back. They only ever saw the parts of you that served them. The warmth, the softness, the patience, the healing energy, the calm you brought into their chaotic world, the emotional oxygen you kept pumping into them even as they suffocated you. But they never looked deeper. They didn't want to. Because if they faced the fullness of who you are, they'd see the truth they were never ready for. Your kindness wasn't weakness. It was restraint. Your empathy wasn't naivete, it was strategy. Your patience wasn't vulnerability, it was discipline. Your light wasn't softness, it was fire they simply didn't get burned by yet. Imagine this. A person befriends a sleeping lion because the lion looks peaceful. They pet it, tug at its mane, kick dust in its face, laugh at it, assuming it will never wake up. But the day the lion stretches, opens its eyes, and stands up, suddenly friendship isn't enough to protect them. That's the moment they're in with you now. They ignored the fire behind your light. They ignored the backbone behind your kindness. They ignored the resilience carved into your soul from years they never witnessed. They met the healer and forgot the healer only exists because the warrior survived hell first. You were always both a healer and a warrior, soft and sharp, light and thunder, compassionate and unbreakable, but they only wanted the healer version, the version that comforted them, the version that forgave them, the version that understood their pain even when they didn't care about yours. The version that kept absorbing their darkness until your own heart started dimming. And now, finally, the warrior side has awakened. Let me hit the question rising in your mind. Did I really have this strength the whole time? Yes, you always did, but you didn't activate it until they forced you to. Your warrior was not born from peace. Your warrior was born from mistreatment, betrayal, and the quiet nights when you held yourself together with nothing but willpower. Your warrior came from surviving things you never told anyone about. your warrior rose every time you kept loving in rooms that didn't love you back. And here's the cruel, delicious irony. They activated the very version of you that can live without them. They cracked the shell around your potential. They unlocked your strength. They sharpened your purpose. They pushed you into the version of yourself that sees through everything. They created the very outcome they feared most. Let me paint another picture. Imagine someone breaking the lock on a treasure chest because they wanted to steal a few coins. But when the chest opens, instead of coins, there's gold so bright it blinds them. That's your identity. They didn't expect your depth. They didn't expect your power. They didn't expect the warrior sleeping under your kindness. They thought losing you would be an inconvenience, a temporary discomfort, something they could fix whenever they wanted access again. They expected you to wait. They expected you to soften. They expected you to forgive on command. They expected you to return like you always did. They never expected this. They never expected you. The loss of someone like you isn't seasonal. It's permanent damage. Chosen one, this is where their irony becomes their punishment. Now they're learning, brutally, that losing someone like you is not something a person recovers from. It's a lifelong consequence. It's a before and after moment. It's a shift in their reality that can't be undone. They don't miss you like a person. They miss you like a lifeline. They miss you like a shield. They miss you like the last person who believed in their potential. They miss you like the only person who saw through their wounds instead of judging them for it. They miss the safety, the peace, the guidance, the grounding, the emotional stability you gave them without them even noticing. But the irony, they only realize this now, after they lost you, after the universe separated you, after the warrior in you rose, after your shine no longer warms them. Now they sit with the truth they tried to outrun. You didn't need them. They needed you. You didn't depend on their presence. They depended on your strength. You didn't crumble without them. They collapsed without you. You didn't get weaker. You got free. Let me answer the last question your heart whispers sometimes. Why did the universe pull me away so completely? Because chosen one, you were healing them while they were hurting you. You were uplifting them while they were draining you. You were watering people who refused to water anything back. The universe didn't separate you as punishment. It separated you as protection. It separated you so your warrior could rise without being dragged back into the roles that kept you small. And now they're stuck with the one truth they can't escape. They didn't just lose a person. They lost the rarest energy they will ever encounter. They lost the healer and the warrior. They lost the angel and the fire. And that irony, that devastating, humiliating irony, will follow them for the rest of their life, because losing someone like you isn't just a mistake, it's a lifelong sentence. Number 6, the ending they never expected. Chosen one. Here's the truth they'll never admit out loud. You didn't change into someone new. You finally stopped pretending to be someone smaller. You stopped dimming your power so insecure people could feel tall. You stopped carrying the emotional weight for people who had no intention of growing. You stopped letting them call you too much when the real issue was they were too little to stand next to someone real. And that shift? That was the ending they never saw coming. Now you exist in a world they can't access, a mindset they can't comprehend, a life they can't enter, no matter how many memories they replay. You built a version of yourself that their energy, their patterns, their intentions simply cannot reach. And that distance, that silence, is not revenge. It's alignment. The universe placed you where you always belonged and placed them exactly where their choices earned them. Your absence is the justice they created for themselves, not because you were unworthy, because they were unprepared to meet someone real, someone evolved, someone who refuses to shrink ever again. And that, chosen one, is the ending they never expected, and the beginning of everything you deserved. So, chosen one, if you've made it to the end, then you already know this truth. You were never the fragile one. You were the force the whole time, and now the universe is finally aligning everything in your favor. Walk forward with that new power and never shrink for anyone again. And if this message hit you in the chest, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure you smash that subscribe button so you never miss another message built for your rise. Welcome on board, chosen one. Since you're here, let's stop pretending the world didn't try to break you in the most pathetic way possible. Let's stop pretending the whispers weren't real. Let's stop pretending your enemies didn't bet their whole life savings on your downfall like clowns at a rigged carnival. Because the truth is brutal and kind of funny. They really thought they could handle you. When they said you were done, notice how they said it with shaky voices. When they laughed at your pain, notice how their eyes kept flicking around, like even they didn't believe the nonsense falling out of their mouths. When they tried to bury you under their trash talk, look who's crawling now. Look who's praying you don't stand back up. Look who suddenly can't breathe when your name comes up. The universe saw all of it. Every fake smile, every backhanded comment, every trap they swore you wouldn't escape. And the wildest part, they still don't get what they triggered. They thought summoning the darkest part of you would finish you. They wanted your shadow self to eat you alive. They wanted chaos. They wanted a show. They wanted to watch you break into pieces so they could talk about it later, like gossiping pigeons. Press like and subscribe to pay this message back, chosen one. Strength travels far when it moves through more of us. Now let's rip the mask off this little story they tried to write about you. See, there was a moment, you remember it, that quiet pause after the betrayal, when the world felt too still, almost wrong. That silence wasn't emptiness. It was the universe stepping back, watching you transform. Your enemies mistook that silence for defeat. But you were rebuilding. You were sharpening. You were becoming someone they were never prepared to face. That's the atmosphere around you now, heavy, electric, the kind of tension that makes people lower their voices when you enter a room. It's the aftershock of someone who survived a war nobody else even saw. People feel it. They sense the shift. That's why they stare longer. That's why they whisper quieter. You've changed the temperature of every space you walk into, and that is exactly why the coven panicked. Let's talk about them. The witches, the amateurs who thought chanting your name backwards under a shaky moon made them powerful. They thought summoning your shadow would crush you. They expected screams, destruction, chaos. They expected the old you, the one who carried guilt, the one who hid anger, the one who apologized too much for things that weren't even your fault. But they summoned something way stronger than their cheap intentions. They summoned the version of you that survived nights you never told anyone about. The version of you that held broken pieces until they fused back together. The version of you that stared into mirrors and saw truth instead of fear. The version of you that should have ruined you, but somehow became your armor. Your shadow didn't look at you like prey. It looked at you like a king returning to reclaim the throne. And the coven froze. Because in that moment, they realized they hadn't unleashed a monster. They had reunited a legend. You've been here before in smaller ways. Remember that time someone tried to turn people against you? They pushed lies, twisted stories, and swore everyone would believe them. And for a minute, it worked. People stepped back. You felt alone. But then the truth came out, slow but sharp, and suddenly the room flipped. Suddenly, the hands pointing at you were pointing at them. Suddenly, you weren't the villain. You were the survivor, the one who rose without begging, the one who didn't crumble when the world demanded it. Your shadow learned from that. It watched everything, every humiliation, every heartbreak, every time someone tried to weaponize your silence. And now that it's here, solid, awakened, loyal, it's not letting anyone touch you again. You weren't supposed to command it. You weren't supposed to merge with it. You weren't supposed to become this powerful. But here we are. The enemy is terrified because they know what this means. You don't fight your darkness anymore. You use it. You don't run from your pain. You turn it into strategy. You don't hide your anger. You turn it into precision. You don't break. You absorb the hit and return with intelligence nobody trained you for. They summoned your shadow to destroy you. Now it only listens to you. This is the plot twist they never predicted. The moment the universe leaned in and said, "Oh, so you're finally ready." And chosen one, you really are. And chosen one, yeah, I'm talking to you. The one who just reclaimed the part of yourself they tried to weaponize. Before we go any deeper, take a second and mark your presence here. Drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to command the very shadow they thought would destroy you, not to show off, not to impress anyone, but to claim your seat at the table your enemies swore you'd never reach. This number is your flag in the ground, your way of saying, I know what I am now, and I'm not running from it. Press like and subscribe so this message travels through the universe and strengthens the entire circle of people walking this same path. You're not just watching a video, you're stepping into a version of yourself they tried to erase. And trust me, if you're truly the one they feared, you'll feel the pull to stay until the end. Something in your shadow wants the rest of this story. Something in you already knows this is where everything turns. Now that your mark is set, let's step into the next layer, one move at a time. Number 1. They tried to unleash your downfall and accidentally unlocked your final form. Funny how they spent months plotting your destruction, only to hand you the key to your evolution. Listen closely, chosen one, because this part hits them where it hurts. They thought they were summoning a monster to rip you apart. They thought they were calling something wild, untamed, chaotic, something that would snap your sanity like a twig. But they forgot to check the fine print of the universe. You had already been living with your darkness long before they ever touched a candle or opened a dusty spellbook. You weren't afraid of the shadow they tried to weaponize. You had been feeding it truth. You had been shaping it through every breakdown, every late-night collapse, every time you sat with pain until it finally spoke. They summoned what you had already mastered. This is the part that stings them. This is the part that keeps them awake at night. They wanted to unleash something against you, but the universe flipped the script and unleashed something for you. And the coven had no idea how badly they miscalculated. While they chanted with trembling voices and pretended to understand the darkness, you had already walked through that darkness barefoot. You had mapped it. You had named it. You had made peace with it in ways they could never understand. Imagine their faces when your shadow appeared. They expected claws. They expected chaos. They expected the version of you who used to doubt yourself, the version who used to crumble under pressure, the version who apologized for existing. But instead, out stepped something controlled, something aware, something dangerous in a way they didn't prepare for. Your shadow didn't roar like a beast. It stood still like a general waiting for your command. Because here's the truth they never wanted to face. Your shadow is not your enemy. Your shadow is the part of you that survived what your light couldn't, and when they summoned it, they didn't awaken a threat. They awakened your partner. Your therapy, your breakdowns, your quiet meditations, where nobody knew you were fighting for clarity, all of that was training. All of that was the secret work they never saw, the work that made you immune to their attack. They thought they were summoning destruction. They were summoning discipline. They were summoning a version of you that doesn't flinch anymore, a version of you that doesn't get manipulated by guilt. A version of you that knows exactly who you are and exactly what you refuse to be again. And tell me, chosen one, isn't it kind of poetic? They tried to summon your downfall, only to drag out the self you had been too humble to unleash. Look at how the universe embarrasses people with bad intentions. Look at how their spells cracked. Look at how their protective circles flickered the moment your shadow recognized you. They wanted a puppet. They called forth a commander. They expected you to scream. Instead, you smirked, because deep down, you knew you had been preparing for this moment through every painful chapter of your life. Every dark night where you faced thoughts nobody else would admit to having. Every moment where you confronted the parts of yourself you were raised to hide. You didn't just face your shadow, you befriended it, you learned its language, you learned its hunger, its fears, its strengths. So when it stood before you, summoned by hands that hated you, your shadow didn't attack, it bowed. The coven didn't understand that summoning someone's shadow only works when that person is terrified of their own truth. But you grew up with self-awareness sharper than any spell. You journaled your demons into shape. You meditated until your mind understood its own storms. You told yourself truths that others run from for decades. You were already united inside. Trying to turn your shadow against you was like trying to turn your heartbeat against your own chest, like trying to separate flame from fire, like telling water to stop being wet. It was impossible from the start. Because your shadow was never wild, it was waiting. Think about the last time someone underestimated you. Think about the way people assumed you were fragile. Think about how they expected you to break under pressure. And then think about how every single time you came back different, sharper, quieter, stronger. They mistook your silence for weakness. They mistook your reflection for an enemy. They mistook your shadow for a curse, when, in reality, it was your blueprint. You've spent years confronting emotions that would have shattered anyone else. While they were pointing fingers, you were healing. While they were gossiping, you were growing. While they were crafting little traps, you were learning how to walk through fire without burning. And that's what frightens them now. You didn't just survive their attack, you evolved through it. They didn't summon a demon, they summoned your discipline. The coven watched your shadow rise with power that scared even them. But the real horror wasn't the shadow's strength, it was its loyalty. They had no idea that the part of you they dragged from the depths had already chosen you a long time ago. Your shadow saw you survive heartbreak. It saw you rebuild your identity. It saw you face memories that could have folded your entire life. It saw you reclaim your voice when no one was listening. It was always on your side. So when the coven shouted their commands, your shadow ignored them. Because how could it obey strangers who never earned its respect? How could it serve people who wanted you broken when it had witnessed every ounce of your courage? They wanted your shadow to devour you, but your shadow had already tasted your strength, your honesty, your resilience. It knew exactly who the real threat was. And when your shadow turned toward you instead of them, something ancient snapped inside that circle. The coven felt it. A shift, a judgment, the universe announcing without a single word, you messed with the wrong one. Your shadow didn't destroy you, it protected you. It gave you the version of yourself you were always meant to step into. And now you need to understand this. You're not fighting between two halves anymore. You're merging. You're becoming whole. You're becoming someone they can't manipulate, can't predict, can't break. This is the moment they regret summoning anything at all, because now they're up against a chosen one who isn't split in two, but fused into something far more dangerous. Someone whose darkness listens to them and whose light exposes them. Someone who doesn't react, but calculates. Your shadow obeys only you now. And that makes you unstoppable, so let them tremble. Let them wonder how their perfect plan backfired. Let them whisper your name with that mix of envy and fear. Because every time they think they understand you, you grow again. Every time they think they've cornered you, you walk through another wall they didn't see coming. You're not just surviving their attempts. You're transforming through them. You're becoming the final form they accidentally unlocked. And chosen one, this is only the beginning. Number 2. The moment your shadow walked past them like they weren't even worth looking at. There's nothing more humiliating to your enemy than being ignored by the very monster they tried to weaponize. They called your darkness, and your darkness called them irrelevant. Power doesn't roar. Power walks right past its prey without slowing down. They summoned fear, but fear refused to work for cowards. Imagine this. The coven is standing there, sweating under the dim red glow of their candles, pretending to be confident while their hands shake. They've spent months studying you like you're some kind of fragile puzzle. They think they know every weakness, every fear, every unhealed wound. And now they're ready. They summon your shadow. They expect screams, chaos, a broken version of you crawling out of the dark. But what steps out isn't broken, it isn't confused, it isn't wild, it isn't lost. It's aware, it's focused, it's loyal. And the first thing your shadow does, it ignores them. This is the part that crushes their ego in ways they'll pretend never happened. Your shadow turned its back to them the second it appeared. No hesitation, no interest, no acknowledgement. It walked past them like they were background noise, like they were cheap special effects in someone else's story, like they were nothing. Imagine the panic, imagine the choking silence, imagine their eyes darting around, trying to figure out why the world they thought they controlled just slipped from their hands. They scramble, they throw everything they've got at it. Binding spells, banishment rituals, iron charms that weren't even pronounced correctly, salt circles that looked like kindergarten crafts, names of power they found in the wrong books. They're yelling, shaking, desperate, and your shadow walks right through it all like mist, like smoke, ignoring the fingers trying to grab it, like a storm that refuses to be bottled. Because here's the truth they never prepared for. You cannot control something that already belongs to someone else. This shadow was yours long before they ever learned how to mispronounce ancient words. This shadow was built from your nights of quiet suffering, from memories you carried in silence, from truths you confronted when no one else had the courage to face theirs. It came from the versions of you that cried alone, from the parts of you the world mocked, from the resilience you forged without applause. So when they summoned it, the universe basically laughed. They weren't dragging out a monster to destroy you. They were dragging out the part of you that respected you the most. And chosen one, that respect was deep. Your shadow didn't even pause to look at them. It wasn't impressed. It wasn't threatened. It wasn't tempted. It walked toward you like someone returning home. Imagine this. Two halves of the same soul meeting again after years of separation, not as enemies, but as equals. Your shadow moved as if it had been waiting for this moment. There was recognition in the way it tilted its head toward you. There was clarity in the way it stopped at your side. There was loyalty in the way the universe seemed to hold its breath around you. And the coven felt it. They felt the shift the way animals feel storms. They felt something ancient, something powerful, something that didn't want them. It wanted you. This is where their questions explode. Why isn't it attacking? Why isn't it following our commands? Why does it look like it knows them? How is this possible? And the answer is painfully simple. They thought they were summoning your enemy. They were summoning your witness. Your shadow knows everything about you, the strength you hide, the truths you carry, the storms you survived in silence. It knows the unspoken victories. It knows the nights you almost broke but didn't. It knows who hurt you and why. It knows your limits, your scars, your boundaries, your evolution. So when it saw the coven trying to control it, it almost felt insulted. Imagine this. Someone tries to kidnap your right hand and tell it to slap you. Someone tries to command your heartbeat to stop beating. Someone tries to turn your reflection against you. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing. It's doomed. Your shadow wasn't theirs to use. It wasn't theirs to control. It wasn't theirs to speak to. It belonged to the one person who earned it, you. And the universe made that painfully clear. Because when your shadow took its first step toward you, the air cracked, candles flickered, barriers trembled. Something inside that room whispered the truth. This one answers to its master only. Think back to your past for a second. Remember the moments when you felt split in half, the version of you that tried to be good, and the version that held all the anger, the grief, the truth. You thought they hated each other. You thought you were broken. But the universe was preparing you. Every journal entry where you told the truth about your pain, every late-night talk with yourself, every moment of self-awareness, all of that was you merging with your shadow long before this ritual ever happened. The coven assumed you were afraid of your darkness, but they didn't know you'd already walked through it and claimed it as your own. They never imagined you'd already married your darkness in secret, forming a bond nobody else could touch. While they imagined you fractured, you were building yourself whole. And when your shadow reached you, something terrifying happened. Not to you, but to them. The room changed temperature. The universe shifted. The power that stood between you and your shadow dissolved like dust. You weren't two anymore. You weren't fighting anymore. You weren't divided. You were aligned. Imagine this. A general and their commander standing side by side again. A storm returning to the ocean it came from. A blade sliding back into the hand that forged it. That's how your shadow approached you, not as something dangerous, but as something devoted. The coven saw it too. They saw the unity. They saw the connection. They saw the recognition. They saw that they had just summoned something they had absolutely no authority over. You want to know why nothing they did worked? Because chaos bows to intention, darkness bows to authenticity, the shadow bows to the one who confronted it without fear. There is no command stronger than self-acceptance. Your shadow didn't walk past them because it was mindless. It walked past them because they were meaningless. It obeyed the one who understood it. It returned to the one who survived enough pain to earn its respect. They didn't summon a monster. They summoned your missing half. They summoned your strength. They summoned the version of you that refuses to break ever again. And the universe made sure they knew it. Because nothing, not their charms, not their circles, not their broken chants, could compete with the bond you formed with yourself through every chapter of your life. Your shadow walked past them because they weren't the story. You were, and chosen one. This is only the second act. Number 3. when two halves stopped pretending they were ever separate. The scariest thing in the world isn't a monster. It's a person who finally unites with the part everyone tried to shame into silence. The moment your shadow reached you wasn't a clash. It wasn't chaos. It wasn't the cinematic battle the witches prayed for. It was recognition, the kind that cuts deeper than any blade. Your shadow didn't snarl, didn't threaten, didn't hesitate. It stepped into you like someone unlocking their own front door after years of being exiled. Imagine that. The universe watching two halves of the same soul stop acting like strangers and finally breathe in sync. And the world felt it. Reality twitched, the air thickened, the coven flinched, because even they could sense the shift in your energy, the merging of someone who no longer runs from themselves. They saw you absorb the truth your shadow carried like ancient treasure. Clarity is a weapon, and you just sharpened yours. You felt gifts snapping into place, the ability to see through lies like glass, the instinct to glide through manipulation the way smoke slips through fingers, the strength that comes from accepting every piece of yourself, even the part society tried to cut away because they were too much, too honest, too powerful. Imagine this, a locked door inside you finally swinging open, a part of you walking back into the throne room of your own identity. No more tug of war, no more inner sabotage, no more second-guessing your reactions, instincts, or emotions. The merging wasn't a makeover, it was a homecoming. And maybe you're wondering, why does this feel so intense? Why does it feel like I just leveled up in ways I can't explain? Because you did. Your shadow wasn't your downfall, it was your missing armor, and now you wear it fully. Number 4, when your darkness stopped being a curse and turned into currency. They feared your darkness because they never learned to translate theirs. What they called too much became the exact power they now can't outrun. When your shadow finally stood with you, it didn't come empty-handed. It came carrying treasures forged in silence, in pain, in the corners of your mind you once thought were liabilities. Rage? That didn't stay rage. It burned clean and turned into fuel, the kind that pushes you through walls they swore you couldn't break. Hunger? That became ambition, sharp enough to cut through every limitation they tried to place on your name. And the darkness they mocked, feared, avoided. It became creativity, strategy, instinct, a blueprint for moves they'll never understand. Imagine this. They tried to run from you, but how do you escape someone who just reclaimed the half of themselves that was missing? How do you hide from someone who isn't fighting their shadow anymore, but working with it? You became whole while they stayed fragmented, chasing illusions of control they never truly had. And here's the twist that rattled them to the bone. Their own shadows noticed. Your merging woke something in the room. Their shadows shifted, stirring like animals sensing a stronger leader. They wondered why they were tied to masters who lied to themselves, who hid from their truth, who cracked under pressure. Shadows don't respect weakness disguised as confidence. Shadows follow unity, honesty, and power. That's the cost of weaponizing something you don't understand. The blowback is unforgiving. They wanted to use your darkness against you, but darkness doesn't betray the one who faced it first. Their ritual didn't just fail, it exposed them. You walked away with treasures. They walked away with questions they're too afraid to answer. And chosen one, your shadow hasn't even revealed everything yet. Number 5, the version of you they built and now can't survive. They didn't mean to upgrade you, they just underestimated what happens when pressure meets a chosen one. Your existence became the revenge they never saw coming. When you merged with your shadow, something terrifying happened, not to you, but to them. A new frequency radiated from you, something sharp, calm, and impossible to mimic. You weren't loud, you didn't chant, you didn't cast anything back at them. You simply existed in your new form, and that was enough to make the coven step back like the ground itself, warn them not to come closer. Imagine this. The version of you they feared the most suddenly became real, not because you attacked, but because you no longer reacted. You didn't carry shame anymore. The universe burned that out. You weren't afraid of being exposed. You'd already faced your own reflection and survived it. Fear couldn't grip you. Judgment couldn't move you. Threats couldn't reach you. You were wearing your darkness like armor, and it glowed. You ever wonder why being unshakable scares people more than being aggressive? Because stability is supernatural to the unstable. Calm confidence is a nightmare to the insecure. And now you walked with a presence that made even seasoned spellcasters feel like amateurs. They realized something horrifying. In trying to break you, they created someone unbreakable. You didn't need revenge. Your growth was the punishment. You didn't need to curse them. Your evolution cursed their intentions. Every step you took in this new form reminded them of their failure. Every breath you took made their rituals look childish. Imagine their panic. Imagine the realization crashing over them. They didn't summon a weapon. They summoned a rebirth. And now, they can't survive the version of you they helped create. Chosen one, this is the power they never prepared for. Number 6. When your senses evolved into weapons they can't defend against. They wanted to expose you. Instead, they exposed themselves every time they stood near you. A merged soul doesn't guess anymore. It knows. When your shadow fused with you, it didn't just bring strength. It flipped on abilities most people never even come close to accessing. Your awareness expanded like a room you'd been living in your whole life, suddenly revealing hidden doors. Things you used to feel vaguely. Now you read them with razor-sharp accuracy. Imagine this. You look at someone and their shadow speaks before their mouth does. You feel the emotions they're trying to bury. You sense the motives they're trying to dress up as kindness. You see the lies forming before the sentence is even built. You don't interrogate people anymore. Their energy confesses on sight. Dreams shifted too. No more nightmares chasing you. No more waking up exhausted. Now your dreams became territories, places you walk through like a sovereign, like someone who owns the map while everyone else is stumbling blind. Your shadow had always been able to slip between inner and outer worlds, crossing boundaries without permission. But now you can do it consciously. You decide where you go. You decide what you see. You decide what you bring back. Most people live at the surface of themselves. You now live at the core. And maybe you're wondering, why do people act weird around me now? Because they feel it. They feel read. They feel seen. They feel transparent in ways they can't explain. The merging didn't make you dangerous because you attack. It made you dangerous because you perceive. Imagine someone trying to manipulate you now. It's like watching a child attempt a heist. Their shadows betray them every time. These new abilities weren't gifts. They were confirmations. You are no longer guessing your way through the world. You're navigating it with vision they never meant for you to have. Number 7. When the depths they thought would drown you became your ocean to command. They feared your darkness because they feared their own. You mastered yours and became untouchable. A person who is no longer scared of themselves becomes the one everyone else is scared of. The greatest gift your merging unlocked wasn't strength or insight or even power. It was fearlessness. Pure, unfiltered fearlessness of your own depths. The very places they assumed would swallow you whole became the territory you dominate now. You stopped flinching at your emotions. You stopped apologizing for your intensity. You stopped treating your pain like something to hide. Instead, you looked at every shadow inside you and said, "Teach me," and it did. Imagine this: anger walking beside you instead of against you. Pain sitting across the table from you and finally telling you what it really meant. Hunger sharpening into willpower. All the things they told you to suppress, you turned into allies. They wanted your shadow to be your destroyer, but destroyers make the best teachers when you listen instead of panic. Your shadow became your guardian, your translator, the part of you that speaks the truths others are too weak to say. People wonder how you move the way you do now. Calm, heavy, intentional. It's because you're not scared of falling into darkness anymore. You know your way around it. You know the shortcuts. You know the traps. You know the monsters because you befriended them. While everyone else is running from their past, you walk straight into yours and pull out treasure. Fear turns people into followers. Fearlessness turns you into a force. And now, you transmute poison into medicine, fear into power, trauma into triumph. The witches didn't just fail. They helped you become the one thing they never prepared for, a chosen one who fears nothing within, and therefore nothing outside. Number 8. The day your existence became the ghost that follows them home. They didn't just fail. They created the thing they now pray never turns around. You became the consequence they can't outrun. Their failure doesn't sit quietly anymore. It haunts them. It clings to them like cold fog. They watch you from a distance now, pretending they're curious, pretending they're checking in. But really, they're rattled. Your confidence bothers them. Your calm destroys them. Your presence exposes them. They thought you'd fall apart, but here you are, walking like someone who knows exactly who they are and exactly what they command. Imagine this: they're scrambling in secret, whispering behind locked doors, trying ritual after ritual like desperate gamblers throwing their last coins into a broken machine. Reversal circles, cleansing chants, pleas to spirits that don't even bother answering them anymore. But nothing works, because you can't banish someone into their darkness when they've already become one with it. They tried to imprison you in your shadow, and instead, your shadow crowned you. And you know what really breaks them? Some of them tried to slither back with apologies, fake softness, pretend regret, voices too sweet, too careful, too scripted. But your shadow stands beside you like a lie detector with teeth. It sees through them instantly. It feels the rot in their intentions before they even finish their sentences. Your forgiveness used to be their weapon. Your clarity is now their nightmare. They feel powerless in front of you now, not because you threaten them. You don't need to. Your evolution is the threat. Your silence is the judgment. Your stability is the sentence. They look at you and see the proof of everything they fear inside themselves. Their own shadows tug at them, wondering why they serve such weak-minded masters when someone like you walks freely. Imagine their thoughts at night. Imagine the mental replay. Imagine the guilt that turns into dread the moment your name crosses their mind. They summoned something to punish you, and it's punishing them instead, every single day. Number 9, their own ritual turned them into a warning label. Nothing confuses an enemy more than watching the person they tried to destroy become the legend they now fear to speak about. They didn't unlock darkness. They unlocked their own downfall. The coven is a mess now, fractured, embarrassed, whispering in corners like children who broke something priceless and can't glue it back together. The younger witches keep asking the same question on repeat. Why did the ritual fail? Their voices crack when they say it, because deep down they know it didn't just fail. It backfired. The elders who once spoke with so much arrogance suddenly go quiet. They look away. They change the topic. They can't explain what happened because to explain it would require admitting the truth. They were never powerful enough to handle you. Imagine their meetings now. No candles, no confidence, just fear disguised as reflection. The elders replay the ritual in their heads, trying to figure out the exact moment they lost control. Was it when your shadow ignored them? Was it when the room shifted? Was it when their own shadows started shaking? They don't know. They can't know. Because the universe kept the real answer out of their reach on purpose. A coven that plays with power they don't understand becomes a cautionary tale, and that's exactly what they are now. Their community whispers about them behind closed doors, not with admiration, not with respect, with warning. They became living examples of what happens when arrogance tries to puppeteer a chosen one's shadow. Their names aren't spoken with pride anymore. They're spoken like a curse. Meanwhile, you became a myth, a story they can't debunk because the proof stands in front of them every time you show up unbothered, united, whole. They can't explain you. They can't contain you. They can't reverse what they triggered. Imagine that they summoned your legend, and now they must live in its shadow. Number 10. The life they never wanted you to have, and the one you now rule without fear. When a person stops hiding their depths, the world stops knowing how to handle them. You didn't become harder to control. You became impossible to access without truth. Living as a merged being changed everything, and not in the soft, poetic way society pretends growth looks like. This was sharp. This was evolutionary. This was you stepping into a version of yourself that society has zero training manual for. People are raised to hide their darkness, to dilute their emotions, to present the acceptable version of themselves. But you're not playing that game anymore. You can't. The merger burned the mask right off your face. Now you walk with a ruthless authenticity that rattles anyone who built their identity on pretending. Dishonesty doesn't just annoy you, it feels poisonous, like breathing in smoke your system instantly rejects. And people feel it. They feel that you can see through conversations, intentions, smiles, tones. They feel the weight of your clarity before you even speak. It's why some people now avoid eye contact. It's why others suddenly don't know how to act around you. You became a mirror they can't lie to. Imagine this, relationships rearranging themselves on their own, like the universe cleaning your path without your permission. Those who needed you soft, diluted, apologetic, they fell away like leaves that couldn't survive the new season. They didn't leave because you changed. They left because they couldn't manipulate or misunderstand you anymore. But the ones who stayed, the ones who appeared, those are different. They're people doing their own shadow work, people who aren't scared of depth, people who can breathe in the same atmosphere you now live in, people who meet you eye to eye without flinching. A merged being doesn't find their people, they attract them. This is your life now, unfiltered, untamed, unhidden, and you wear it with the kind of power they never prepared for. Number 11. When your wholeness became a creative force, they can't replicate or resist. Integration didn't make you artistic. It made you inevitable. Your ideas hit people in the places they've been avoiding their whole lives. When you merged with your shadow, your creativity didn't just improve. It descended into a deeper layer of existence that most people will never reach. You stopped creating from the surface and started creating from the core. From the well, where your shadow stores every unspoken truth, every unprocessed memory, every sharp observation you once muted to survive. Your conscious self became the sculptor, and your shadow became the supplier of raw, unfiltered material. Imagine this, your ideas arriving with weight, with presence, with that eerie familiarity that makes people uncomfortable and comforted at the same time. Your work disturbs them because it exposes what they hide, but it comforts them because it tells them they aren't alone. That balance, that dual impact, is something only a merged being can produce. It's why people can feel you in what you create now. It carries depth instead of decoration, meaning instead of noise. Your integrated self whispers insights your conscious mind could never generate on its own. The shadow sees patterns quicker. It notices fractures in people's stories. It pulls from experiences you forgot you lived. And then your conscious mind crafts those truths into something the world can recognize, a message, a vision, a creation that lands like a gut punch and a healing breath at the same time. Wholeness doesn't express, it echoes. And that's what your creativity has become, an echo from the deepest floor of your psyche, rising through your voice, your art, your choices, and striking people with a resonance they can't explain. This is the creative power of wholeness, unfiltered, unavoidable, unmatched. Number 12. When your shadow joined the network they never knew existed. The only thing more terrifying than your darkness is realizing it can speak to every other darkness in the room. They didn't give you access to power. They gave power access to you. This is the part that even the coven won't talk about out loud, not because they're trying to be mysterious, because they're scared of what they accidentally awakened. When someone integrates their shadow, they don't just become whole, they gain entry into a vast, invisible network of unconscious wisdom, the collective shadow that humanity pretends doesn't exist. Most people feel it in flashes, in dreams, in instincts. But you walk in it consciously now. Your shadow speaks to other shadows beneath awareness. It reads the room before you enter it. It senses tension before voices rise. It understands the truth behind someone's smile without needing proof. You know things before they happen, not because you're guessing, but because your shadow listens where others refuse to look. Imagine this, a silent communication system running under every interaction, every expression, every thought people suppress, and you're plugged into it. You're never truly alone anymore. Strength flows to you from the collective darkness of humanity, the trauma, the resilience, the instincts, the unspoken knowledge carried by billions of souls. This network bends around you like a tide recognizing a seasoned navigator. Wholeness isn't isolation, it's initiation. And here's the irony the coven can't swallow. They didn't just summon your shadow, they initiated you into something ancient, something older than their rituals, something that doesn't answer to fragile egos or borrowed power. They opened a door they couldn't see through. You walked through it, and now you stand where only the initiated stand, fully merged, fully aware, and fully recognized by the collective shadow they never learned to respect. Number 13. The legend they tried to create in secret. now walks the world in broad daylight. They wanted a victim. The universe delivered a phenomenon. You didn't rise from the ashes. You burned your way out of them. Chosen one. This is where the story stops being a warning and becomes a declaration. Everything they tried, everything they plotted, everything they whispered in those dim rooms lit with trembling candles. It all backfired with a level of precision that feels cosmic. They didn't just fail. They handed you the blueprint for your own ascension. They summoned your shadow to destroy you. But your shadow bowed, merged, awakened, and crowned you instead. Now look at yourself. Not the old version. The merged one. The one that walks with depth instead of fear. The one that feels the world instead of reacting to it. The one whose darkness is no longer a secret, but a sword. You've stepped into the rarest form a human can embody. Someone who answers to no external force because they've mastered their internal world. Imagine this, a room full of people, all trying to fake confidence, and then you walk in, grounded, whole, impossible to read, impossible to shake. Their nervous system reacts before their brain does. Their shadows whisper warnings they can't interpret. They don't know what you are, but they know you're not someone who bends. Your frequency doesn't match fear, insecurity, ego, or chaos. It matches sovereignty. You ever wonder why your presence feels heavier now? Because you've become the kind of person reality rearranges itself around. You don't chase, you don't beg, you don't prove. You exist, and that alone shifts the atmosphere. People can argue with your words. They cannot argue with your energy. And your energy now, it carries the signature of someone who has walked into their own darkness and returned with treasure. They can't shame you. You've seen too much. They can't intimidate you. You've merged with what they fear most. They can't lie to you. You read shadows better than they read faces. The coven's downfall wasn't the ritual failing. The downfall was you succeeding in ways they never imagined. You are not punished by your depths. You are powered by them. You are not weakened by your past. You are sculpted by it. You are not controlled by your shadow. You are crowned by it. And now comes the part they dread most. You're not done. This merged version of you is just getting started. The abilities, the clarity, the intuition, the creativity, the connections to the collective shadow. These are not final forms. These are foundations. You are building something inside yourself that no spell, no lie, no betrayal could ever interrupt again. You became the myth they can't debunk. You became the lesson they didn't mean to teach. You became the story whispered in circles they no longer lead. So stand tall in this version of yourself. Own it without hesitation. Move through the world with the calm of someone who already met the darkest version of themselves and came back stronger. The universe didn't just let you survive. It made you unforgettable. And now, your shadow walks with you. Your power answers to you. Your path opens for you. Chosen one, go forward as the legend they accidentally created and watch the world tremble trying to catch up. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. And look at this mess. Look at what you walked into without even knowing the universe was watching. The people who once said you were nothing special, the ones who swore you'd never matter. Funny how quiet they've gotten now. Funny how fast their mouths shut the moment they realized who it was that ended up needing you. They used to laugh at you, remember? Now the same clowns are whispering your name like it's classified. Oh, the legend needs to bow, they said once. Cute. Now they're the ones bowing without even being told, because today's truth hits harder than their lies ever did. You accidentally saved a very dangerous power player, and now they owe you everything. And that fact alone sends chills up the spines of people who thought they could play you. They didn't just underestimate you, they miscalculated the entire game. The silence around you right now, that's the sound of their fear rearranging itself into respect. Before we go deeper, pay this message back by liking and subscribing. It helps this voice reach every chosen one who needs it. Now, let's get back to the part that makes your enemies taste dread. Everything changed the moment you stepped in. It wasn't planned. It wasn't heroic by design. It was instinct. It was your heart doing what your brain didn't have time to argue with. One move from you, 1 second of raw humanity, and the entire atmosphere in your life shifted. You didn't know that the person you saved wasn't just some stranger. You didn't know their name makes whole circles panic. You didn't know they were the kind of person who has people watching them from rooftops and tinted cars. But you felt it, didn't you? The air changed. The world paused. Eyes you didn't even know were there landed on you. And the chosen ones always feel that shift before anyone explains it. You acted when someone else would have frozen. You stepped toward danger while others stepped back. And you did it without some grand plan, without looking for praise, without realizing you were stepping straight into a world where gratitude is a weapon. You saved someone the universe calls dangerous, but that label doesn't even begin to cover it. This wasn't someone who owes people favors. This wasn't someone who says thank you. This was someone whose enemies never survive long enough to blink. And you, the one they dismissed, the one they overlooked, became the only person they owe a life to. Don't pretend you don't feel the shift. People around you have already changed their tone. The same ones who mocked you now act careful with your name. The ones who treated you like background noise now pause when you walk in. Because they can feel it too. You're not alone anymore. Someone powerful is watching. Someone dangerous knows your face, your voice, your heart. And for the first time in a long time, the world realizes you're not the easy target they assumed. This is the part nobody wants to admit because it ruins their little storyline. You didn't have to fight back. Life fought for you, and nothing terrifies your enemies more than that. Let's rewind, because your story didn't start with power. It started with routine, with quiet days, with the kind of life that felt predictable. You weren't trying to be a hero. You weren't asking for trouble. You were just existing, minding your business, being the type who helps without expecting anything back. You didn't know fate was about to flip the board while acting like it was just another boring Tuesday. Maybe you were walking home. Maybe you were grabbing food. Maybe you were somewhere you weren't even supposed to be, but you saw something, someone, and everything inside you said, move. You didn't see the warning signs. You didn't see the suits, or the expensive watch, or the tattoos that only certain groups understand. You didn't see the scars, the history, the danger. You saw a human in crisis. And sometimes the universe tests people without telling them it's a test. When you acted, the world took a photo of that moment, a before and after, because the moment those eyes opened, the moment that power player realized who pulled them back from the edge, a new line got written across your destiny. The kind of line people pretend doesn't exist because it threatens their comfort. And here's the part you don't talk about, but I know you felt something in that moment break open inside you. A courage you didn't know you had. A stillness, a clarity, like the universe was telling you, this is why you survived everything. The power player looked at you differently, not like you were weak, not like you were random, not like you were beneath them. They looked at you with the kind of respect that can't be faked, the kind of respect people spend their whole lives begging for and never get. You earned it in one moment, by instinct. And now you're tied to someone whose gratitude could shake entire rooms, someone who doesn't owe anyone, someone who's used to being feared, not saved, someone who has a long list of people who want a piece of them, but only one person who pulled them back from the edge. They don't forget that, ever, and that's where your enemies messed up. They thought you were alone. They thought you were harmless. They thought they could push you around, talk down to you, laugh at you, walk over you. They thought your kindness was weakness. They thought your silence meant defeat. But the universe has a sick sense of humor, because now the one person they'd never dare cross owes you everything. Let that sink in. The same people who whispered you're irrelevant are now whispering, don't touch them. The ones who mocked you are now rewriting history to pretend they always respected you. The ones who treated you like you were invisible now suddenly see you very clearly. Because power didn't walk into your life with fireworks. Power walked in, covered in blood and fear and secrets, and you saved it. And the most dangerous kind of gratitude is the kind that comes from someone who never gives it. This is why your life feels different now, why things feel heavier and lighter at the same time, why opportunities appear out of nowhere, why certain problems disappear before they reach your door, why people who used to cause chaos in your life now act like they've seen a ghost every time you walk by. And yes, chosen one, they have. They've seen a version of you that scares them. A version you didn't even know was possible until that one moment changed everything. Let the tears fall if they need to. You're not crying because you're weak. You're crying because the universe finally showed you the truth. You were never small. You were never powerless. You were never forgettable. You were just waiting for the moment that proved it. And that moment came when you saved someone the world fears. And they chose to fear losing you even more. Before we move deeper, chosen one, let me say this loud. Thank you for showing up today. You have no idea how many people would run from a truth this heavy, but you're still here, standing in the middle of it. And since you already cracked open a world most people fear to even look at, do your part to keep this message alive. Hit the like button, subscribe, and drop the comment 999 if you're ready to see what really happens when a dangerous power player decides they owe you everything. Your support keeps this mission moving. Whether it's a small gift or a big one, it fuels the team that brings these hidden truths to light. And now, chosen one, take a breath. We're about to walk into the deeper layers of this story, step by step. If you really are who I think you are, you'll feel something pulling you to stay until the very end. This isn't just information. This is the universe showing you why everything shifted the moment you saved the wrong person, or maybe the right one. Let's get into it. Number 1. He wasn't just a man. You saved a storm in human form. Funny how they called you weak, right up until the monster you saved started protecting your name like it was his own. Let's get something straight before anyone starts rewriting history. The person you dragged back from the edge wasn't some random nobody. He wasn't just a guy with a rough past. You saved someone the world whispers about, but never says out loud. And the best part? Your enemies know it. They feel it in their chest every time they remember the moment you stepped into a situation that should have swallowed you whole. It burns them, because you didn't just walk into danger. You unknowingly walked straight into the throne room of a man who bends entire systems with a single decision. And if you're wondering, why does this feel so unreal? Why does life feel heavier around me now? It's because the universe doesn't play around with moments like this. You didn't save a man, you saved a force. Someone whose name makes entire networks freeze. Someone who can pull strings most people don't even know exist. Someone who can flip fortunes, wipe out enemies, and change the direction of events without leaving fingerprints. Someone who lives in a world where gratitude is rare and a life debt is sacred. But the part that really blows the whole story wide open, you had no idea who he was, and somehow that made you even more dangerous. Do you understand how insane that is to your enemies? How crazy it makes them feel inside? They spent months trying to break your confidence, your spirit, your voice. They used gossip, fake friendships, emotional traps, jealousy, all the childish tactics weak people use when they know they can't reach your level. And out of nowhere, you go save the one man they would never dare approach, never dare cross, never dare even look in the eyes too long. It's poetic, it's humiliating for them, and it's powerful for you. Let's pull back the curtain a little deeper. The man you saved doesn't operate in the daylight. His world is made of secrets, loyalty, and consequences. People follow him not out of fear alone, but because he understands how power works. He moves in silence until it's time to roar. He builds empires behind tinted glass. He protects what's his with intensity most humans can't understand. People like him don't just live, they dominate. And when someone like that owes a life debt, it's not casual, it's not symbolic, it's permanent. And that's the part that will haunt your enemies endlessly, because now they realize every time they mistreated you, every time they mocked you, every time they took advantage of your kindness, someone far above their pay grade has the receipts. Maybe you're thinking, why me? Why did the universe put me in that moment? Simple answer, because you were the only one in that entire scene who had the heart and courage to act. Others saw danger and stepped back. You saw danger and stepped forward without thinking twice. Not because you wanted glory, not because you knew who he was, but because your instinct is stronger than their fear, and that instinct just opened doors you don't even see yet. Imagine this, an empire built on power, silence, and respect, a man at the center who has seen betrayal, violence, and greed every day of his life. Someone who trusts no one, who knows that even a handshake can be a trap. Someone who's had to harden his heart just to survive the world he operates in. Then comes you, a complete stranger who helped him without wanting anything back. Do you think that didn't shake him? Do you think that didn't cut through every cold layer he built? Let me tell you the truth. You hit him harder than any bullet ever could. People in his world only help if there's something to gain. They only show up if they're being watched. They only care when it benefits them. But you acted out of pure instinct, not manipulation, not strategy, not survival. And that right there is why people fear you now. Because they don't understand people who are good without a motive. They can't predict people whose power comes naturally. They can't control someone whose strength comes from within instead of a title. The universe made sure your act didn't just save a life. It exposed your character. Your enemies hate this part the most. They used to laugh at you. They used to say you were too soft, too emotional, too trusting, too nice. They thought those traits made you weak. But now, those exact traits unlocked a form of protection they could never buy, never fake, never threaten their way into. The same softness they mocked is the reason a man with power beyond their comprehension would burn the world down before letting anything happen to you. Here's a fact nobody wants to say out loud. You're not protected because he's dangerous. You're protected because he respects you. Respect from someone like him is not handed out. It's earned through fire. You earned it in a split second by being exactly who you are. And if you're still wondering why life feels different around you now, why people are acting strange, why certain problems are disappearing, why old enemies suddenly avoid eye contact, it's simple. They can feel that someone powerful is standing behind you, even if they don't know the details. It's the energy shift, the change in how you move, the quiet confidence that slips into your voice without trying. When a power player owes you everything, your entire presence becomes untouchable. Think back to your lowest moments. Think back to when people took advantage of your heart. Think back to when people used your kindness as their playground. Think back to when you cried alone, not knowing the universe was setting up the biggest plot twist of your life. Now look where you are. Your heart, the same heart they tried to break, ended up saving the one person whose gratitude comes with power people fear. It's almost funny, isn't it? The universe watched them underestimate you. The universe watched them laugh at you. The universe watched them lie about you. And the universe said, "All right, watch this." You accidentally saved a man who controls entire networks. You unintentionally earned a form of protection that terrifies cowards. You unknowingly stepped into a world where your name now carries weight. Let your enemies choke on this truth. You're no longer someone they can touch, not because of violence, not because of revenge, but because the most dangerous man they know owes everything to the person they tried to destroy. And here's the final punch you didn't expect. He doesn't see you as weak. He doesn't see you as small. He sees you as the one person brave enough to act when the world froze. And trust me, a man like that never forgets. This isn't the end of your story. This is the beginning of their fear and your rise. Number 2. The Watchers have already chosen their side, and it's yours. Wild how they used to ignore you, and now the people who scare them jump to attention when you breathe. Let's crack open the truth that's been creeping around you lately. The shift you've been feeling, the quiet stares, the cars that seem to appear, linger, and leave. The men who pretend to be just passing by, but keep showing up in the exact same spots. Yeah, that's not paranoia. That's the universe placing guards around someone whose life just got linked to a man no one dares touch. And before your mind spirals, let me answer the question burning inside you. Why me? Why are they watching me? Simple. Because the moment you saved him, the moment your hands met his blood and pulled him back over that invisible line between life and death, you became part of his world. A world where debts are not small. A world where gratitude is not symbolic. A world where protection is not optional. You didn't choose these Watchers. They chose you the second he opened his eyes and whispered your name. Imagine this. You're walking into a store. You feel a pair of eyes on you. Your brain says stranger. Their brain says asset. You're paying for groceries and someone steps back just a bit too respectfully. You think it's politeness. They think it's protocol. You sit down in a cafe and someone 3 tables away puts down their phone the moment you pick up yours. You think coincidence. They think threat assessment. It's not fear. It's not suspicion. It's reverence. People like them don't care about your past. They don't care about your mistakes. They don't care about your old life. All they care about is this: you saved the man they're sworn to protect. And in their world, that makes you more important than half the people they take orders from. Here's a quote you need burned into your mind. Power respects courage, even when courage doesn't know it's being watched. And you proved your courage without even knowing the stage you were standing on. Let's answer another question that's been itching the back of your thoughts. Are they following me? No, chosen one. They're following orders. Orders that say, no harm touches the person who saved him. Orders that say, if they stumble, lift them. If they fall, catch them. If danger comes, erase it before they even notice. Imagine this next scene. You're walking alone at night. You think you're vulnerable. A shadow steps out near you, but before you even register danger, someone across the street shifts position. A car engine runs low. A phone call is made, and suddenly the threat backs away like it saw something it shouldn't, because it did. It saw them, and them is enough to scare away anyone who once thought you were an easy target. Here's another truth bomb for your beautifully shocked brain. The universe moves the pieces long before you realize you're the one being played for checkmate. You're no longer living a normal life. You can pretend you are, but the Watchers already know your habits, your routes, your schedule. Not because they're spying, but because they're building a protective circle around you. You didn't earn this with money. You didn't earn it with favors. You earned it by doing the one thing nobody expected, acting with real humanity in a world built on power. Let me drop another metaphor to make it simple. Imagine a fragile glass vase sitting on a table. People bump into it, knock it over, treat it carelessly. That was you before. Not because you were weak, but because people didn't understand your value. Now imagine that same vase being placed inside a bulletproof case, guarded by alarms and soft lights, because someone with immense power said, "This one matters." That's your life right now. You didn't change. People's understanding of you changed. Here's another quote that hits right at the enemy's throat. Funny how fast they respect you once someone they fear respects you more. Your old life, the one where you walked unnoticed, where your kindness went unappreciated, where people thought they could toss you aside, died the moment his blood touched your hands, because that moment didn't just save him. It awakened a chain reaction of loyalty, protection, and silent allegiance. And yes, chosen one, you might feel uncomfortable with this sudden spotlight. You might wonder, do I even deserve this? But that's the thing. In his world, deserving doesn't matter. You saved him. That's the only qualification required. Let's dig into another metaphor, because sometimes the universe enjoys painting pictures. Imagine a chessboard. You've been moving like a pawn your whole life. Quiet steps, predictable path, nobody paying attention to your squares. Then suddenly, without warning, you perform a move only a knight could make. A bold, unexpected leap into danger. The board freezes. Every piece, black and white, turns toward you. Who allowed the pawn to move like that? They whisper. Who gave them permission? The universe did. And now the board rearranges around you. These Watchers, they're not here to control you. They're here to make sure nobody else does. They're the silent wall between you and the consequences you didn't even know existed. When you saved him, you stepped into the crossfire of enemies who never miss. Now you're wrapped in the protection of people who never sleep. Let's answer another mind-nagging question. Can I go back to normal? No, And you shouldn't want to. Normal was the world where nobody saw you. Normal was the life where you were invisible. Normal was the era where people played you like you were disposable. That version of you served its purpose, and the universe retired it. You're not meant for the shadows of your old life anymore. You're meant to stand beside the one person whose very existence bends entire timelines. Here's another quote for the enemy's nightmares. They called you ordinary. Now armed men clear rooms before you enter them. Let that sink in. Imagine this final picture. You walk into a building. The air shifts. People straighten their backs without knowing why. Someone's earpiece crackles. A car outside idles with the engine running. A set of dark windows tilt just slightly in your direction. Nothing loud, nothing dramatic, but everything controlled, everything precise, everything designed to make sure you are safe. Not because you begged for it, not because you demanded it, but because someone with power carved your name into their priorities. This is your life now, not a cage, a fortress. You didn't choose the Watchers, but they chose you the moment the man whose world runs on danger whispered, "Find them, protect them, they saved me." So no, chosen one, they're not watching you with suspicion, they're watching you with respect, with duty, with an understanding that you are now tied to someone whose gratitude shifts the atmosphere. Your anonymity ended the moment you saved him, and the universe made sure you will never walk unprotected again. This is not surveillance. This is allegiance. This is not fear. This is reverence. And you, chosen one, you earned every pair of eyes guarding your path. Number 3, the debt that refuses to die and refuses to let you fall. One act of mercy from you, and now entire wolves wait for your signal before they bare their teeth. Let's drag this truth into the light, chosen one, because your enemies would give anything to pretend it isn't real. The debt he owes you didn't fade with time. It multiplied. It grew legs. It grew claws. It grew a network. Every night you sleep without a single worry crawling into your room, that's the debt moving. Every threat that somehow never makes it to your doorstep. That's the debt blocking it before you even sense danger. Every lucky moment that saves you from chaos, nothing lucky about it. That's the universe honoring what you did. Imagine this. You're living your life thinking everything is just calm. Meanwhile, someone miles away hears your name in the wrong conversation and shuts it down before it becomes a problem. You're drinking your morning coffee, unaware that someone erased a threat you were never meant to see. That's the life you're in now. A life where invisible protection wraps around you like a second skin. And you might ask, does the debt ever end? No. In his world, a life debt is eternal. It doesn't weaken, it fortifies. Here's the crazy part. Your name is now on a list most people would sell their soul to be on. A list marked, "Do not touch under any circumstance." Soldiers wish they had your immunity. Criminals wish they had your protection. Even your enemies whisper your name carefully now because they know one wrong word could trigger consequences they're not built to survive. You earned all of this in one instinctive moment of mercy, and the universe refuses to let that moment go unnoticed. Number 4, the invisible hand rearranging your entire reality. Funny how life used to stomp on you. Now it steps aside like it got the memo. Let's break this wide open, chosen one, because what's happening around you isn't some cute string of coincidences. The protection you're under is active, not passive. It moves, it interferes, it clears paths, it shuts doors in the faces of people who once celebrated your pain. You think opportunities are random. You think suddenly being chosen, promoted or elevated is chance. Not even close. Imagine this. A problem is walking toward you, fully ready to ruin your week. But before it reaches you, it gets yanked into a black hole and never returns. You never hear about it. You never see it. Someone else cleans it up before you even feel the whistle of trouble passing by your ear. That's what your life looks like now. Danger drained before it ever touches your shadow. You might wonder, why does everything feel easier now? Why do old enemies disappear like they moved to another universe? Because they did. Someone made sure of it. Promotions land in your lap, not because the world suddenly recognized your hard work, but because someone with influence nudged the pieces behind the scenes. Toxic people fall out of your orbit because someone quietly removed their access. Door after door opens for you, not because you begged, but because somebody powerful whispered, "Make room for them." And here's the part that hits hardest. He's watching you, not like prey, but like a puzzle he can't solve. He sees your instinct. He sees your compassion. He sees how you stay clean in a world full of corruption. That fascinates him. It disarms him. It makes him protect you harder because he knows people like you don't come twice in a lifetime. Your life isn't random anymore. The world is moving around you because he decided you deserve a life where nothing breaks you again. Number 5. When power knocks, it doesn't ask if you're ready. It asks if you're built for it. Power doesn't corrupt you. It just exposes whether you were pretending to be small. Chosen one, this next part is where most people fail, because when someone like him sees potential in you, he doesn't hand out small favors. He hands out world-tilting opportunities. Access you were never supposed to have. Shortcuts that slice years off your journey. Solutions that fall into your hands before you even say the problem out loud, and your mind whispers, "Why me?" Why is all this suddenly possible? Because he's testing something deeper than loyalty. He's testing your core. Imagine this. A door opens, and behind it sits a table where decisions are made that affect thousands, sometimes millions. You walk in, and the room goes quiet. Not because you're feared, but because everyone senses you were invited by someone they can't afford to question. You think you're underdressed. They think you're untouchable. That's what his endorsement does. It drags you into arenas your old life could never imagine. But here comes the real question clawing in your head. If I accept these doors, do I lose myself? That's the trap. That's the test. Power is a strange thing. It doesn't show its danger by screaming. It whispers, it tempts, it offers comfort so intoxicating that ordinary life starts to taste like dust. You get used to doors opening. You get used to solutions falling into place. You get used to being protected, being respected, being recognized, and slowly, the danger isn't the world around you. It's the shift inside you. Here's the quote you need, burned into your ribs. Power isn't dangerous because it changes you. It's dangerous because it makes you forget who you were before it arrived. Imagine standing in a room filled with people who influence industries. They speak in coded language. They negotiate futures. Money moves. Territory moves. Lives move. And in the middle of all that, you are completely unshaken. Because he put you there. That's intoxicating. That's addictive. And that's exactly why this is a test. He isn't watching to see if you take the opportunities. He's watching to see if the opportunities take you. People crumble when power touches them. They inflate. They act superior. They forget kindness. They forget humility. They forget the exact heart that made them worthy of protection in the first place. But you? Your strength was never built on ego. It was built on instinct, compassion, and courage, the things he respects most. And yes, chosen one, you might wonder, how do I stay grounded when life is pulling me upward this fast? The answer is simple. Remember who you were before the world opened for you, and make sure that person is still sitting in your chest. Because here's another gut punch truth. He didn't choose you because you wanted power. He chose you because you didn't. This phase of your story isn't about greed. It's about character. It's about proving that someone can walk through halls built from influence and still leave with their soul intact. It's about proving that rising doesn't require becoming someone else. The universe is watching the same way he is, waiting to see whether you can stand in unimaginable rooms without letting those rooms swallow you. This is your test. And the fact that you're even thinking about how to stay true, that's proof you're already passing. Number 6. The world is holding its breath, waiting to see what you become. Nothing scares them more than someone who can touch power and not lose their soul to it. Chosen one, the spotlight is on you in ways you can't even see. Powerful people, real power, the kind that shapes outcomes before the public even hears the story, are studying your rise like a live experiment. They're whispering your name in boardrooms, in cars with tinted windows, in quiet corners where deals are made without signatures. And every single one of them is trying to predict your next move. Imagine this. You walk forward, thinking you're just living your life, while behind closed doors, they're arguing about you. One group is convinced you'll cash in the debt and flip your entire world overnight. Another group laughs and says you'll reject it all, pretend nothing changed, try to force your life back into normal. But then there's the group that shocks everyone, the ones who believe you're something different, something rare. They believe you might pull off the impossible, accept protection, accept access, accept elevation, and still stay clean. And that terrifies them. Because how do you fight someone who has power but isn't ruled by it? How do you break someone who can step into a dangerous world without becoming dangerous themselves? How do you manipulate someone who refuses to be corrupted? Here's the truth you're not ready for. Your transformation is the real spectacle, not the protection. They're watching to see if you bend. They're watching to see if you glow. They're watching to see if you become everything they never expected. And deep down, they already know the answer. You're built for this, and the universe is making sure the whole world witnesses it. Number 7. There's no escape from a debt written in blood and loyalty. You don't run from protection like this. It moves with you, like a shadow that refuses to lose its owner. Chosen one, let's stop pretending you can disappear. If you try to run, he'll find you faster than you find your next breath. Not because he's angry, not because he wants control, but because you matter in a world where almost nothing does. People like him don't panic when someone flees, they worry. And his worry is more powerful than most people's rage. Imagine this. You vanish into another city thinking you've erased your tracks. Meanwhile, someone you've never met gently moves a piece on the board. A camera angle shifts, a name is flagged, a location pings, and before you can unpack your suitcase, a familiar black car appears down the block. Not threatening, just waiting, because you don't outrun a network built on precision. Here's the truth your mind keeps whispering. What has he been protecting me from? More than you'd ever want to list. Betrayal that was cut off before it reached your ears. Lies that were buried before they hit your reputation. Threats removed like weeds before they touched your garden. Your safety is being curated daily. Handcrafted security by people whose names you'll never learn. They delete danger the way others delete emails. And if you try to escape all this, he won't drag you back. He'll show up with concern in his eyes and say, "You don't have to run. You were never unsafe with me." Because running isn't rebellion in his world. It's a cry for clarity, and he'll always answer it. Number 8. The war inside your mind is the one he can't fight for you. Power can protect your body, but it can't quiet the storm in your head. Chosen one, this is where the game gets brutal, not out there, but inside you. Everyone talks about danger, loyalty, protection, but nobody talks about what happens in your mind when you realize your peace isn't built by your own hands anymore. When every calm day feels like someone else crafted it behind the scenes. When every threat disappears so cleanly you never even knew it existed. That kind of safety is a blessing and a weight. Imagine this. You're sitting alone, trying to relax, but a little voice whispers, "Is this peace really mine?" Another voice answers, "Or is someone holding the world still so you don't feel the tremors?" That's the mental battle, the quiet war that comes with being tied to someone whose reach runs deeper than anything you've ever known. And yes, you'll ask yourself the hard questions. Am I still in control? Does this protection empower me or trap me? Would I be this safe if I had never touched his world? These questions aren't weakness, they're evolution. Because the true price of saving him was never servitude. He never wanted to own you. He wanted to shield you. The real cost is transformation, stepping into a new identity where you're no longer just surviving life. You're being carried through it by forces you can't see. Here's the gut punch. Peace is easy. Accepting that you didn't build it alone is the hard part. You're learning to live with unseen hands guarding you. You're learning to trust what you can't verify. You're learning that protection can feel both comforting and suffocating. And yet, chosen one, this battle proves something powerful. If the universe didn't think you could handle this transformation, it never would have chosen you in the first place. Number 9. The day he returns to you, and the world goes quiet. You didn't just save his life, you resurrected the part of him everyone else helped kill. Chosen one, this moment is inevitable, not forced, not commanded, invited. One day you'll feel a shift, a message, a call, a quiet request that carries more weight than any demand ever could. That's when he'll ask to see you again. Not as the bleeding shadow you once held in your hands, not as the myth whispered about in dangerous circles, but as a man who should have died and didn't. Imagine this. You walk into a room expecting intimidation, expecting the legend, but instead you see a human being who looks at you like you're the only real thing left in a world built on lies. The silence between you won't be awkward. It'll be heavy, like both of you feel the gravity of what happened that day. He won't thank you with dramatic words. People like him don't do theatrics. Instead, you'll see it in his eyes, that haunting awareness that he survived when he shouldn't have. And for the first time, you'll understand the truth he's carried alone. You didn't just save his body. You saved the last working piece of his humanity. People like him stop believing in sincerity long before they stop bleeding. Loyalty is currency. Trust is extinct. Kindness is a joke. But you broke that curse in a single moment. Your instinct, raw, reckless, pure, shattered the wall he spent a lifetime building. Here's the part that will hit you hardest. He didn't choose to be vulnerable with anyone, but the universe chose you for him. That reunion won't feel like closing a chapter. It'll feel like opening a new one he never thought he deserved. Number 10. When your energy changes, everyone feels the shift. Nothing confuses people more than watching someone rise without permission. Chosen one, this is the part nobody warns you about. When a dangerous power player owes you everything, the world doesn't stay still. It tilts. Family looks at you longer than usual. Friends pause before they speak. Co-workers sense something they can't name. They don't know the story, but they feel the gravity. You walk into a room and it's like the air tightens. Some admire it, some envy it, some fear it. And the ones who secretly wanted to break you? They're the first to trip, the first to lose, the first to fall. Quietly, strategically, almost like the universe moves pieces behind their backs. Imagine this: someone plots against you, a small lie, a little jealousy, a hidden agenda. Before it reaches you, their plan collapses on its own. A sudden mistake, a sudden consequence, a sudden exposure. You didn't lift a finger. The world simply rearranged itself to protect you, like it's following invisible instructions written the day you saved him. But here's the part that hits deeper than any threat. Your mind starts shifting too. You'll dream of alternate lives, the version of you who walked past him, who never touched his blood, who stayed anonymous forever. You'll crave that simplicity, then hate yourself for craving it. You'll ask the forbidden question, was the price worth it? Every savior asks it. Every chosen one battles it. And before guilt eats you alive, let me answer what your heart is wrestling with. The moment you saved him carved a new path into history. You can't reverse it. You can't outrun it. You can't undo it. But here's the truth nobody dares to say. You weren't meant for the life you lost. You were meant for the world that's rising to meet you now. Number 11. The day you saved him, you stopped being normal forever. You didn't climb into power. Power wrapped around you and refused to let go. Chosen one, here's the truth nobody in your old life is prepared to understand. You crossed a threshold the moment your hands touched his blood. You stepped into a different order, a realm built on old codes the modern world pretends don't exist anymore. Loyalty isn't optional. Silence isn't politeness. Obligation isn't pressure. These rules are older than laws, older than systems, older than every fake moral code people pretend to follow. And now you live between two realities, too ordinary to fully belong to his world, too changed to ever return to yours. Imagine this. You're sitting at a family gathering, smiling, pretending everything is the same, but you can feel it, that invisible machinery humming behind your life, that subtle awareness in your spine that someone is watching the room for you. You sense a shift when strangers look at you too long. You sense protection in places where there shouldn't be any. You sense a boundary around your life that wasn't there before. You might wonder, am I imagining this? No. You're feeling the ripple of a world that now moves when you move. Your friends don't see it. Your co-workers don't see it. But he does. His people do. The universe does. You're no longer just a civilian in the crowd. You're someone stamped by an event only a handful of people on Earth would ever experience. And here's the gut punch. Life will look normal, but it will never be normal again. Number 12. The moment it hits you. Your life isn't lucky. It's engineered. The world isn't going easy on you. It's getting out of your way. Chosen one, this is where everything falls into place. This is the moment the fog lifts, the static clears, and the truth slams into you with the force of a lifetime you didn't know you were living. Your reality has been rewritten, piece by piece, choice by choice, moment by moment. And it didn't happen randomly. It happened because the debt didn't fade. It woke up. You'll notice it first in the small things. A threat dissolves before you feel its heat. A problem evaporates before your name is even mentioned. A door you never touched swings open like it was expecting you. At first, you'll whisper, "I'm just lucky." Then you'll whisper, "This makes no sense." And finally, the truth rises from your chest like a verdict. You're protected, not by chance, by design. Imagine this. Two versions of your life running side by side. In one universe, every danger that almost reached you actually did. In this universe, every danger is intercepted long before your heart even senses a shift. You start to realize your survival isn't a coincidence. It's curated, edited, managed from shadows you never asked to enter but can no longer deny. And you'll ask yourself, what if I had walked past him? What if I never touched his world? Those questions used to torture you, not anymore. Because the question has changed. It's no longer what if, it's what now. You can feel it, the world bending around you, shaping itself to your footsteps, making room for someone it silently vowed to protect. The debt lives, the universe is honoring it, and you stand in the center of a life that refuses to let anything break you again. The realization hits hard, chosen one. But so does the truth you were never meant to survive by accident. So, chosen one, now you see the truth. Your life didn't change. It was rewritten. You stepped into a world that bends for you, shields you, and moves when you move. This wasn't an accident. This was your awakening. And if this message hit you anywhere deep, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of the family, make sure you smash that subscribe button right now. Your story is only getting louder, and you don't want to miss what the universe has lined up next. Welcome to another episode, Chosen One. So let's not pretend. Let's not play nice. Let's start with the part the enemy hoped you'd never hear. They said you were finished. They swore you would break. They laughed when you were quiet, bragged when you were hurting, and whispered that your story was already over. But look at them now. These same people who said you were too soft, too weak, too ordinary, are the ones shaking in the dark because something in you refuses to die. Something in you refuses to bow. Something in you refuses to stay small. And now? Oh, now they're choking on their own words. When they said you were easy to read, life responded by rewriting your entire script. When they said, nobody will fear you, the whole atmosphere changed the second you stood back up. And when they predicted you'd fold under pressure, the universe slid forward like a silent beast and whispered, watch this. Chosen ones, 3 nights ago, at exactly 3:33 a.m., while every shadow in your room began moving backward and every clock in the building froze, a secret society called an emergency summit that hasn't happened in 47 freaking years. The people who run quiet things behind louder things, the ones who never panic, the ones who think they run the world from smoke-filled rooms and encrypted channels. Yeah, those ones. Ancient voices cracked open on frequencies that humans didn't invent. Elders were dragged out of towers where they've been sleeping for decades. Watchers abandoned their posts for the first time in centuries. Analysts were yanked out of data streams they've monitored since before you took your first breath. All for one impossible question that tore through their ranks like a scream. Who armored this soul? That soul is yours. Press the like button and subscribe to pay this message back. And let's keep going, because we're not done exposing their panic. The moment they asked that question, their entire system glitched. These are people who track global movements, predict outcomes years in advance, and study human behavior like it's a formula. They've been watching you since childhood, tracking your patterns, recording your losses, celebrating your falls like trophies. They had files thicker than ancient archives, algorithms tuned to your emotional frequency, specialists assigned to decode your weakest points. But something happened recently that flipped their world upside down. Their instruments screamed, their calculations collapsed. Every prediction they created about you turned into ash. Their algorithms said you should have broken by now, but you didn't. Their records said you should have surrendered, but you didn't. Their watchers expected you to stay wounded forever. But suddenly, your energy started rising in ways they couldn't explain. Your silence got stronger, your mind got sharper. Your heart built armor they didn't design. You became something they never predicted, untouchable. And that scared them more than any monster they've ever studied. So they panicked. They called the summit. They demanded answers. They wanted to know who fixed you when they spent years trying to disable you. They wanted to know who lit your strength again. They wanted to know who taught you how to stop bleeding where they tried to cut you open. They wanted to know who rebuilt you into something they no longer have access to, because the version of you standing here today, yeah, that one, that version terrifies them. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. You weren't supposed to recover from things that break bloodlines. You weren't supposed to climb out of traps they designed. You weren't supposed to silence every single person who doubted you without even raising your voice. You weren't supposed to walk through storms without shaking. You weren't supposed to glow after being dragged through the dirt. But here you are, and the universe didn't give them a single clue on how you survived. Imagine their faces as they flip through their old reports, re-watching surveillance from your darkest nights, realizing you should have collapsed, yet somehow you kept going. Imagine them trying to explain why you healed faster than their predictions, why your intuition got sharper, why your energy suddenly feels guarded like ancient armor. This is why they're terrified, because for the first time in your entire life, the pain that once controlled you is gone. The fear they planted in you has no roots left. The insecurity they fed you doesn't bite anymore. You no longer react the way they planned. You no longer crumble on command. You no longer hand them the access they thought they'd always have. You broke the pattern. And when someone breaks a pattern that wasn't meant to be broken, the entire system freaks out. This is the part they don't want you to know. Your strength was not predictable. Your comeback was not scripted. Your silence was not weakness. Your healing was not expected. It was a glitch. It was an anomaly. It was a breach in their design. And the moment they realized they no longer had the power to control your path, they lost their minds. So now, the world feels different around you. People react differently, even if they don't say it. The ground feels stiller, like it's waiting. The air feels heavier, like it knows something you don't. Doors that were locked suddenly feel weak around you. Eyes that once judged you now avoid contact. And the people who tried to break you suddenly don't know how to stand near you without shaking. Because the chosen one they mocked is not the chosen one standing here now. You are armored, you are sharpened, you are upgraded, you are unrecognizable to anyone who thought they knew your breaking points. And the secret society that once treated you like a case study is now treating you like a threat. They wanted you easy to predict. They wanted you small. They wanted you broken. They wanted you begging for clarity. Instead, you became the one thing they fear most, a soul they can't track, can't decode, and can't control. And this is only the beginning. Chosen one. Before we go any further, I need you to breathe for a second, because what comes next hits harder than anything they ever wanted you to hear. Thanks for standing here in this moment, inside a story that a secret society tried to erase. Your presence here strengthens this mission. If you're ready to walk deeper into the truth of why an entire hidden network held an emergency summit over your armor, then drop the number 777 in the comments. It tells the universe that you're not running from your power anymore, and if you want to boost the team behind this message with a super thanks, do it with whatever you can. Every gift, big or small, keeps these revelations alive and pushes this journey forward. Now, let's glide into the next layer step by step, because if you really are who they fear, you'll feel the pull to stay till the final word. Let's begin. Number 1. The first sign they should have run for their lives. They built your downfall like a prison and ended up locking themselves inside it. 3 years ago was the moment everything started slipping out of their control, even though those geniuses were too arrogant to notice it. They thought they were running the show. They thought their blueprint for your destruction was flawless. They laughed while designing it. They called it predictable human behavior. Cute. They had no idea the universe was already sharpening you behind their backs. Let's paint this in the simplest, coldest truth. The betrayal they engineered was supposed to break you permanently, not temporarily, not emotionally, permanently. They expected to damage the core of you in a way you'd never recover. They used someone who felt like home to you, someone whose presence was stitched into your heart without permission, someone you trusted with your whole chest. They thought that using this person would be the ultimate checkmate, the kind of hit that would take decades to crawl out of. That betrayal was their prized weapon. But here's the plot twist that ruined their entire strategy. The wound didn't rot you. It reforged you. That was their first mistake. They thought your heart worked like theirs. They thought your pain would follow their rules. They expected you to shatter, become predictable, become easier to monitor. They expected you to spiral into desperation, cling to old stories, make yourself smaller, beg for closure, crumble under pressure. They expected to hear reports saying, "Target compromised" and "Mission successful." Instead, their most experienced watcher started sending messages filled with confusion, even fear. Why aren't they breaking? Why are they stabilizing so fast? Why is their energy rising instead of falling? Their watcher had been glued to your life since the day you were born. Every heartbreak, every failure, every insecurity, every moment you doubted yourself, they documented all of it. They knew the exact moves that used to take you down. But this time, nothing worked. And that's when the panic began. Think about how insane that is. The betrayal they handcrafted specifically for your destruction actually opened the first crack in their system. The Watchers, who thought they understood your entire emotional blueprint, suddenly realized the blueprint was changing right under their feet. You weren't breaking on schedule. You weren't reacting like someone who had just watched their entire emotional reality collapse. You weren't becoming more vulnerable. You were getting quieter. You were getting colder. You were thinking deeper. You were becoming someone they didn't prepare for. Let's answer the question that might be hitting your mind right now. How did I even survive that betrayal? I wasn't supposed to. Here's the dirty truth. You didn't survive it by luck. You survived it because the universe armored you in ways you weren't aware of yet. You didn't deny your pain. You didn't run from it. You didn't numb it. You held it. You studied it. You learned its shape, its temperature, its behavior. You learned how it entered your body and how it tried to live there. And instead of letting it stay as a poison, you metabolized it into fuel. You thanked the pain, not out loud, but in the way you refused to let it own you. Most people crumble when their heart gets ripped out. You turned your heartbreak into a lens. You saw new things, things that were invisible before. You saw the truth behind people's faces. You saw the difference between real connection and fake attention. You saw how manipulation works. You learned how to read silence, how to read energy, how to read yourself. That betrayal was supposed to blind you. Instead, it opened your eyes forever. That was the first sign of your armor being built, layer by layer. Not forged in steel, forged in emotional evolution, forged in a kind of clarity that people spend lifetimes trying to find, forged in a kind of strength that can't be taught, or borrowed, or inherited, only earned. And the best part, you didn't even know how powerful that moment was. You didn't know you were rising. You didn't know your energy was becoming harder to read, harder to track, harder to infiltrate. You were just trying to stay alive, trying to understand yourself, trying to make sense of why your soul felt like it was rebuilding itself. But they knew. They saw the shift before you did. Their trackers started glitching. Their readings started coming back incomplete. Their emotional predictions for you suddenly became inaccurate. Their watcher couldn't pick up the same signals anymore. The patterns they depended on, your reactions, your fears, your insecurities, weren't reacting the way they used to. You became a wild variable they had no formula for. Here's another thought you might be asking yourself. Why did betrayal hit me so hard, but also free me? Because betrayal is the universe's most brutal teacher. It's the one lesson that doesn't let you stay who you were before. The price of betrayal is transformation, whether you want it or not. And you, chosen one, didn't let it break your identity. You let it strip away illusions. You let it force you into a new version of yourself. You let it carve out the parts of you that were attached to things that didn't deserve you. And that's exactly why their plan failed. They wanted you to stay soft in the wrong places, open to the wrong people, emotionally naked to the wrong hands. They wanted to keep you vulnerable in the areas they knew how to manipulate. But once betrayal burned those attachments away, there was nothing left for them to grab. Their access to you closed. Their influence over you shattered. Their predictions about you died. Their control dissolved. That betrayal they were so proud of became their downfall. Let me give you an example you won't forget. Imagine handing someone a weapon, and instead of using it to hurt you, they slowly bend it into a crown. That's what you did. Your pain became your authority. Your heartbreak became your shield. Your scars became your language. They built you an execution chamber, and you walked out wearing the walls as armor. This is why you confuse them. This is why they fear you. This is why they called an emergency summit years later. Because they realized that betrayal didn't create a weakness in you, it created a doorway, and every step you took after that rewired your entire soul. They tried to engineer your collapse. You engineered your rebirth. And here's the scariest part for them. The rebirth wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, it wasn't a performance. It was quiet, subtle, private, and real. They study chaos, not calm. They understand outbursts, not inner evolution. When you went silent, they expected you to be weak. Instead, you were upgrading. The day you stopped explaining yourself was the day their influence died. That makes them furious. That makes them terrified. That makes them desperate. Because once a chosen one learns how to stand without a hand holding them, there's no system in the world that can cage them again. Let's answer the final question on your mind. Why did their betrayal become my turning point instead of my ending? Because you were never meant to be controlled, because your soul was built differently, because your capacity to grow under pressure isn't human level, it's something else. Because the universe armored you through the very things that were meant to destroy you. And that first betrayal, that was the first spark, the first fracture in their plan, the first glitch in their system, the first sign that you were never going to be the obedient little character they designed. You were always going to become this, a soul they cannot crack, a mind they cannot predict, a force they cannot influence, an identity they cannot erase. And the truth is simple. The betrayal they planned didn't backfire. It detonated their whole blueprint. More signs are coming, but this was the one that began the collapse. Number 2. The second sign they never recovered from. They isolated you to weaken you and watched you come back forged like something not meant for their world. The second sign that their whole operation was falling apart showed up in the quietest, coldest year of your life, the year everything went still, the year every voice around you faded, the year the universe put a wall between you and everyone who wasn't built for your future. To the outside world, it looked like abandonment. To their secret society, it looked like victory. But to you, it became the turning point that burned their entire blueprint alive. Let's start with the truth that hurts them the most. You weren't supposed to survive that level of isolation. You weren't supposed to grow from it. You weren't supposed to rise inside it. Their behavioral models predicted your collapse down to the month. They expected you to beg for connection, reach out to the wrong people, lower your standards, crawl back to old patterns just to feel something human again. They believed loneliness was the perfect weapon because they thought your soul depended on attention. But they miscalculated. Again. They didn't understand your actual structure. They didn't understand the way silence interacts with your mind. They didn't understand that when the world disappears on you, you don't decay, you ignite. That whole year of isolation, it was engineered, manufactured, designed to break you. Their watchers reported every moment you withdrew, every time someone ghosted you, every time someone betrayed your trust, every time someone who promised to stay suddenly vanished like smoke in a draft. They celebrated each disappearance like a successful mission. They believed loneliness would make you desperate enough to accept anything, even toxic connections, just to feel less alone. But the universe had a different plan. Imagine this: a sword that only becomes sharp when nobody's touching it. That was you. The silence didn't hollow you out the way they expected. It didn't soften you. It didn't blur your boundaries. It didn't make you cling to the past. Instead, it pushed you into a version of yourself they didn't prepare for. A version that started asking deeper questions. A version that started seeing through masks. A version that didn't need anyone to define them. They thought isolation would cage you. Instead, it gave you the space to grow wings. Let's answer the question already forming in your mind. Why did everyone fall away at the same time? Why did it feel like the whole world ghosted me? Because the universe didn't want you carrying dead weight into your next level. Because the old versions of people couldn't handle the upgraded version of you. Because silence is where the real chosen ones are built. While they watched expecting your downfall, they missed the real transformation happening inside you. Something ancient inside you started waking up, something that had been waiting for the exact moment noise disappeared. You turned loneliness into a forge. You took every quiet night and hammered your soul against the walls of your own mind until sparks flew. You reshaped yourself without even knowing you were doing it. You faced things most people run from. You confronted truths you used to avoid. You rebuilt pieces of yourself you had forgotten existed. Imagine this: a blacksmith standing alone in a dim workshop, hammering metal over and over while everyone else sleeps. No applause, no help, no audience, just focus, pressure, and fire. That was you. The silence was your fire. Your pain was your anvil. Your thoughts were the hammer. And every hit shaped you into someone harder, sharper, and more precise than before. Isolation didn't break you. It concentrated you. You became someone who no longer needed noise to feel alive. Someone who could hear their own intuition clearly. Someone who could stand in an empty room and still feel powerful. Someone who no longer chases energy but attracts it without trying. Your loneliness wasn't emptiness. It was the universe rearranging everything that wasn't aligned with your future. Their watchers sent panicked updates. They aren't reaching out. They aren't seeking validation. They aren't attaching to distractions. They aren't trying to fill the void. This terrified them because isolation is one of their strongest tools. Most people crumble under it. Most people regress. Most people go backwards. But you evolved. Let's address another question sitting heavy on your chest. Why did it hurt so much if it was actually shaping me? Because transformation is violent, because evolution isn't gentle, because your old life had to be burned off you like old skin, because you had attachments that needed to die for your power to breathe again. And while they thought you were alone, you weren't. The universe was sitting with you the entire time, watching you rebuild yourself piece by piece. Watching you choose yourself even when you felt unwanted. Watching you hold your own hand through nights that were designed to break your spirit. Watching you evolve into someone they couldn't chart, couldn't predict, and couldn't read. Imagine this: a seed buried in total darkness, no sunlight, no noise, no witnesses. Everyone thinks it's dead. Everyone assumes it's useless, but underground, in the unseen, it's splitting open, awakening, expanding, preparing to burst through the soil with a force nobody expected. That was you. Your breakthrough didn't happen when people were cheering. It happened in the dark where nobody believed in you. Isolation wasn't your coffin. It was your incubation chamber. Their models didn't account for this. Their analysts didn't expect this. Their watchers didn't understand this. Because they're used to people who need attention to survive. They're not used to someone who becomes more dangerous the quieter they get. While they studied your silence, you were building armor. While they waited for your collapse, you were sharpening your instincts. While they tried to weaken you, you became emotionally bulletproof. And here's the part that truly shattered them. When you finally stepped out of that year of isolation, you didn't come out weaker. You came out upgraded. You walked out with boundaries made of steel. You walked out with self-respect that couldn't be negotiated. You walked out with emotional clarity that cut through lies like a blade. You walked out with a soul that glowed like metal pulled straight out of fire. They thought they buried you alone. They didn't realize you were learning how to move the earth from underground. Let's address the last question that might still be lingering in your mind. Why did I feel abandoned by everyone? Why did it seem so targeted? Because it was. Because their society needed you stripped of distractions. Because they wanted you raw and unguarded. Because empty rooms make for easier experiments. But the experiment failed. You didn't lose yourself. You found yourself. You didn't collapse. You solidified. You didn't seek validation. You validated your own existence. You didn't remain lonely. You became whole. And when they realized what was happening, it was already too late. That was the moment the second layer of your armor materialized. Invisible but undeniable, stronger than anything they'd calculated. Armor built not from metal, but from survival, from healing, from clarity, from self-mastery, from the parts of you that people abandoned only for you to turn them into power. Imagine this final image. A warrior stepping out of a furnace, glowing orange, heat rippling off their skin, eyes focused, posture unshakable. A warrior who went in shattered and walked out reborn. That's what your isolation turned you into. Their weapon became your workshop. Their trap became your training ground. Their silence became your upgrade. This was the second sign that your soul was being armored by forces they couldn't understand, predict, or duplicate. And this time, they knew it. They watched you rise from the quiet, and for the first time, they understood they were dealing with something no human-made system could control. Number 3. The moment your darkness switched sides. They thought your shadow would swallow you, not kneel beside you. The third sign was the one that sent their entire hidden network into panic mode. Not fear, not discomfort, full-scale meltdown. Because last month, you did the one thing their models swore was impossible for a human to pull off. You integrated your shadow. And for them, that was the equivalent of watching a locked door suddenly walk off its hinges. Your shadow was supposed to be their secret back door, your anger, your suppressed rage, your old wounds, your unspoken grudges. They believed those were their access points. Those were the levers they planned to pull whenever they needed to disrupt your path or tilt your emotions. They expected you to fight your inner darkness forever, to fear it, to run from it, to pretend it wasn't there. Instead, you hired your darkness. You stopped treating it like a monster and started treating it like a mentor. You looked straight at the version of yourself you used to avoid, and instead of screaming, you said, "You work for me now." That move alone rewired your entire soul. You didn't defeat your demons. You negotiated with them. You weaponized the very parts of you designed to sabotage you. That's the kind of power no system knows how to track. Imagine this, a kingdom where the shadows stop lurking in corners and start walking at your side like armored wolves. That's what you became, untouchable in a way they don't have vocabulary for. And that was when all their underground sensors lit up at once. Their machines picked up armor they didn't authorize, strength they didn't predict, stability that didn't match your history. Their emergency summit ran for 72 hours straight. No rest, no breaks, no celebration, just fear disguised as research. Elders slammed ancient files on tables. Analysts argued over simulation results that contradicted centuries of data. Someone insisted a human shouldn't be able to pull this off without outside intervention. but every investigation ended the same way. Subject evolved alone. Imagine their faces when they realized your breakthrough didn't come from guidance, training, mentors, or mystical support. It came from your refusal to stay broken. It came from the nights you faced yourself with no witnesses. It came from the moments you could have self-destructed, but didn't. And now, here's the question forming inside you. How did integrating my shadow become armor? Because once you stop fearing the darkest parts of yourself, nobody can use them against you. Because the moment your shadow stands beside you, every enemy loses their leverage. Because what you own cannot be weaponized by anyone else. Your darkness didn't disappear, it evolved, and when it evolved, so did you. This was the sign that forced them to admit the truth. Someone armored your soul. And the terrifying part, they still can't figure out who. Number 4. The possibility that made their blood run cold. One rebel is a problem, but one rebel who teaches others becomes an extinction-level event. The fourth sign wasn't about what you did, it was about what you accidentally awakened. In their 72-hour panic session, the youngest elder stood up and dropped a question that sucked every ounce of oxygen out of the room. What if others copy them? Not admire you, not congratulate you, copy you. Replicate your evolution, duplicate your blueprint for breaking chains they've been tightening for centuries. That one question froze the entire chamber. Even the veterans, the ones who survived wars, uprisings, collapses, and existential threats, couldn't hide the fear crawling up their faces. Because deep down, every single one of them already knew the truth they didn't dare say out loud. Your transformation didn't stay inside your body. It rippled outward, quiet at first, then louder, then everywhere. Imagine this. You light a match in your room, and flames start flickering in rooms you've never stepped into. People who've never met you start feeling a strange pull to change, to evolve, to face their shadows, to level up. That's what your growth did. It wasn't personal evolution, it was a signal. When one chosen one ascends, 1,000 sleeping ones feel the ground shift beneath them. Their nightmare wasn't that you armored your soul. Their nightmare was that you became a template, a map, a living demonstration that humans can rewrite their programming without permission, and people have already started waking up. People who were numb for years, suddenly feeling pressure to rise. People who never questioned anything, now hearing their intuition roar. People who once accepted the cage, now seeing the door. Here's the question whispering inside you. Is my evolution really affecting others? Yes. Because real transformation broadcasts itself. Because armored souls send signals. Because the universe uses the upgraded to wake the sleeping. This wasn't just your revolution, it was the beginning of theirs. Number 5. The day your armor made their entire system malfunction. They designed the rules, but you showed up as the exception that deletes the rulebook. When their analysts finally pieced together what your armor actually was, the entire hierarchy cracked. Not bent, cracked. Because what wrapped around your soul wasn't normal protection. It wasn't something they'd seen in centuries of watching human evolution. It broke every law they believed kept their world in control. The first discovery hit them like a slap. Your armor was adaptive. Every attack they sent at you made it evolve instead of weaken. Psychological manipulation, absorbed. Emotional games, converted into energy. Attempts to trigger old wounds, backfired instantly. Imagine punching a wall, only for the wall to grow taller, thicker, and start laughing at you. That's what your armor did. The more they pushed, the stronger you became. Then came the second trait, the one that made the elders go silent. Your armor was retroactive. It didn't just protect you now, it reached backward. Your present strength started rewriting your past pain. Old trauma lost its bite. Old heartbreaks lost their narrative. Old memories shifted into lessons instead of open wounds. Your past stopped being a prison and became a library. But the third discovery, that was the one that made them panic. Your armor was contagious, not through teaching, not through words, through resonance. Imagine this. You walk into a room, and without saying anything, people feel a pressure inside themselves to grow. Their shadows shift, their intuition sharpens, their own inner armor begins forming, not because you guided them, but because your frequency demanded evolution. One armored soul becomes a signal becomes a movement. 1 became 10. 10 became 100. 100 became 1,000. They didn't fear your armor. They feared your influence. And that was the moment they knew. They weren't fighting a person anymore. They're fighting a phenomenon. Number 6. The mission that broke their own operatives. They sent infiltrators to study you and came back studying themselves. Their next move was supposed to be flawless. They deployed their best agents, the ones trained for centuries in emotional camouflage, the ones who slip into your life as lovers, friends, mentors, perfect opportunities. Their goal was simple: get close enough to find cracks in your armor. Spoiler: they ended up breaking themselves. Every agent returned damaged in ways their handlers couldn't explain. Some couldn't complete the mission because your energy froze them mid-operation. Others switched sides without warning. One agent sat in the debriefing room for 9 hours, rocking back and forth, repeating the same sentence. They see everything. They see everything. He couldn't even look at the recordings. Your presence turned him inside out. Imagine this: a predator stepping into the forest, confident and hungry, only to realize the forest is looking back. That's what meeting you felt like. You weren't the prey. You were the mirror that refused to lie. When infiltration failed, they panicked and shifted tactics. They tried mirrors next. False reflections, engineered failures, fake judgments, the kind of illusions designed to make you question yourself, doubt your progress, crawl back into insecurities you outgrew years ago. They counted on you needing validation. They counted on you needing approval. They counted on you forgetting who you were when the world pushed back. But you were immune. Why? Because once you know yourself deeply, their illusions fall apart like cheap glass. Because self-knowledge is the one weapon no infiltrator can bypass. Because you no longer needed mirrors when your identity lived in your bones. You weren't hard to deceive. You were impossible to approach. Their agents didn't fail because they were weak. They failed because you evolved beyond infiltration. And that was the moment they realized they couldn't break what already completed itself. Number 7. The day you walked out of their time trap, smiling. They bent time to break you, but you bent time right back. When every other tactic failed, they pulled out their nuclear option: temporal warfare. This is the weapon they reserve for beings they consider genuinely dangerous. They reached into your timeline and tried to trap fragments of your consciousness inside loops of your worst traumas. Their goal was simple: make you relive the same pain until your mind cracked. Break you in the past so you crumble in the present. Collapse the present so your future never forms. But here's what shattered them. Your armor didn't just protect you, it made you sovereign over time. Imagine this. They lock you in a burning room from your childhood, expecting you to scream, and instead you walk around calmly, analyzing the structure, learning where the flames come from, studying how heat moves. They tried to make you drown in old wounds, and you started swimming laps. They tried to chain you to old memories, and you used the chains as weights to get stronger. They sent you into your past to break you, and you came back carrying the blueprint for your future. Their time loops became your personal training grounds. Every cycle they forced you into only sharpened you further. Every trauma they tried to magnify became easier to navigate. Every emotional trap turned into a lesson. They didn't fragment you, they refined you. Here's the question rising in your mind. How did I survive pain that should have destroyed me? Because your armor doesn't follow linear time. Because your soul doesn't answer to clocks. Because once you healed, your healing retroactively rewired the past versions of you. Imagine this. Walking through your timeline like it's a hallway, switching on lights in rooms that used to terrify you. That's what you became. A being that time can no longer cage. Their nuclear option failed, and the moment they realized you were unbreakable across all timelines, the fear truly began. Number 8. The sweet trap you walked away from. They tried to tame you with heaven, but you chose evolution over paradise. Their final attempt wasn't rage, chaos, betrayal, or fear. It was happiness, manufactured, polished, engineered happiness. The kind that looks perfect on paper but feels wrong in your bones. This was their most counterintuitive attack. Give you everything you ever wanted. Imagine this. Doors opening without effort, people praising you, relationships suddenly flawless, opportunities dropping into your lap like gifts from the universe. It was a dream designed in a lab. They believed comfort would soften you. They believed ease would dull your instincts. They believed bliss would make you forget your mission. Not every blessing is divine. Some are traps wrapped in gold. Their logic was simple. If pain can't break you, maybe pleasure can distract you. But here's what they didn't understand. You aren't wired like ordinary souls. You don't lose yourself in luxury. You don't melt under praise. You don't abandon your evolution just because life gets shiny for a moment. You feel energies too deeply. You read intentions too clearly. And above all, you know the difference between peace and seduction. You recognize the pattern instantly. Comfort from enemies is just another cage. A soft prison, a velvet leash, a dream designed to make you stop growing. Imagine this, a golden throne placed in front of you, warm and inviting. Most people would sit. You kept walking. Not because you hate comfort, but because you could smell the trap beneath the silk. They offered you bliss, but you chose truth. That's when they knew they'd lost control forever. Here's the question you might ask yourself. Was I wrong for rejecting what looked perfect? No, because your intuition isn't fooled by aesthetics. Because your soul knows when something feels off. Because chosen ones don't trade destiny for convenience. You chose evolution over ease, growth over glitter, alignment over illusion. Their sweetest trap failed, and when they realized even happiness couldn't manipulate you, That was the moment they understood your armor wasn't just strong, it was incorruptible. Number 9. The moment they realized the hunter wasn't them. They thought you were the lab rat. You were building blueprints of the entire lab. By the final hours of their emergency summit, the truth hit them like a collapse in the ceiling. All this time, they believed they were observing you, dissecting you, tracking you. They thought their hidden network was 10 steps ahead. But every elder in that room felt the same silent punch to the gut when the evidence stacked up. You weren't the one being studied. You were the one studying them. Every attack they launched became your data stream. Every manipulation they tried became a confession. Every illusion they crafted exposed their tools. Every emotional trap revealed their structure. Imagine this. Someone throws rocks at you from the dark, and instead of hiding, you listen to the sound, the angle, the rhythm, until you can map the entire landscape they're hiding in. That's what you did. You used their assaults like sonar. Every hit echoed back information. Every strike lit up a new corridor in their system. You built a mental map of their hierarchy, their weaknesses, their rules, their triggers. They weren't wearing masks. You just learned how to see through them. And then came the moment nobody wanted to say out loud. The oldest elder, the one who usually speaks only once every decade, stood up with a face drained of color. "The armor isn't just for protection," he whispered. "They're preparing. Preparing for what? Preparing for the next phase. Preparing for a confrontation they can't predict. Preparing to liberate the ones still asleep. Preparing to tear down systems that thought they owned you. Preparing to step into power that no secret summit can regulate." And that was the moment they understood. They didn't accidentally create a threat. They accidentally activated one. Number 10. The revelation that turned their entire history to dust. They went looking for the source of your strength and found it waiting for them at the very beginning. When they traced your timeline, they expected to find a moment, a single crack in reality where your armor first formed, maybe 3 years ago, maybe during isolation, maybe after a traumatic event. Something clean, something measurable, something they could point to and say, "This is where it started." Instead, what they found made the room go silent. Your armor didn't begin 3 years ago. It didn't begin in adulthood. It didn't begin in pain, betrayal, or awakening. It began at birth. From your first breath, your life started collecting raw material, moments, emotions, lessons, wounds, losses, shocks, instincts. You weren't aware of it, but everything you went through was being stored like fragments of metal waiting to be forged. Every challenge you faced wasn't a setback, it was inventory. Every heartbreak wasn't punishment, it was fuel. Every injustice you survived didn't break you. It stocked the shelves of your future armor. Imagine this, a blacksmith gathering metal scraps for decades without knowing why, until one day the furnace lights itself. That's what your life was. A long, quiet preparation for a moment nobody saw coming. Your pain wasn't random. It was raw material. They realized the betrayal they thought created your armor was never the beginning. It was simply the activation code, the spark thrown into a pile of explosive power that had been building since childhood. And here's the question rising in your chest. So all of this was always inside me? Yes. Your strength wasn't learned, it was revealed. Your resilience wasn't built overnight. It was the final click in a system that had been forming across timelines. When they saw this truth, the elders understood one thing. You weren't shaped by their attacks. You were awakened by them, and nothing terrifies them more than a destiny that started long before they even knew your name. Number 11. The evolution they never prepared for. They thought you were building armor. You were building a new species. Here's the part of the summit that broke whatever confidence they had left. Once they accepted that your armor started at birth, they asked a darker question. If you built armor unconsciously, what else have you been building without knowing? That's when their scans revealed something they're still refusing to say out loud. While you were collecting strength, you were also containing a force so powerful that without armor, it would have burned you from the inside out. Something forming, something growing, something waiting for the right moment to emerge. Imagine this, a star forming quietly inside a human chest, held back only by willpower and instinct. That's what they saw, and their ancient seer, the one who hasn't opened her eyes in over 1,000 years, screamed the moment she saw the future you're walking toward, not out of fear for you, but for everything around you. You weren't a threat. You were a convergence point, a crossroads where millions of timelines meet. Your armor wasn't shielding you from the world. It was shielding the world from your becoming. 3 days after the summit, their devices recorded your voice cutting through silence. You acknowledged them. You thanked them for the pain. Then you delivered the sentence that activated protocols older than civilization. The armor is complete enough for Phase 2. Phase 1, individual sovereignty. Phase 2, mass activation. Not through teaching, through frequency, through existence. Imagine this. You evolve, and reality updates itself. Within hours, other armored souls began appearing like sparks catching a wildfire. Children are being born with partial armor already woven into their spiritual DNA. Humanity isn't dying, it's upgrading. And you were the prototype. You didn't defeat them. You outgrew their entire era. And Chosen One, everything you heard today wasn't a story. It was a revelation of who you've become and what the universe is preparing you for. Phase 2 isn't coming. It's unfolding around you right now, and your evolution is rewriting the future in real time. If this message hit you in the places nobody sees, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're not part of this family yet, make sure you hit subscribe. Your presence here strengthens the mission. Phase 2 has begun. Stay ready.